Good morning. Wow. I'm late. I still don't have anything going on in the Yep, that's Yep. You sure gave us a scare. Wow. Well, definitely believe in miracles. Wow. Summer was here a while ago. Yeah, can you hear that? He's Isn't that funny? Good morning, Kimmy. What? Good morning, Fig. Good morning. Wow, my voice is not working great yet. Irish Squimmy. I've got a couple videos, some updates on Idaho and some updates on Quentin Simon. So either at lunchtime or depending on what we do, what's going on there this morning, we can kind of catch up on some other things. Oh, goodness. What did I just do? Oh, yikes. Looks like we're in court now.
Added to it. I'd be more than happy for the Attorney General to go first.
Yes, sir. Your Honor, and I sent a memo early this morning. Hopefully you've had a chance to see that. A lot of it reiterates what we had previously filed in our prior motions. And again, as it relates to this particular evidence, as I argued yesterday, consciousness of guilt is a very recognized class of evidence as admissible evidence of motive and identity in South Carolina courts. Obviously, that we've cited a number of cases in more classic senses of consciousness of guilt evidence, such as witness intimidation, flight, but any sort of evasive action, any sort of action to evade detection or throw off the scent has been admissible in our courts. Your Honor, I see the clerk from Barnwell here, and I had a murder case in front of her not too long ago, or it's been a while. But in any event, in that particular case, the defendant had actually found in his car was a voodoo root that said, had on there, protect me from murder charges, save me, judge, early, protect me from murder charges. And ultimately, that was admitted and in an unpublished opinion affirmed as evidence of consciousness of guilt and evasive conduct. because of what it meant to the defendant. And so I just point that out as an example as to how expansive that can be. When we look at this case, and again, one thing about this case, Your Honor, is it's intricate and complex on a scale that I think none of us have ever seen. And so we have to look at it within that vein and in that context. And what we have here, Your Honor, and why this is relevant evidence of consciousness of guilt, it really doesn't matter what exactly happened on the side of the road, because that's not the focus of what the state is seeking to do. What the state is seeking to do, and what we believe is relevant and admissible under these rules, is to show what the defendant said about it and the fact that that was not true. And what he said about it, of course, was that he was on the side of the road, he had a flat tire, and with a car that has run flats, that he was changing the tire, and that a nice man stopped, offering help, and then all of a sudden he was shot in the back of the head. And obviously, the initial reaction we've heard from Ms. Proctor, we've heard and can hear from other witnesses, and the initial reaction was that, oh my gosh, the real killers are back, the bad guys are back, they've now targeted Alec. And the other thing that's crucial about this that connects it all together is not only does he make that claim, that statement about being targeted by an unknown assailant, as things were heating up on him in this investigation, that then causes people to immediately assume that he's been targeted and it has nothing, in no way could he be responsible for Moselle. But we also have to look at the symmetry of this particular event with what happened on June the 7th. And on June the 7th, as we know, and Your Honor's heard extensive testimony, both in camera and in this trial, he is confronted about the fares fees that morning. There's all kinds of circumstances that have been put into evidence that are moving as to a perfect storm arriving on that day. And of course, what happens that night? Maggie and Paul are murdered, community rallies, everything changes. We have the same thing happening on September 3rd and September 4th, because finally, despite his best efforts, the law firm has become privy and wise to what's been going on with his years of embezzlement and theft. They confront him. But more importantly, if we go back to those fares fees, which are very crucial and temporally connected to everything that happened on June 7th, is the fact that you've heard testimony from Chris Wilson that he is calling Mr. Murdaugh, trying to get to meet with him because he wants to know what's up. He particularly wants to know what about the $192,000 of those fares fees that he covered for Mr. Murdaugh. And they have that confrontation on the porch of Alameda that afternoon, or early, right before noon, as was testified to. And what happens? Yet again, within a couple of hours, the side of the road happens, and everyone is rushing to Alex Murdaugh's aid again. The fact that he had just been exposed for embezzlement is quickly forgotten about. And of course, everybody's assuming, oh my gosh, it must be the real bad guys, when in fact, it was him all along. And so that is extremely relevant evidence. And it's also been, just to add into the calculus, Your Honor, is we do have the concept of what's been opened the door, what issues have been joined by the defense and put up here. And of course, that's how this issue all arose yesterday with the testimony of Miss Marianne Proctor. So we think it's very admissible as clear consciousness of guilt evidence. It's admissible under 404. I've also argued, without getting great detail, when we talk about that symmetry, we talk about common scheme or plan. And again, this isn't the kind of common scheme or plan that is typical, but we have to look at this case through a lens that recognizes just the intricacies and the complexity of a set of circumstances like we've never seen. And so all those legal theories, Your Honor, we would assert justify admission of this evidence. I will also say that this express this to the defense, that it's the state's intent to really quickly move from point A to point B. We are not here to try to litigate what happened on the side of the road in its entirety. I believe that the testimony about this could be done in just over an hour, and that includes playing the recorded statement. There's a number of recorded statements, not trying to play all of those. It would just be simply having the agent come in, relate the story that Alex Murdaugh told to 911 and told to law enforcement, that initial story about the unknown assailant, the fact that the investigation continued and additional information came to light that conflicted with that, and that he was eventually confronted with that. And then there's a recorded statement at the end in which he admits that, in fact, what he had told law enforcement was a lie. And so I'm trying it would be a very focused presentation to just get from point A to point B for purposes of this trial and the relevance that it has to this trial. So for those reasons, Your Honor, we would assert that limited presentation is admissible for those purposes.
Of course, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
The state, and we agree that State versus Cartwright would be applicable to this situation. And it has 4 criteria about a suicide. They seem to think that the unmistakable nexus exists by clear and convincing evidence linking the suicide attempt to a guilty conscience about the murders. The facts are that he was confronted by the law firm on Friday, fired on Friday, and then persuades, I don't know if much persuasion was needed, Eddie Smith to shoot him in the head, thinking that it would get his son, Buster Murdaugh, $12 million in insurance money that would otherwise be excluded by the suicide exemption in his insurance policy. So all this is linked to is the financial crimes, not the murder. We're here trying to murder. And yet all the evidence, not all, but a significant amount of the evidence we've heard over the last 3.5 weeks has been about the financial crimes. This is guilty knowledge of the financial crimes, not the murder. And this under 404, 403 analysis under Cartwright would not be admissible. I'd further say this, if he's looking for a common scheme, that is that when he's about to be found out or he's being found out, he would have killed Buster based on his theory to distract. This isn't a distraction, this is an end. And clearly, you haven't heard the taped interview that he initiated from Detox in Atlanta, in which he explained he was killing himself to get this money for Buster because his financial crimes had been found out. This is 3 months after the murder. This is in September. It's not connected by time. It's not temporal under the 404, 403 analysis. And certainly it's not evidence of guilty knowledge about, his own statement would indicate it has nothing to do with the murder. It's only about the financial crimes. And he contacted Sweat, and on that recording, myself, Mr. Griffin, and Mr. Murdaugh from Detox. He finally had detoxed and wasn't on drugs anymore. And he has a great detailed statement about Eddie Smith buying the drugs for him over a number of years, millions of dollars worth, and how Eddie didn't hesitate to shoot him in the head on the side of the road. I don't know how that is relevant. Now, maybe the drug piece is, but they've got statements from Eddie Smith about what drugs he bought and what he did with those. So we would oppose going forward on any roadside shooting evidence. We think the prejudicial far outweighs the probative, and we'd ask Your Honor to not allow them to do that.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, very quickly, I do want to distinguish again between what Mr. Harpootlian keeps wanting to argue about, and that's the prospect of there being some sort of suicide on the side of the road. Again, the state's real focus is not exactly on what happened on the side of the road. What's important, and this is, I think, different from a typical Cartwright such situation, is what the defendant said about it. And the fact that he immediately tells this lie about him being targeted by an unknown assailant. And that is what directly connects it back to Moselle. And that's immediately what everybody assumed. The first thing that jumped in their mind is that connection back to Moselle. That connection and the next is unmistakable. So it's not as much about a traditional type of Cartwright analysis. That's not what I'm arguing here. What I'm arguing here is his explanation for what happened and the fact that that ultimately was not true. And that nexus, I believe, is very clear. I think the other one would be clear too, but that former nexus is the stronger one, and that is the focus of what the state is trying to offer here today.
Your Honor, just briefly, this is character evidence, which is precluded under the only exception to 404, 403 Your Honor is allowed in is motive. Why did he do it? It's just incredible because if you put this up, you're going to hear from one of the SLED agents, when he woke up in the hospital and his skull had been fractured, he had a brain bleed. This is when he concocted that story. I mean, he expected never to wake up. So, this was a scheme to draw up. No, if there was a scheme, it was created after Eddie Smith meant to shoot him. Actually, if he'd been a millimeter to the left, his brains would have been blown out. He just missed, but knocked him out, fractured his skull. That's all I have.
Those are not the facts. He's telling that story at the scene to people who show up. He's out of the gate. That's what he's saying, that he was attacked by an unknown assailant. There's an ambulance video where the deputy comes in, and that's exactly the story he tells. This is not.
I would concede he's correct. Once he realizes he's still alive, he tells that story. But obviously, he didn't intend to be still alive. In other words, it's not a scheme that was concocted at any point. The scheme, if it's a scheme, was concocted after he realized he wasn't dead.
Well, the financial evidence was allowed on the issue of motive. This evidence, I find, goes beyond motive, or is not evidence of motive, but more toward common scheme or plan. It does not survive the logical relevancy test, and it goes more toward showing the propensity to commit violent acts, which would cause it not to survive the 403 analysis. I believe that to allow this evidence is a bridge too far, going down this path of allowing essentially any and all evidence in. We have guardrails. The court is to place guardrails to keep things within a reasonable realm. And I believe this, as I stated, will be a bridge too far. It does not meet the logical relevancy test. I agree with the defense that it would be admissible perhaps if the trial was a trial on the financial theft issues, but not on the murder. So I grant the motion to exclude this evidence at this time. Of course, as we have seen, things change. And who knows?
Understood, Your Honor.
All right. Did we tell the jurors 10 or 10:30?
I think we said 10:30, Your Honor.
10:30.
I said 10. Mr. Waters said 10:30. So if there's any acrimony here, please focus it where it belongs.
Well, I routinely underestimate the time, so the one time I overestimated.
We tested the jurors this morning, and happy to say that they all tested negative, so we're in good shape with the jury. All right. Any other matters we need to discuss during this light time?
Yes, I just think Mr. Waters and I were talking extensively about when he's going to rest his case. We think that should be, or he thinks that should be, he thinks tomorrow morning. I'm projecting maybe tomorrow afternoon, but on Friday we expect to start our case. And to that end, if something were to happen between now and Friday morning, we are flying in experts, and don't need to tell Your Honor how expensive that process is. So even if they don't finish, we may ask the court to allow our witness. It's a footwear expert. It's not anything of explosive. But if he's here and they can't finish by Friday afternoon, we'd ask the court at that time to allow him to testify out of order, simply to save thousands of dollars of him have to come back the following Tuesday. And I haven't asked Mr. Waters about that, but I want to put it on.
I mean, I'm certainly going to be within reason accommodating to the defense and things like that.
Great. I just thought I ought to mention it so it doesn't look like a surprise to the court. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else then?
Stand by, Your Honor. Excuse me, please.
Well, I'm not sure that. Oh, sorry.
All right, we'll take a recess then
Okay.
for about 15, 20, or 30 minutes, or 37 minutes. The jury is here, so if you all are ready to go, we can start before 10:30.
I mean, if they're all here, that's fine. If I can maybe just have about 10 minutes to reset and 10, 15 minutes, and then we can get started.
All right. We'll take about 15 minutes then.
All right. I actually think that Cousin Eddie is still going to be in there. They just won't be able to talk to him about that part. That's what I've been understanding.
It wasn't quite what it
Based
seemed.
on.
Do you think there were juries saying, what was that about?
Yeah, I definitely think there might.
Okay, sorry about that. I think that he still will testify. From my understanding, there's other things he's going to talk about also. So, but I thought the state made a good case for that also, for that to be let in. He's still guilty, and everybody, I think people know it. I mean, it is circumstantial, but there's a lot of circumstantial, a lot. You think it'll be a hung jury? Huh. I think if they put him on the stand, he will ruin it. And there is a lot of rumor that he's going to go on. And I do think that he thinks highly enough of himself to go ahead and do that. I hope it's not a hung jury. Well, I'd rather that though than an acquittal, because if he gets an acquittal, then that's it. Can't retry him ever. Yeah, well, I sure hope that they will. I sure hope they will tie this up somehow. Oh my gosh. What are you doing in there? Yeah. Until empty. Okay, here. There you go. You nut job. Sorry. Jack had himself crammed inside the end table cupboard. Let me see. Makes me so sick. So many missed opportunities to pull it together, and they dropped the ball. What the heck? They had the brother-in-law. That was so dumb yesterday. I know. Oh, I know, Ira. It's so sweet, huh? He is a sweet boy. I'm hoping that they will pull it together, that they have one hell of a closing statement. I sure hope so. Come here, you crazy monkey. Yeah. There you go. Oh, yes. See, that's something else that might, someone still has to come in and talk about that. Right. See, when we get the actual, the true actual data from the OnStar. Oh, I bet she was. I love that so much. I wish my grandkids could do that sometime. Oh my gosh. How cute. Yeah, I think the actual OnStar might really be damning to him. It's got to be. Here, baby. Here. Here. Yeah, that's going to show. At one point, I felt like even the guy who didn't know squat even was kind of saying that I felt like he was kind of saying that 911 was called from the vehicle, but he couldn't really put anything together. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that. So glad to hear that, Ira, because yes, that is sick and disgusting, and what a piece of humanity that is just gross. But yes, you are alive, and I'm so thankful for that. Jack. Hey, you're gonna get bit. Stop that. No. I know. Don't you want to feed some? I love it. No, I sure wouldn't either, Top Hats. That's for damn sure. Hey, stop. Listen, you are going to get bit. Yes. It's so crazy that somebody would risk so much and to be so ugly. I don't, just more than I can even handle. Oh gosh, I miss feeding the cows so much. This keeps making me think about it, and it's so fun, so cute. You bought new cow. Do you have a mama cow that has babies? Legs? Hey, hey, hey. Take it easy, mister. I know. I know. It's so cute. Oh my goodness, did you really? Irish? Oh my gosh. How sweet. How many did you have? Calves. I was so close to our mama cow. Oh my God. I went out there with her every single night. I would just hug her and talk to her. Oh my God. Are you serious? Oh my gosh. Yeah, Williams is beautiful. Well, Flag is too. Williams is small and pretty. We have property very close to Williams. 3 little kittens. Are they so cute? Oh my gosh, I bet they're so cute. Oh yeah. Oh my gosh. Really? Oh wow. $350 per calf. Oh my gosh. Really? Wow. When I was a teenager, I would buy a calf for $60. Ouch. Ow, 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 ow. Hey, hey, hey. No, don't bite Dobby so hard. Hold on, hold on. Oh my gosh. You'll have to share a picture, Kimmy. I bet they are adorable. No, come here, here. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, a lot of times we had to give them medicine and stuff. I don't think we ever lost a calf, but we bought calves, but we also, mama cow had lots of calves. When they're first born, they're just so cute. They can't walk really good at first. Wow, I guess. Oh my gosh, that's so cute, Irish. No, exactly. Seriously, what good were the teeth going to do to her? That's just being mean. Can't stand shit like that. Yeah, I felt so sorry for Maggie's sister. Oh, that's so cute, Irish. Here, here. Right. Well, I'll just let you know, Ira, that you got a hog slapper will be delivered tomorrow. Right? I know. Cousin Eddie, Cousin Eddie. Cousin Eddie, Cousin Eddie. Right, Jack? Let me see. You got stinky butt. Oh my gosh. Oh, this gives me anxiety, Jack. Here. Don't, leave that alone. Leave it alone. Don't you dare. Don't you do it. Yeah, she's gonna get one. Oh, he's really been putting on the tears and all this crap. Ira, you missed that. It's been irritating as hell. I know. Oh my God, that was so awesome. Oh shit. That was beautiful. Mm. Oh my gosh. So who is the first witness going to be? Who do we think? OnStar or Eddie? The reason I think Eddie will still be there because remember yesterday they said that the judge had already decided in December that they could not use the roadside shooting. And Eddie's been on the list. Because that's not the only thing. They wanted to talk to him about that. Of course they did. The bank teller? Are you shitting me? Yeah, exactly. Absolutely legs it. They make me sick. Why the bank teller? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. No, it cannot be. Sunflower killer. Oh my God. Okay, we're playing. I'm like, what? Who said that? Oh, wow. No more bank people. I don't care if he held the damn bank up. I don't want to hear any more. I know. Yeah, that's funny. Gave me a scare. Oh, wow. Yeah, I heard that you're not going to. Good. Maybe you can get patches or something. You know, you know what? Here we are laughing, but guess what? Don't be surprised if that happens. Yeah, for sure. I would try really hard. I know it's hard. Gosh. Yeah, you need to be able to have coffee. Yeah, you should have like a little cart set up for just things that you can grab. Yeah, they are. I can't. I'm right there. Ow. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, I guess yeah, it's probably, yeah. Yeah, maybe a bit. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And maybe the gum, I don't know, Mr. Snotty likes the gum. Oh, we couldn't hate you. No. We understand it. But we also know it'd be way better if you didn't, obviously. It'd be really good if we didn't also. Mm-hmm. Baby. Baby. Are you Papa's baby? Oh, you guys, when I sing to him, he loves for me to sing to him. When I sing to him, okay, hold on, baby. Hold on 1 second. He smiles so big when I sing to him and he hums along with me. So cute. Don't you? You like Dobby to sing to you? Yes. See? Yes. Guess what, Ira? Kimmy's son and Simply Becca Lynn, daughter, have got a love connection going now. It's super cute. Mhm. Oh, yeah, she was showing me that stuff. That was really sweet. Yeah, she was so excited to. She is something out. We were worried about her the other night when she took off late to go to Salt Lake. We were like, oh my goodness. Worried about her driving there. And then she wanted to hurry and get back so she could get all ready for you. Very, very sweet. Very sweet. Oh my goodness. Is this court going to start or what? This is getting aggravating. Their lack of having their shit together is something else for me. I can't even. Be careful. Which one is this one? Okay. Oh, Lord.
Connected to everything that happened on June 7th is the fact that you've heard testimony from Chris Wilson that he is calling Mr. Murdaugh, trying to get to meet with him because he wants to know what's up. He particularly wants to know what about the $192,000 of those Ferris fees that he covered for Mr. Murdaugh, and they had.
What? How cute is that? So sweet. Yeah, this boy's trying to get bit by a dog. Goodness. Yes, we do. Very, very much. We do here. No drama free. This is a drama free zone. Ooh, we are ready to roll. All right, I'll be back and forth. I've got to change a messy diaper, and I get major anxiety about that. Because this boy doesn't sit still for one single second. Not a second.
Very good. Thank you. Good morning. All right. Day number 18, state's case. I'll call your next witness.
Please, the court. State of South Carolina, we call Special Agent David Owen to the stand.
Thank you. Raise your hand. Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Mistake you would, please. You see your license here. Take your full name for the record, spell your last name, and move that mic or chair to where they can hear you best. Okay, Mr. John. Hold on a second, boy. Thank you.
My name is David Owen, O-W-E-N.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Would you please tell the ladies and gentlemen about Special Agent David Owen?
Yes, sir.
Your background,
Yes, sir.
where you're from, and your education and training that led you into law enforcement. Please.
I was born and raised in Orangeburg, South Carolina. Graduated from Orangeburg High School, graduated from Limestone College with a bachelor's in criminal justice. Began my law enforcement career in Orangeburg in 1996. Moved to Charleston in 1999, where I have been since, and began my career with SLED South Carolina Law Enforcement Division in 2015.
What, have you worked different areas at SLED?
No, sir. My entire time in SLED has been with the Low Country region, which encompasses 12 counties. We do general investigations, assisting the 12 counties with whatever they request. Anything from public corruption, officer-involved incidents, violent crimes, property crimes.
And when you say assist local counties, I know what that means, but what does it mean in your world?
SLED is an assisting agency. I like to explain it as if you call 911 for an emergency, you're going to receive local assistance from the police department or the sheriff's office. SLED's not necessarily going to show up unless requested from the local police chief or the sheriff.
And is that done regularly, and has it been done regularly in your career where you've been called upon to assist local agencies?
Yes, it is.
And just as an aside, as we've gotten to know each other recently, you got some relatives in Anderson that I knew in high school, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Small world.
Small world.
Let's go straight to June 7th, Special Agent. Were you on call June 7th of 2021?
Yes, sir, I was.
And how did you get specifically, how'd you get the call?
I received a call approximately 10:30 that night. I was in bed trying to go to sleep, and phone rang, and was told that I needed to respond to 4147 Moselle Road in Arlington, Colleton County. There'd been the discovery of 2 deceased persons at that location.
And how long did it take you to get to 4147 Moselle?
I arrived on scene approximately midnight.
I'm sure it's been said, but it's 4147 Moselle in Colleton County.
Yes, sir, it is.
Now, when you arrived, tell these ladies and gentlemen what you observed.
When I arrived, there was multiple law enforcement and rescue personnel on scene. Of course, I had to find a place to park out of the roadway. Made my way up to the scene. My normal course of business, or the procedure, being that we were requesting agency, I locate the agency that requested us, this being Colleton County, and speak with the supervisors or detectives on scene and say, hey, what's going on? What have you learned so far? What do you need from us? At that time, one of my supervisors, my captain, Ryan Neal, was on scene, and he was already talking with Colleton. So I was briefed on the situation, what was discovered and what had been done so far.
And did you have a liaison, somebody that you requested or told to work with on the scene that night?
Yes, sir. Originally, as I stated, we were called in to assist. So I was paired up with Detective Laura Rutland with the Colony County Sheriff's Office, and I was to assist her in any fashion that she needed.
And again, was that unusual for a local agency to call you in to help with the crime scene?
No, sir. It happens very frequently.
And when you got with Ms. Rutland, tell the folks when you were first at the scene, did you make observations in your mind of the scene itself?
Yes, sir. I observed the scene, kind of figuring out what's going on. Started walking the outside of the scene, trying to understand the lay of the land, figuring out if anybody had been interviewed already, what methods or avenues were being taken to try to figure out what's going on, secure the area, and whatnot.
And did you see the bodies and we're all of Paul and Maggie?
Yes, sir. I was standing outside the crime scene tape, and what I know now to be Paul Murdaugh and Maggie Murdaugh, I knew that there was a white male and a white female, but they were covered up with a sheet. I was not able to see them, but I saw where they were.
Did you make any other observations of the actual crime scene there itself then?
Other than the placards or evidence placards that Colony County had put out to protect evidence upon their initial arrival, I didn't go into the scene. Our crime scene unit had not arrived yet. I have a history. I have a background in crime scene, so I knew not to go in and disturb anything until it was documented properly. I was aware that Colony County had already documented or located and marked some evidence for protection purposes. So I just walked around the crime scene tape. I knew that there were dog kennels on the left. There was a big shed on the right with a large field behind it with another shed. And there were several people and several cars back behind, what I call back behind the crime scene from where I was standing.
And at this point, had you seen the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
I was told that he was with the group of people behind, which was told to me to be some family members and some of his law partners.
And I guess you became, at this point, were you the chief investigating officer?
I don't recall how long, within maybe 30 minutes or so, my supervisors pulled me aside and said, hey, we're actually going to be the lead on this. So my Detective Rutland and my roles kind of reversed, and I became the lead investigator, and she was my assistant.
But y'all still working together?
We were still working together, yes.
Had you ever worked with her before?
No, sir. I knew her, but I had never worked with her before.
Did you think it was important to talk to Alex Murdaugh?
I did.
And can you tell the jury specifically how that came about?
Well, I was told that he arrived on scene and discovered his wife and son, and that he had made the 911 call. Being that it was his wife and son, and he found the bodies and made the 911 call, it was paramount that I talked to him. What was his observations, what's going on in his life, what's going on in Maggie and Paul's life, to try to figure out what happened. I still didn't know if it was, let me back up just a minute. Going into a death scene investigation, homicide investigators are taught to treat every scene as a homicide until determined otherwise. And that encompasses suicide, natural, accidental, or homicide or unexplained. So automatically I was treating it as a homicide, and I didn't know if it was or not. So it was paramount that I speak with Alex Murdaugh to try to determine what he saw, what he experienced, what's going on in their lives, to kind of help guide my investigation as it progressed.
And had the weather started to change about that time?
It had been changing and continued to change. It was raining intermittently as I was coming into Walterboro from Charleston. It would stop raining, it would mist rain, it would heavy rain. So the weather was also a concern that night, especially being an outside scene.
And that leads into my next question. Where did you request and where did you take the first statement from Alex Murdaugh?
When I met Alex Murdaugh, there was really nowhere else to interview him except the privacy of my patrol car, which was a Dodge Durango.
We all seen the video, and I'm not going to play it again. The jury will have that. But can you tell us where is your car?
Yes, sir.
So we've seen the video. Where was the camera?
It was a body camera. It's not a fixed in-car camera like in most active patrol cars. But I clipped it to my visor right above me and just angled it towards Mr. Murdaugh.
And is that your practice to video when you're potential suspects, or do you video?
I video
When you
any.
can.
I video any witness or audio record any witness that I am able to do.
So you're in your driver's seat.
Yes, sir.
Where was the defendant, Mr. Murdaugh?
Mr. Murdaugh was sitting to my right in the front passenger seat.
And behind him,
Behind him was Detective Rutland.
okay, and to her left, if you will.
To her left and behind me was Danny Henderson. At that time, I knew he was an attorney, but I didn't realize his involvement other than an attorney. Later on, I found out that he was a partner and Alex Murdaugh's personal attorney.
And how did he get in the car?
Who got in the car?
I say, how did,
Mr. Murdaugh?
no, Danny get in the car?
I mean, it's common if there's an attorney present that wants to be involved in the interview or sit on the interview. I allow him to sit in on the interview. It's not an issue for me.
You said it was fine?
It was fine.
Okay. And I want to ask specifically about your observations of the defendant as far as his mind. Did he appear to be under the influence of anything, any intoxicant or anything else when you were talking to him?
I did not notice any intoxicants, whether it be drugs or alcohol. He didn't smell of alcohol. His eyes weren't, any dilated. They weren't bloodshot. He seemed of full body and mind, other than being distraught that he had discovered his wife and son dead.
Did you have trouble understanding his words?
No, sir, I did not.
Did he appear to have trouble understanding your words?
No, sir, he did not.
Were his answers to your questions subject matter appropriate?
Yes, they were.
And were they timely?
Yes.
And again, without going into the details, did he tell you roughly what happened earlier in the evening, how long he'd been at the house, when he left, and when he came back?
Yes, sir. We went over his evening.
And after this statement, well, before that, when you were outside, before you got in your car, were you able just to look at him?
Yes, sir.
Did you shake his hand?
I did shake his hand.
And did you come up to him, y'all shook hands like that?
Yes, sir. I introduced myself.
What did he say when you introduced yourself?
How you doing? I don't remember exact words, but how you doing? I know you need to talk to me. That type language.
And could you see anything just from your naked eye? I know you didn't have a microscope, but could you see anything that appeared to be, how did his clothes look?
He had on a white T-shirt. I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary on his T-shirt. He had on green cargo khaki type shorts, and then I think bright in color. I think later I learned they're orange or pink tennis shoes. I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary about his appearance.
After you took this statement, you and Ms. Rutland, did you want to take his clothes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you take his clothes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell the jury how that went about.
Well, it was coming close to the end of the interview, and I was going to discuss collecting his clothes from him. But he had received a call that his oldest son was arriving at the home. Knowing that he needed to go be with his son, I said, I'll catch up with you later. Go ahead. Shortly thereafter, maybe 10, 15 minutes, I went up to the house and told him I needed to get his clothes. I was allowed into the house. There were multiple people inside the house. When you walk in the house, there's a foyer. I walked into the foyer. Immediately to the left, some stairs going upstairs. To the right, I believe it was a dining room, and you walk into the living area or living room. Met Mr. Murdaugh again, told him I needed to collect his clothing. He went to what I now know is the master bedroom towards the left of the house, left of the living room. And he said, sure. And immediately began to disrobe his clothes and hand them to me.
All right. So did you go to the bedroom?
Yes, sir. I stood in the doorway of the bedroom.
So if that's his bedroom, you stood right here?
Yes, sir.
And could you see him changing?
Yes, I did.
And but did you give him a little privacy?
I did.
And so did he give you the same clothes that he had on?
Yes, sir.
You're sure about that?
He still had on the oranges, pink tennis shoes, green shorts, and white T-shirt.
And this is what's been entered as 419.
Oh, well.
And are those the tennis shoes that you saw the defendant Alex Murdaugh in and that
Yes, sir.
he
This-
took off and gave to you?
Under this light, it's more red, but, you know, I considered it oranges, pink that night, but these are the shoes that I collected from him.
Do you remember the condition? I mean, how did they feel when you touched them?
I mean, they were a little damp. I mean, it was raining that night.
You said damp?
Damp, yes. It was raining that night. Summertime, high humidity, so the ground there was a lot of condensation and water on the ground. And these are the bag, this is the bag that I would have put them in. My initials are not on them, but my handwriting says shoes 0140.
And
So
still,
that would, it was 0140140, which would have been the time that I collected the shoes.
is that 1:40 a.m.
Yes, sir.
on June 8th of
Yes, sir.
2021?
Yes, sir.
Did you make any other observations? There appear to be any other stains to your naked eye on those shoes when you saw them at 1:40 a.m. on June 8th of 2021?
No, sir, I did not make any other observations.
If you'd leave your gloves on.
Yes, sir.
I'll show you what's been entered as 418 and tell me if you recognize this and does it relate to your testimony?
This is a bag that's sealed up, but I know that it's a T-shirt. It's got my writing on it with the time of 0141 or 1:41 a.m. Again, my initials and date are not on it, but I do recognize my signature or my writing.
You put 1:41 a.m. on there?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you package those clothes separately?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Why?
Again, with my experience in law enforcement, my experience in crime scene, anytime you collect a piece of evidence, you keep it separate so you don't cross-contaminate.
And that was the shirt.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is also contained in 418 that's been entered? Can you tell me what that is?
These are the shorts, 0141 in my handwriting. Again, my initials and date are not on it, but I do recognize my handwriting.
Could you open those, please? Now, those the pants that you saw defendant Alex Murdaugh wearing on June 7th, June 8th
Yes, sir.
of 2021?
Yes, sir.
And those are the same pants that you took off of
Yes, sir.
Alex Murdaugh, is that correct?
You want gloves?
Now, describe when you saw these pants on June 7th, June 8th, early AM morning, Special Agent David Owen. How did they look to you?
Green shorts. I didn't notice any stains on them. Nothing was very apparent to the naked eye. They appeared just to be normal, clean shorts.
And we've got these cuttings in the front. I know this, those weren't there, were they?
No, sir. They were complete shorts. Those cuttings were done during processing, evidence processing.
I'm gonna go back. I just forgot. That first interview,
Yes, sir.
at some point, maybe toward the end, I can't remember. I think it's toward the end. You kind of reach over and just do like this to Alex Murdaugh. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I consoled him. He was upset.
And that's just, you did that because that's you?
That's just who I am.
And when you got to the house and after you had collected these clothes, did you do anything else at the house?
I didn't do anything at the house. Like I stated, there were other people in the house, law partners, family members, people moving about. I did look around to make general observations. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Nothing seemed torn up or out of place. It's the first time I'd ever been in there, but it didn't look like there was a fight or a scuffle or, going in, being observant. I didn't notice. I went in through the front door, was the only door I accessed the house from. I didn't notice any forced entry or, when the door was open for me, it was opened as a normal door should. Met Mr. Murdaugh and collected the clothing. I don't know if I spoke with Mr. Murdaugh or someone else inside the house. I think it was Mr. Murdaugh, excuse me. He had indicated early on in in the initial interview that he had attempted to contact some of Paul's friends, and one of those friends was Nolan Tootin. And he had indicated that Nolan was at the house during that interview. So when I went to the house to collect the clothing, I asked if Nolan was present. He said, yes, he was, and pointed to him. I noticed that he was sitting on a couch in the living room. So I introduced myself to Nolan and conducted an interview with Nolan, again, in my vehicle for privacy.
So you had located Nolan Tootin in the residence and then conducted an interview with him in your car?
Yes, sir.
And how many people were in the house? We're into the early morning of June 8th of 2021, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how many people were inside approximately?
I didn't go in every room. I didn't see every single person, but 8, 10 people from first glance.
And had someone at SLED, you mentioned there was crime tape. Did someone from SLED arrive at the crime scene where the two bodies were, and were they processing that?
Yes, sir, they were.
And did SLED and/or the locals have that secure?
Yes, sir. There were several investigators from Colleton County. 2 other investigators from my office, Agent Altman and Agent Wiggins were there. My Lieutenant Charles Gint arrived on scene, as well as my captain was already there when I arrived. So there were several officers, several investigators down at that scene.
And was that scene secured and guarded until all the potential evidence at that crime scene was collected, as far as you know?
As far as I know, yes, sir.
Now, there was also a vehicle down there. Did you determine where the defendants, if he personally had a vehicle that he'd been in that night?
Yes, sir. There was a dark in color Chevrolet Suburban down there.
What, if anything, was done with that vehicle that night?
Early the next morning on Tuesday, June 8th, once we completed the scene around the kennel area and sheds, that vehicle was secured and towed to the Colony County Sheriff's Office so that it may be later processed.
So it was taken into law enforcement custody?
Yes, sir.
There's been pictures and testimony about the phone that was on Paul.
Yes, sir. So once I left the house, our crime scene units, that what they go into a scene and they look for evidence, document evidence, and collect evidence before anybody really goes in to manipulate the scene from there, or alter the scene. So once a majority of the evidence, or all the evidence, not all the evidence, a majority of the evidence on approach to the victims were documented and collected, we went in and started investigating the bodies. The coroner was, of course, with us. And once we took the sheet off of Paul, there was a cell phone that was placed on his rear end and on his right side.
And if you'll think back to your first interview, you'd already had your first interview.
Yes, sir.
How did the defendant tell you that phone had got on his backside?
Mr. Murdaugh stated that, he tried to check Paul for a pulse, and he, tried to turn him over, but thought better of it. And when he did, Paul's phone popped out of his pocket. Then Mr. Murdaugh had picked the phone up and stated that he thought of, not the exact words, but this is what he said was, he thought of doing something with it, thought better of it, and put it back down.
Popped out of his pocket.
Yes, sir.
And what did you do with that phone?
Once it was photographed and documented that it was on Paul's rear end, I collected the phone. Our crime scene unit doesn't normally collect electronic devices. They don't process the electronic devices. It's normally the case agent or one of the agents on scene will collect that phone. So I collected the phone. When we collect electronic devices, we normally put them in airplane mode, disconnect any power sources, take out SIM cards. Once I collected Paul's phone, I attempted to put it in airplane mode, and of course you have to try to activate it. I noticed that it had a dead battery and would not power on at all. So I secured it as evidence in my vehicle.
You attempted to put it in airplane mode. Why?
So that any outside sources, if someone has your access to your phone, like your iCloud account or your Google account, if you have an Android phone, you could remote access and wipe the phone, or anybody could, or some of the newer phones you can use a location service, even though the phone is off, to find where that phone is. So we put it in airplane mode and pull the SIM card out. But like I said, with the battery being dead, I couldn't put it in airplane mode.
Did Paul's phone become, or was it a significant piece of evidence in this case?
Yes, it was.
How long did you stay there once you got there at the 4140 Moselle?
I believe I left about 8:30, 9 o'clock the next morning.
So you stayed all night?
Yes, sir.
And did the crime scene unit down where Paul and Maggie were stay all night?
Yes, sir.
So night becomes day, obviously.
Yes, sir.
Did you see anybody else at the scene that morning that you had an occasion to conduct an interview with?
Approximately 7 a.m. Y'all heard about CB Rowe, the farmhand, the employee of Mr. Murdaugh. He was the farmhand. He arrived on scene. We confronted him and said, "Hey, we need to speak with you." So earlier in the interview with Mr. Murdaugh, he said that CB had, or I call him CB, Mr. Rowe had not worked on Monday, that he had taken his father, and he had relayed a story about Mr. Rowe having a conversation with Paul, where he was hired by the FBI out of high school to be some killer operative. So of course that kind of piqued my interest, and I needed to figure out where he was on yesterday or even that night. So Mr. Rowe, when he showed up, immediately went into an interview with him, got his alibi, got his statement of his events on Monday, where he corroborated that he had to take his father to the hospital or to the doctor in Mount Pleasant on that Monday, and that he was not there on Moselle property.
And let me go back just a minute. At some point, the bodies of Maggie and Paul were taken away from the scene, right?
Yes, sir. The coroner took custody of the bodies and
that's the law. The coroner comes in and
Yes, sir.
takes custody, right?
Yes, sir.
And But prior to leaving, were you able to observe from your own eyes around the bodies of Paul and Maggie?
Yes, sir.
And how would you describe those?
Very gruesome, very bloody,
Bloody?
very
So
bloody.
around the bodies bloody.
Yes, sir. And also around Paul, it was more bloody because he was on concrete and in a rock driveway. And it had been raining that night, so you add the water to the bodily fluids. It's going to make them run a little bit more or spread more. Maggie was on dirt, grass, so it's going to seep into the ground. So there wasn't as much blood around her as was under her.
And did you, and without going into what he said, I think he's testified, did you interview Rogan Gibson?
I did not interview Rogan
Was
Gibson.
he interviewed?
He was
that
interviewed.
morning?
He was interviewed on June 8th, yes.
Interviewed what?
He was interviewed on June 8th, yes.
So y'all are investigating,
Yes, sir.
working with the locals,
Yes, sir.
interviewing people.
Yes, sir.
Did you try to determine or did you request anybody to check the videos in the area?
Yes, sir. Back up after interviewing Mr. Rowe, Dale Davis, who was the dog, took care of the dogs, also arrived on, and we interviewed him. Tried to get some information. Once we finished those interviews, our crime scene was done. We responded back to our low country office here in Walterboro. Collin County Sheriff's Office was there, 14th Circuit solicitors and their investigators were present, as well as most of our office and other agents that we called in. So we can relay to them what we had learned so far and what needed to be done. So we started assigning tasks to other agents in Collin County Sheriff's Office to go back out and start canvassing the neighborhood. Normally you would canvass the neighborhood when you're out there at night, and some agents were, but 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, most people are sleeping. It's out also the country. It's dark. You don't really get the lay of the land. So you go back the next day when it's daylight. So we sent Collin County out, and they went from one end of Moselle Road to the other, attempting to locate video surveillance, talk to neighbors, see if they heard anything, saw anything, having any problems with burglaries, robberies in the area, anything to develop a lead that we could track down.
You were searching for any potential killers.
Yes, sir.
Did the search of the videos in the surrounding areas produce anything?
No, sir. Not many homes are close to the road out there, and the ones that did, not all of them had video or video surveillance. The ones that did, that we saw, were at night. And you couldn't see, you can tell a car's passing, but you couldn't tell the make, model. You couldn't see the tag number, so it was really useless.
But y'all tried.
We tried, yes, sir.
And I think you said after Dale David, and he testified yesterday, when you talked to Rogan Gibson, is that when you first learned about a conversation where he may have heard some voices?
Yes, sir.
I mean, that morning you heard that from him.
But Agent Croft and Agent McAllister interviewed Rogan Gibson. I believe it was sometime mid-morning or lunchtime. And me being the lead agent, everything that they learned, they report back. So I learned later on that afternoon that they had interviewed Mr. Gibson, and that Rogan had relayed a conversation that he had had with Paul on the phone about an injured dog, and that Rogan had requested a video, and that during the phone call, what Rogan had heard in the background.
Paul, Maggie, and 99% sure, Alex?
Yes, sir.
And some point on June 8th of 2021 was the big house, or the main house, if you will, searched by law enforcement.
Yes, sir. Agent Croft and Agent McAllister, upon their completion with Rogan Gibson, they went back to the house, spoke with those that were present. I believe they spoke with Attorney Lee Cope, which is a law partner of Alex Murdaugh's, as well as Alex's brother, John Marvin. They told them while they were there, they wanted to search the house for evidence, and they were given consent, and that search commenced.
Did we get Alex's phone that night?
No, sir.
Now, June 8th becomes June 9th. You're investigating, correct?
Yes, sir.
Working with the locals.
Yes, sir.
Everybody's getting leads to follow.
Yes, sir.
Did you have an occasion to speak with Alex Murdaugh again?
Yes, sir. On June 9th, I contacted John Marvin Murdaugh, Alex's brother, and stated that we needed to sit down and have a more proper interview.
What do you mean by that more proper?
Right after a tragic event, you want to get as much information as possible. But you can imagine that speaking with somebody who's experienced a tragic event, they're not going to remember everything later on once they have time, kind of memory reset. They're going to have more details. They're going to be thinking a little bit more clear. So we scheduled an additional interview, which took place on June 10th with Alex Murdaugh and his brothers to see what they may have known, what they may have experienced in their lives that may have led to this. I mean, you know, at that time, you don't have any information. You've got to go out and talk to everybody, or as many people as you can.
And when you talked, and we've seen it, and again, I'm not going to play it again, the jury's got it, but that second interview, who was there?
With me was Alex Murdaugh again in the front seat. Agent Jeff Croft was sitting behind Alex, and Alex's attorney, Jim Griffin, who was at the defense table, was also in the vehicle too.
And I think this was a voluntary statement by the defendant, right?
Yes, sir, it was.
No question that it was voluntary. He wanted to give it, and you wanted to ask him questions.
Yes, sir.
And I have to, because it just comes out. Could you understand him?
Yes, sir.
Did he appear to be under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or other intoxicant?
No, he did not.
Did he have trouble understanding David Owen when he was asking questions in your mind?
In my mind, he wasn't. Again, if I wasn't clear, I think he said, "Excuse me," or say that again if he didn't hear what I said. And of course, I repeated myself, but it wasn't that he didn't understand me. It was more so that he didn't hear me.
And could you understand his words, and were they appropriate to your answer, to your
Yes.
questions?
Yes, they were.
And there's a colloquy between all of y'all and Mr. Griffin at several points on the interview. Right?
Yes.
Did he appear to be clear in his mind? Is what I'm saying.
Yes, sir.
And this was how many days? Well, first of all, when you talked to him that first statement, how long was it after the 911 call?
I interviewed him just before 1 a.m. on June 8th, and the 911 call came in on that Monday night at approximately 10:06 p.m.
So that's just a few hours afterwards.
Yes, sir.
Would you say it was fresh in his mind then?
Yes, sir, I would.
And this second interview was on what day and time?
June 10th.
And what time was the
Tuesday.
second?
1:30-ish. Hang on just a minute, sir. It began approximately 1:45 p.m. I'm sorry, 1:54 p.m.
The first and the second interview, Special Agent David Owen, based on your being there and listening and asking questions, was the defendant clear about whether or not he had gone back down to the kennels after he went to the house?
No, sir.
Was he clear that he had not gone back down there?
Yes, sir.
Well, that was clear. He hadn't gone down there.
That was clear.
Can't lead the witness.
Did you have trouble understanding that?
No, sir, I did not.
And was it clear where he'd gone after that,
Yes, sir.
based on your questions?
I went to visit his mother in Almeda.
And when he came back?
When he came back, yes, sir.
And that's the 12th.
That was
Second
June-
interview?
June 10th.
10th, I'm sorry,
Yes, sir.
I was getting it. Did you collect the defendant's phone that day?
I asked for consent to do a cell phone extraction. Dylan Hightower with the 14th Circuit actually conducted that extraction. And he conducted a logical extraction while Mr. Murdaugh was being interviewed.
Conrad's expert on phones, and what's logical extraction mean?
So there's two types of, I'm not a cell phone expert, but what I understand is logical extract. There's two types, logical and physical. Logical, it's basically the surface of your phone. You get phone calls, text messages, emails, photographs, very basic information. The physical extraction, you get more files on the phone, such as orientation change, your steps, more intricate, more information with the physical extraction.
So on the 10th, working with the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office investigator, y'all got a logical extraction.
Yes, sir.
And was the phone given back then?
Yes, sir. Upon the completion of the extraction, it was given back, yes.
But you're working with the local officials at this point, correct?
Yes, sir.
After that, did you have an occasion to talk with Marion Proctor and her family without saying what they said?
Yes, sir. I'm not sure the exact date, but it was sometime that week or the following week that I spoke with Marion Proctor and her husband.
And was Maggie Murdaugh's Mercedes process?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Did y'all obtain search warrants?
Yes, sir, we did.
Would you dispute if I told you that was June 15th for social media, financial records, and to search the ponds of Moselle and surrounding areas?
No, sir.
And did y'all do that?
Yes, sir, we did.
You actually went out and searched?
Yes, sir.
How'd you search the ponds?
We had sled dive team come down. Once they arrived and kind of surveyed the pond, it wasn't deep enough for them to actually dive, so they just waited. They had, hip waders on, so they were walking around basically on their hands and knees, searching the pond. There were some other waterways and ponds on the property that were searched, and I believe they went back the next day to complete searches. Also around that area, because going into Hampton, it's a swampy area. This Salkatchie River, the Little Salkatchie River, those areas were searched. Also that same day that the ponds were searched, we did a land search in conjunction with Colleton County. They had ATVs, UTVs, 4x4s, and we were searching the property looking for any evidence that might help us develop leads or point us in the right direction in the investigation.
So SLED's working?
Yes, sir.
Working with locals?
Yes, sir.
And was the property searched again on June 16th?
Yes, sir.
And where was that?
That's when the dive team returned and completed their search of the waterways and ponds.
And it's also, there were some blackout cartridge casings and some shotgun shells that were seized later, correct, also?
Yes, sir. The pond that was, the first pond that was searched is by the shooting range or the shoot house across Moselle from the main house. So going back to June 8th, when Agent Croft went back out to the house and they conducted the search, he located some additional 300 blackout shell casings. We knew there was a shoot house by the ponds, so we went over there and located the 300 blackout shell casings inside the shoot house, as well as some shot shells from shotguns by the pond, and those were collected.
Did you end up talking with the pathologist?
Yes, sir.
Did you have an occasion to speak with where Maggie Murdaugh might have been on June 7th, with any place she might have visited?
Yes, sir. According to the statement that Alec gave me, that she was seeing that she had been to Charleston to see a doctor, and he gave me a name. I did some research, and being from Charleston, I was familiar with the doctor and the location. So I went by and spoke with the doctor, and they said they verified that she was there that day. She told me they told me what she was wearing, which is the clothing she was found in that night. She didn't appear to be in any distress. It appeared to be a normal visit. I didn't get into what the visit was, but it was a normal visit for them.
And days are becoming a week and you're moving on. Did you talk with the defendant, Alex Murdaugh, again during this time period?
A few times, yes, sir.
A few times.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, do you remember on July 28th, meeting him at the Colleton County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir. I believe it was a few days prior to the 28th. He had contacted me. We still had custody of his Suburban, and he was seeking to have his Suburban returned to him. I indicated to him that it was inoperable. I was unable to return it to him. And he asked to get some personal belongings out of there. I believe he had some clothing and some golf clubs in there. And he was going on vacation with Maggie's family and needed his golf clubs.
So he called about his car?
Yes, sir.
I mean, that was the point of his phone call?
He asked about the investigation as well. He asked about the investigation later on the 28th when I did meet with him, and to, let him get some of the clothing and some of his belongings out of the Suburban. He indicated to me that he had some questions and wanted to know about the investigation. And at that time I indicated, I said, well, I have some additional questions as well. I said, I think I had another interview scheduled. I said, I can't meet with you right now. Can we meet sometime tomorrow? And he stated, and again, he stated no, that he was going out of town. And I said, well, go with your family, take a relaxing vacation. When you return, give me a call. Let's schedule something and we'll sit down. A few days later, I believe it was August 3rd or August 4th, he returned my phone call and said, I'm back. Let's schedule something. And we scheduled a date for August the 11th.
So he called, asked about the case, the car. You said you couldn't meet. I could meet with you tomorrow. And he said he couldn't. He's going on vacation.
Yes, sir.
He gets back. Y'all agree on a date for another interview?
Yes, sir.
And specifically, what had you told him about that interview, or what did he ask you about that interview prior to this? Prior to actually the interview?
About setting up the interview?
Yes, sir.
He just stated he had some questions. He wanted to know what we were doing, where we were at, if we had any information. And I told him that we didn't have a whole lot. And I had some questions that I needed clarification on, that I needed to sit down with him.
Now, and prior to this, had y'all collected a bunch of buckle swabs?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why?
Well, when our crime scene agents, when they process the scene, they look for touch DNA. Of course, you can't see it. So you're just thinking, okay, where could somebody have touched? I know they swabbed door handles and they swabbed different areas. Evidently, there was the shell casings and the shot shells. There were no weapons found that night by the bodies. So we didn't have those to test other than the shotgun that Alec had taken, gone and gotten from the house during the 911 call. And at that time, you know, I wasn't familiar with the Murdaugh family. I didn't know the Murdaugh family, but I knew that there was a large boat case. There was an issue where Paul had been charged or indicted on the boat accident and the death of Mallory Beach. So, you know, that's a catastrophic event for that family. So, you know, you immediately think, okay, well, that's something big. So that needs to be addressed as well. And, you know, I have friends and family over at my house all the time. So their DNA is going to be there. I knew that Alec had friends and family at his house all the time, especially law partners. I saw them there. So if I'm going to start collecting DNA, I need to eliminate the ones that I know were there. So you start going out to friends and family, talking to people in the boat case that were on the boat that night, trying to document their alibis and getting their DNA to make sure, if we find an unknown, is it them?
So you were trying to either rule in or rule out any other possible suspects?
Yes.
And who brought up the boat case first in this case when you got involved? When's the first time you heard about it?
During the 911 call. Alec mentioned it in the 911 call. He mentioned it to Sergeant Greene when he arrived. He mentioned it to me during the interview.
And so you followed up on that?
Yes, I did. Or yes, we did.
We did. And I missed all, I watched it, but some testimony with the pathologist about possible scenarios. What guns were found at or near Maggie and Paul when y'all got there?
None.
None?
None. Other than the shotgun that was by Alex's truck that he could retrieve from the house, but there were no guns found by Maggie or Paul.
And that gun was given to you by Alex, given to law enforcement?
It was given to law enforcement by Alec, yes, sir.
Okay, let's, did you have an occasion to talk with the defendant again?
On August the 11th.
Okay. And tell these folks where that took place.
At the Sleds Low Country Regional Office here in Walterboro.
How far is that from where we're standing or sitting right now?
2-3 minute drive. If you're from Walterboro any length of time, it's the old hospital, the old mental health DSS building.
They got y'all in the old hospital in the mental health building?
Yes, sir.
What time was it, the interview?
Interview began approximately 11:09 a.m.
And describe the room interview room itself?
I mean, it's plain walls. There's a table, a small conference table, basically about the size of this desk, and 4 chairs. Of course, we move the chairs in and out to accommodate the number of people. There's video cameras up on the ceiling to record any interview that occurs in there.
Are the video cameras visible?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna show you what's marked, states 511, 512, and 513. And just ask you, does that relate to what you're saying right now? Testifying to?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, 511, 512, and 513, I believe, without objection.
You're admitted.
Put in the motion. Actually, Judge, I'm going, have abundance of caution. I'm going to withdraw states 511 without objection, I believe. I apologize. 511 is withdrawn with the court's permission. Please, this 512 and 513 I'm holding. Just tell the folks what this is.
That is the interview room in our Low Country SLED office.
And can you see cameras in there?
Yes, sir. Up in the corners.
Judge, I didn't know if you wanted to take a break. We're going to play the interview now, which may be semi-lengthy, and I just want to bring that to the court's attention. So I hope you don't mind me saying that.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. We have you go to the jury room for a short break.
Of course, I just walked out of the house and lit a cigarette, so it's exactly what they're going to do.
It looks like it's because that video is going to be very lengthy.
Yeah, well, it looks like it's all bullshit right now, and pretty much everything I've tried to do today has gotten on my last nerve, so I am in no fucking mood for their crap.
Right, especially because it's like they just barely started. Like, come
They just
on.
started. Seriously. Absolutely freaking annoying to me.
I feel like these attorneys take any opportunity they can to get a break.
They do. They do. And they're getting on my fucking
Like,
nerves.
yeah, you know, it'd be better to start tomorrow. Let's leave 2 hours early today. Like, what?
I know. When you're already you're already way over. It's supposed to end. The whole thing was supposed to end last Friday. Now it was supposed to end. The state was supposed to be done by today. That is clearly not going to happen.
Right.
So, I just feel like if they ask for another break, I'm going to kick somebody's ass. Just stop.
I got your muting there. Yeah, it's very frustrating. And like I said, I feel like they legitimately try to take any break that they possibly can every single time. It's so frustrating.
God.
Like yesterday, they had all this extra time and he's like, hey, if you got anything you want to argue or anything you want to bring up, now would be the time. Like, we're not really prepared for that. The fuck?
No, and then whenever he said, maybe the jury can come at 10 tomorrow or 10:30, how about you just fucking take the week off? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? They tried to do this shit with the jurors having COVID.
Right.
They wanted to delay shit. I need to live somewhere where people are never have a sense of urgency, ever, 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 ever.
I don't, because I would lose it.
No, I was going to, yeah, I wouldn't be able to handle it because I'm like, are you
Absolutely
joking?
not. Yeah, this
Wow, I'm just super annoyed. I cannot even. I
Well,
knew I should.
They started like what, like an hour ago? I mean, really? They needed a break?
No, they didn't need a break. Who knows what they're doing, just dicking around. They do too much of that, way too much of it. I just can't right now.
I don't feel like these attorneys like do anything on the breaks to like prepare either. They're like,
No,
oh,
they don't.
go take a break. Like,
They'll come straight back and argue something.
Because I guarantee you they're going to come back and the audio equipment's not going to be ready for this tape they got to play. I mean,
isn't it stupid, Irish?
Can I get this? Can you set that up while we're on a million breaks, please?
Did you hear him yesterday, Irish, saying, well, you want to just call it a day, Judge? Go ahead and start half hour. No, let's make it an hour late tomorrow. What are you you're behind schedule already.
Yeah, if I was a judge, I would have said, it's a lengthy, cool, we'll start tonight and do it tomorrow. Finish it tomorrow. We got to go, people.
Yeah, you know what? Ira, you would have a hard time convincing me that they're not. At some point, if this is not on purpose, then what the hell do you call it? And again, they didn't search that house until August. So now I know why.
Well, it looks like, according to this guy, they did search it a couple days later, but I don't know how thorough of a search that was.
They never searched it thorough. Still today, they haven't.
I think when they went and collected the guns and did all that, that was, 3 months after the fact. But they did an initial search because they had the warrant for it. But again, it doesn't sound like they have any sense of urgency. And I don't think they really were looking that hard. It just doesn't sound like they were. But he says they brought the dive teams in and stuff, so I don't know. It's very confusing. But if they do anything like the prosecutors do, they do shit all kinds of out of order, backwards, and late. So,
well, and people think that it was. If you think that Savannah PD fucked stuff up, well, come watch this shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like it doesn't make a lot of sense. They went and searched the pond before they searched his gun room. Like, okay.
Well, and they let somebody come in and clean it all up before they searched it.
Right. Yeah, this him haul around stuff sounds like it's just, I think Kimmy's always saying that, like it's just kind of a thing, the whole area, everybody involved.
Yeah. If you would have heard, so glad you didn't hear the OnStar guy. Or did you? Did you hear the OnStar guy? I keep acting like you were gone for a while, but you weren't.
Yeah, I think she was here. I didn't hear the OnStar guy, thank goodness.
Okay, I'll say somebody didn't. And that OnStar guy, no, I don't think they do either. I don't think they care about anything. I don't think they care that he stole from everyone. I don't think they care. That's all well and good that all of you guys in that courtroom want to play with yourselves all day long. The fact is that I'll bet the person working at the diner and the person working at the convenience store are fed up with your shit.
At the convenience
Of
store.
all of you.
Uh,
Yeah, somebody who doesn't have anything to say about the bullshit going on. You know, that man stole more money than the whole entire town combined will make their whole life.
right.
So, you know what? Fuck off, dick. You're going to go to jail and you're getting sparky. Fuck it. That's the end of the story.
I'm not 100% certain that's the case here, but
You're not what?
I'm not 100% sure that is the case. I don't know that he's going to.
I don't either. And you know what? Every single person you listen to says they know he did it, but they don't think he'll be convicted.
Right. That's the
Yeah,
because
I think
that's how
they
it
do it.
feels. If I was a juror right now and this was what I had, I just don't think I could do it.
Oh my gosh. Van Buren ladies blow. Oh my God, that's funny.
But yeah, Iris, they let the housekeeper come in there and clean the whole damn thing the very next day. I mean,
Mhm.
the whole area should have been off limits to everyone.
Right.
Because even if you don't think it's Alex, okay, you don't know what happened out there. So
That's just it.
you know, what if somebody did, you know, go to the house afterward and steal some stuff? Or, you know, what if they drove out there for that purpose and killed them both and then went up to the house and who knows what they did? But
And they were there late at night and stuff. You know, what if somebody realized the next day, you know how many times probably people are like, oh, I need to go back and get this or that. Oh, no, sorry, too bad. It's already a lockdown. No, you had all the time in the damn world to go get it.
Right. It all should have been locked down immediately. Period. End of story. But no, none of it was locked down. It's just bizarre. There's 1 million people in that house that night, early in the morning. You had people traipsing in there and traipsing out of there.
Yeah, like John Bonet, you know, called all their friends over. This guy called everybody he knows. He called the guy down the road. He called everybody he knows.
Right.
Who does that?
Well, I mean, I think people do that, but yeah, I think I don't know. It's just
I can see calling your son and your brother. I don't understand calling the guy down the road.
Right.
That killed the sunflowers.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just so frustrating to hear how they handled that and how they just kind of let him, you know, gallivant around in there with 1 million other people, let the house lady clean, didn't at no point in time rope the damn thing off.
Somebody put the pans in the refrigerator.
Right. They start diving in the lake before they even check the gun room full of guns. Like, it's just stupid. It's all stupid.
You know, and I keep wanting to know, maybe at some point we're going to find out what they're talking about with that water. I mean, if they don't end up saying something about that water, then I don't even know. Somebody definitely needs to have their ass fired. But
well, if you notice, they asked that guy
if
he noticed anything about the shoes, and he said they were damp. So again, this water thing is sort of finding its way into every testimony now.
I guess. I haven't heard them.
You know, what the prosecution says about that probably at closing statements, but yeah.
Well, that's what I've been thinking, but at this point, I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Right. I hate to speculate on anything they're going to do because it's always
the jurors are going to leave that room going, did anybody ever find out about that water? Did somebody from the bank tell us about the water?
Somebody from the bank.
Because I'll be damned that they didn't want to talk about it.
Oh my God.
Oh, yeah.
Were those checks wet?
Right, were the checks wet?
Just ridiculous.
Oh, Lord. Okay,
It looks
that
like
is
we
good.
may start again. I swear to God, if they send the jury out of the room to argue about something today, I'm going to lose it because they had so much time this morning to do that.
Look at the way you know what, just the way he's hunched over that desk, I want to pop him right in the, just stand up straight, you stupid dick. God, everything they do bothers me. Everything they do. Don't give us your southern
Where are you
charm. because
going?
it's making
Come
me
back.
fun.
You didn't have enough time to do what you needed to do on break? Dick?
Oh, and people were saying the reason he was having Brooklyn and Buster stand up because they were going to try to talk about why they were sitting so far back. They wanted to make that very clear. Really? You want to? I think that's not a good idea.
Yeah, they do that a lot. The defense does some weird stuff sometimes where you're like, I don't know that that's helpful. Like, what? Why did you bring that up?
God.
I mean, even the
Yeah,
drug
those
thing.
sunflowers, jeez.
Yesterday, they were all kinds of worked up about this, wanting to talk about the drugs. They started talking about it. When his buddy was up there, after they were talking about basketball games and football games and tailgating and all that nonsense, did you know Alex had a drug problem for over 20 years? You're the ones who brought this up.
I know. I don't.
It's an uncontested.
And then they start fighting over it. And they start fighting over it. So
He's
dumb.
the one who
Very
said
good.
it.
You may proceed.
Oh, they're gonna go with that.
Good morning, Becca.
All right.
Here we go. A bunch more nonsense.
Special Agent David Owen, we stopped at, right before we were going to talk about the interview on August 11th. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen, jury, who was at that interview? Who participated in that interview?
Alex Murdaugh and Corey Fleming.
And prior to playing the video, was this a voluntary statement?
Yes, it was.
The defendant was not in custody,
No, he was not.
was free to leave,
Yes, he was.
was there because he wanted to be there.
Yes, sir.
Did he tell you he wanted to ask some questions?
Yes, he did.
Did you tell him you wanted to ask him some questions?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, I have, we have redacted the last part of this video with consent of both parties. What's contained on 517 includes the video without the redaction, and we now offer 517, I believe, without objection.
Submit it.
Permission to publish, if someone would please. Before we get started, please, thank you, Mr. Banner. Who is Corey Fleming?
Corey Fleming was a defense attorney out of Beaufort area, also a friend of Alex Murdaugh's.
Did you know him prior to this?
No, sir, I did not.
Corey Fleming.
No, sir.
Thank you. Who's down to your right? Jeff Croft. Who's testified? Jeff, you still in here? Is that here in the back?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What time is this?
It indicates 9:50. The time was incorrect on our recording system. But my notes, my report indicates it was approximately 11:09 a.m.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Judge. One of the jurors is requesting something, Judge.
Doing good, man. Got the plane. Ready to see some cool weather. Mrs. Enforcement? I have money in line. That's what me too.
To the left of Mr. Murdaugh, I know we've got an inset smaller, but to the left of Mr. Alex Murdaugh, the defendant, is that Corey Fleming?
Yes, it is.
It was brutal at my house last week. Air person went out. Oh, okay. Gracious. No, you spell your name with 2 M's or one? One. All right. Alec, I appreciate you coming in today. I know we got a lot to talk about. We got millions of questions. But before we get started with your questions, this has been going on for over 2 months, and we've done a lot of work. I know you have. And I've got some more questions that I need to get clarifications on. Sure. Okay. So we'll start with that. Wait a minute. Yes, sir.
Maybe I'm mistaken. I thought we were coming here so you can update him on what's going on.
And I intend to do that as
Okay,
we go.
let's do that first.
Okay.
All right, let's do that first.
The update is I'm doing the investigation, and I have some questions that I would like some answers to. And I mean, certainly if I ask the question, if you don't want to answer it, you don't have to answer it.
No, I'm fine with that.
I mean, it's more clarifications of the 2 interviews you've already given me.
Totally understand.
Okay.
Just wait 1 second.
Yeah.
Wait 1 second. All right. I need for you to tell me, are you going to give us information, or are we just here for you to ask questions?
Now, I'm going to give you some information.
Right. Why can't you give us information first?
Some of the information that you're asking about are in my questions. And as we go through, you'll see.
Okay.
I don't mind it.
I know you don't, but I can't. I mean, I'm a friend, but I'm also a lawyer, and I like to know what we do. I like to understand what we're talking about. I need you to answer this question. Are you asking him questions to further your investigation, or are you asking him questions because you think that he's a suspect? I need a straight answer.
I am asking these questions to further my investigation.
Right. Does that mean that you're not asking him these questions as a suspect?
Good.
Because I'm not comfortable with you asking him questions as a suspect when I came here with the thought that you were going to be telling him where you are in the investigation, what it is you've done, seen, uncovered, whatever. That's why we came here.
Well, let me respond to your question. It may not be a direct answer that you're looking for.
Mm-hmm.
And I've told Alec this when we first met. Any homicide investigation,
Mm-hmm.
you start with the closest person and or the person who found the deceased.
Mm-hmm.
Both cases, that's Alec.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody stays in that investigation until we can get them out. And right now, because of the questions that I have that I need explanations for, I cannot get Alec out.
Okay. That's a reasonable statement. I don't have a problem with that statement. That's fine. I don't read it, but everybody in the United States of America has an opinion on this case.
Mm-hmm.
And because I know everybody, I know it's a bunch of bullshit. I can't imagine that y'all are going to be asking about nonsense in the internet.
No.
Well,
I mean, just like you, I'm aware of what's out there.
Yeah.
I have not read every article. I don't care to read every article because they're not doing the investigation.
That's right.
I am.
That's right. All right. Well, Elliot, if you're comfortable and you feel okay,
Yes.
then that's fine. But
Anything to help.
all right, that's fine.
So I want to go back to Monday morning. And you went to the office. Okay. What
Get some
time-
sleep, Ira.
Who was at your house when you left?
Take care of yourself. We love you.
We had been to a ball game that weekend. I don't remember exactly what time. It would have been somewhere between 8:30 and 9:30, probably 10 o'clock, maybe at the latest. Something like that. And when I ask about time, I'm not saying it was 5:11 or something like that. I just totally understand. Ballpark. That's as close as you can get to it. And if you need to know exactly when, there would be a keypad that would tell when exactly I went in my office. Okay. That I can get for you. Okay. So you have a key fob to get in your office? A card. A card. Yes, sir. Okay. But, a little bit, it was probably a little bit on the later side of that. I guess I know Maggie got up early to get out of there because she had an appointment in Charleston. Just don't remember if I left right after she did or I piddled around. And I already know that Paul stayed at John Marvin's that night, so it was just you and Maggie at the house. That's correct. And I know when you were at the office, you were working on motions, and some of those motions you dealt with were for Paul's, the boat accident or the boat case. I'm not really doing the legal work. I understand, but you're Paul's dad, you're a lawyer, you're definitely going to know what's going on. Yeah. So what were those motions? Did it deal with Parker's, or was it the actual boat accident, or? It was the civil case. Okay. What time did you leave and get home? Earlier than normal. I'd say 5:30. When you left the office? Yes, sir. Okay. What time did Paul get home that night? Me and Paul got there about the same time. Maybe he was a little bit later than me, or maybe a little bit earlier than me, but it was close to the same time. And y'all rode around the farm. I believe you said 2 different trucks or 2 different vehicles. Sir. What were those 2 different vehicles? We rode in the white pickup truck, and we rode in the black pickup truck. And either one of those, did you see any long guns? And take your time. It's okay. Did you see any rifles or shotguns? I don't remember seeing any that day, no. We did have pistols. Yeah, because I know you said you went target practicing. Well, not really target practice, just shoot. Yeah. We rode around for a couple hours, just looked at everything. All the stuff Paul did on the farm. And, we just spent, time together. I'm sorry. No, don't apologize. Hey, you can do this? I can do it. We started out going to look at the sunflowers because we was worried about the sunflowers. That was the first thing we looked at. And then we just rode. We just rode and looked at I mean, we hadn't done it in a while. We just rode, talked, and rode, talked. We talked about everything, you know. Just, one of the main things, he'd been having trouble, his feet had swelled up, and we were worried about blood pressure and stress on him. And I mean, he handled all this stuff so amazingly, but I mean, we were just so worried about it. But I mean, we talked about that. We talked about the farm. We just talked about everything.
Has Paul been seeing a doctor for this feet?
No, sir.
So y'all trying to get him to go?
Trying to get him to go.
He was resistant.
Yeah, he had been resistant, but much less so after his feet swelled up. I mean, he'd been having all kind of little problems, but much less after his feet swelled up.
As parents, I'm sure you and Maggie stayed on him about going, how did he respond to you?
To going out?
No, going to the doctor.
He didn't.
When y'all talked about it.
He's very resistant. Very, very resistant. I mean, we talked to him about seeing a doctor, about stresses of everything with the boat wreck. He didn't think he needed to do that. I mean, we tried to watch him really closely. But he was resistant.
What time did Maggie get back home that night?
Later. I'd say probably, the best I can tell, a couple hours after us, after we got there.
When you and Paul returned back to the house, was Maggie there?
I can't remember if Maggie came by the shed when Paul and I were up there, or if we met her at the house. But, you know, it's not unusual for her, if we're messing around, for her to swing through up there.
Mm-hmm.
And Maggie wasn't supposed to be coming home. I've since found out she was worried about me, and me worried about my dad.
Mm-hmm.
And so she came home.
So at that point in the interview, she said, did he tell you she came home because she was worried about his dad?
Yes.
Basis for the objection.
Leading, he just repeating what the jury just heard on the video.
Yes, sir.
God, I can play it and come back and ask him to clarify that. That's all. Go ahead, please.
But Maggie wasn't supposed to be coming home. I've since found out she was worried about me, and me worried about my dad.
Mm-hmm.
And so she came home.
Where was she going to stay that night?
At Edison. We were having work done down there. And I wasn't 100%, but it's pretty well she was going to stay at Edison.
So kind of surprised you that she came back?
That didn't totally surprise me. She'd let me know earlier that she was coming home. But then I found out later why she came home.
She was concerned for you.
Sure.
What time did y'all sit down and eat dinner?
Not too long after that. Blanc had made dinner. And so the three of us ate dinner together.
What was the conversation around the dinner table?
Normal. Regular stuff. I mean, I can't tell you exactly, but
How was Maggie's appointment in Charleston that day?
I think it had gone good. We didn't really
I mean, we didn't really get the chance to talk about it in detail. She's been having a couple little medical issues. I can't even remember which one. It wasn't anything huge. I can't remember exactly which one she went for.
And after dinner, Maggie and Paul went to the kennels, or?
You know, I don't know exactly how that went. I stayed on the couch and I dozed off. And then I got up.
Did you watch TV that night?
I know the TV was, I believe the TV was on. But I wasn't watching it, you know. I mean,
Stop right there, please. I'm not going to ask you to repeat that, but this next question regarding a tree video, had you confronted him with that before?
No, sir, I had not.
Okay, please go ahead.
There is a video on Paul's phone of you and him on the farm that night, and you were in khaki pants and a dress shirt. You were playing with a tree.
I don't remember playing with a tree.
Yeah, I guess there was a tree sapling or something that had fallen over or bending over, and you were trying to get it to stand up. But I mean, the question in that is, when I met you that night, you were in shorts and a t-shirt. At what point in that evening did you change clothes?
I'm not sure. It would have been
Before dinner or after dinner?
No, it would have been. What time of day was that? I would have thought I'd already changed.
There's not a time.
Is he asking you now what time that picture was?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
I was down on it because there's so many posts, but I want to say it looks to be about dusk. So that would have been 7:30, 8 o'clock.
I guess I changed when I got back to the house.
Earlier when we spoke, and you talked about waking up from your nap and going to check on your mother, and you tried to call Maggie and you tried to call Paul, and then you sent Maggie a text that you were going to check on your mother. You also told me that Maggie didn't normally go with you to check on your mother, but that she might ride that night. Did you go by and check on her?
Go by and check on my mom?
Maggie, before you left to go?
No, I didn't.
With her not responding to you and thinking that she might ride with you, why didn't you?
I don't remember having plans that Maggie was going to ride with me. But maybe she had told me that she was that night. I don't recall that. I don't remember that specifically, but it wasn't. She didn't normally go with me. I mean, it's not like we had plans that she was going to ride with me, but if she was going.
That's why she was there. Really?
These are just maps that I pulled off of Google. What route did you take from Moselle to your mom's?
I would have gone to right on Moselle Road, 63, into Barnville, turn left on the road, right before 278, 601, and then in front of the school, turn right. That's how I believe I went.
Should right on Moselle to 63.
That's right, right on Moselle.
Yeah.
The normal way is right on Moselle to Dobson Road. Dobson Road to 63. 63 into Barnville, left on whatever the road is that goes to the school. Right. And then either 63 or left on the road that goes down and then on 63.
How often did you go visit your mother during that time?
I mean, it wasn't infrequent. It wasn't all the time. I mean, visit her, all times a day.
Just checking on her, especially with your dad being short.
She had been having a particularly, she's got Alzheimer's really bad or pretty bad. And she had been particularly agitated. With him not being there, and checked on her more in the days and weeks following my dad's passing than, otherwise, but several times a week, any time.
How long would you say you were at your mom's that night?
45 minutes, an hour.
Had you talked to Shelley Smith at this point?
She had been interviewed, yes. I had not spoken with her by that time.
45 minutes to an hour.
Yes, sir.
Please go.
You had to go back home. You make any stops on the way?
On the way there,
On the way to your mom's work on your return trip back home?
stops. No, I didn't go anywhere. I went straight there. I did not. No, sir.
And earlier in the day when you were down at the shed in kennels with Paul, did y'all discuss any injuries to any dogs?
Did he and I? No, but Rogan Gibson told me about the dog's tail and somebody saying his leg was broken.
Which one's his dog?
You turn up Mr. Orange's volume. Yes. Or turn up the volume.
Any dogs?
Did he and I? No, but Rogan Gibson told me about the dog's tail and somebody saying his leg was broken.
So right here in the interview, your question was, did Paul tell you that? So did he deny that he'd had a conversation with Paul about that?
He never said he had a conversation.
What if anything did he say about whether he'd had a conversation with Paul about that?
He didn't indicate that he had a conversation with Paul. He said he had a conversation with Rogan. Gibson.
That he'd heard that from Rogan?
Yes, sir.
Which one's his dog?
It's a chocolate puppy, I think.
Okay. Was the leg broken?
Not that I know of.
I can certainly see why something might be wrong with his tail, because when I was out there, he was chasing his tail and looking through the fence and trying to grab it. Yes, that was puppy energy. When you got back to Moselle, which driveway did you enter?
I went into Brick Gates.
And Maggie and Paul weren't there. Were there vehicles at the house?
Yes, sir.
How did they get down there that night?
I was hoping you were going to be able to tell me that.
The only thing that I can come up with is that black truck. Is that Buster's old black truck?
Yes, sir.
Does it normally stay down at the farm, or does it stay at the house?
Both. Both.
Did Maggie ever walk down there?
Maggie walked down there a lot. But Paul, I mean, it would, if you showed me some proof that Paul walked down there that night, I would be surprised. Absolutely surprised.
Well, thinking about Paul's health concerns, do you think Maggie could have gotten him to walk that night? Say, come on, walk with me this one time.
You know, it's possible, but again, that would be highly, highly unusual. He would have talked her into riding. Been highly unusual for him to walk.
So when you were at the kennels, you were just down there with Paul. You left. You went back to the house for dinner.
You know, I mean, Paul and I were just knocking around up at the shop, the shed, the kennels, just the whole property. And that was before dinner, yes, sir.
And you didn't go back down there after dinner until your return trip from visiting your mother.
Yes, sir.
That's it. Keep going.
I've got information that Paul was on the phone.
Had you confronted him with what you're about to ask him prior to this?
No, I had not.
And the question you had just asked him, did that deal with whether he went down to the kennels or not after supper?
Correct.
And he said he had not.
He had not.
And Maggie was heard in the background. And you were heard in the background. And that was prior to 9 p.m.
I heard Rogan Gibson ask me if I was up there. He said he thought it was me.
Was it you?
At 9 o'clock?
Yes, sir.
No, sir. Not if my times are right.
Who do you think it could have been?
I have no idea.
And Rogan's been around your family for pretty much all his life.
Oh, absolutely.
And he recognizes your voice, and you have a distinct voice. Do you think of anybody else that has a voice similar to yours that he may have misinterpreted?
No, no, sir. I mean, when we were talking, he had asked me that. So, I mean, he had told me that he thought I was up there.
Did that surprise you?
Yes, sir.
So when you returned back to the kennels, when you returned home from your mom's, where were the dogs?
They were like they were when I didn't put dogs up.
Okay.
So
they weren't running loose.
However they were.
Okay. At one point in the 911 call, you say here, like you're talking to somebody else or something else.
I say here?
Here, yes, sir. So the dispatcher is asking you if they're breathing, and you said no. And she asked did you see anyone else in the area, and you said no. She asked about guns near them, and you said no. And then you kind of stutter and start moving around, and you say here.
I don't have any memory of saying that. I guess I'd have to listen to it, but I don't recall a dog being out. I'm certain that there was not a dog out. I mean, there's other things people have told me about that 911 call that I don't remember. I don't know here. Like I was calling a dog.
Calling a dog, talking to somebody else. I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
Yes, sir. And I mean, there obviously was nobody else out there. Okay. And I'm certain that there was not a dog loose. But I don't remember saying anything about Buster would know. Something about threats. I was asked about that later. If I had information about, or if Buster had information about threats that I said he would know.
Have you learned anything new about any threats against Paul or your family?
Nothing really new, no, sir. Outside of things that Randy's told you, or there was just so many things on the internet that just but nothing new, no, sir.
So during the 911 call, and we also talked about that night, you returned back to the house to get a shotgun.
Yes, sir.
What door did you enter?
The best that I can remember, I went in the side door, and I went straight to the gun cabinet.
Were you focused on any particular shotgun, or you just grabbed one?
I just grabbed one.
How do you normally load your shotguns? Avid hunters load shotguns in special ways, different types of munitions, and I'm just seeing how asking you how you load yours.
I mean, I normally put it in the chamber and push the button.
What type of shot do you load?
All kinds. I mean, I've loaded bird shot, buck shot, slugs, skeet shot.
At the same time? I mean, would you load like a bird shot and a buck shot in the same load?
Not normally. I mean, normally you're putting in, a load for whatever you're hunting.
Mm-hmm. The reason I'm asking about that, the shot shells that we recovered that night, one was a turkey load, one was buckshot.
I understood that.
The shotgun that you had with you that night, there was a bird shot and a buckshot. When Jeff went back the next day, I'm not sure which attorney it was, pointed out that there had been a shotgun laying on the pool table that he had put away, and pointed out that ammunition that was with that, and it was a buckshot and a bird shot. And then the shotgun that we took for potential comparison, it was also loaded with a bird shot and a buckshot. So I have all of these consistent loads along with what's that in the feed room. I call it the feed room at the kennels. Is that what you call it?
That's
okay.
Good enough.
Okay. If I say feed room, I just want you to know what I'm talking about.
The night I grabbed the shells that I could get my hands on, I don't, I had no idea exactly what I had.
Okay. Also, when we talked, I asked you if it was normal to keep guns down at the kennels. And you said you had to check. Have you been able to check to see what was missing from your collection?
I have, yes, I know what's missing from, what I believe is missing from our guns.
Okay, and what are those?
There's 3 guns that I think are missing.
Okay. And what kind of guns are those?
It would be a Benelli shotgun, a Browning shotgun, and a pump shotgun.
The Benelli and the Browning, are they pump or autos?
The Benelli and the Browning are automatic.
And the pump shotgun, what brand is that?
I believe it's a Remington, but I'm not positive.
Are they like standard brown and black, all black, or camo?
The Benelli is black. The Browning is camo, and the pump is camo.
Would you have those serial numbers recorded anywhere?
I don't have them recorded, but I'm sure. I don't know where the pump shotgun exactly came from, but I should be able to have the Benelli and the Browning.
Okay. Because we don't know if they're stolen or where they are. So I really can't get them entered into NCIC.
Go ahead.
But I could alert the ATF to where if that gun is run, that there would be an alert on it, and it would get me at least back to the gun and person that may have had it.
Absolutely.
So if we could work on that and get those as soon as possible.
Absolutely.
You said Benelli's black, Browning's camo, and the pump is camo?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The Browning is a brown camo, and the pump is a green camo. And, I understand also that a 300 was used that night. And I know there's been some, I understand John Bedingfield said he only had 2 of those, one of which was lost, 3 a long time ago, but I'm telling you, now I am certain that we replaced that gun. All right?
Actually, John knows that he sold Maggie a third gun.
Okay. Okay.
And the story was that she was supposed to let you know that she paid for it, for you to go sign the paperwork. And that never occurred.
Okay. So that's why it wasn't a number? Okay.
Well, he has the number. He just doesn't have a final sale on the ATF paperwork.
Okay. That was replacing the one that Paul
lost, yes.
That's correct.
And both of those 300s, those serial numbers are with the ATF and flagged in the system. So when they pop up, then it get me to those. And that's, we've talked about the shot shells. So the cartridge casings were 300 blackout cartridge casings that were found by Maggie. There were also cartridge casings found by your house, by the side door to the gun room, and at the shooting range.
You're now asking about shell casings that were found by Maggie. That's Maggie's body, correct?
The cartridge casings found by Megan, yes.
Had he ever been confronted with this information prior to right now that you know of?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Cool.
I believe he was, but not by me, I don't think.
There were also cartridge casings found by your house, by the side door to the gun room, and at the shooting range. And the ones by the house and some of the ones found at the shoot range are confirmed matches to the ones found by Maggie.
Okay.
So, which gives another concern. I've got the same load as the shot shells in multiple guns and 300 blackout that match ones found on your property.
So you now believe that those guns, that Paul's guns were used?
Yes.
Okay.
And missing.
And I understand that somebody had seen that gun recently, but, and I'd asked Buster about it. I believe that gun has been gone since back before Christmas.
No one recalls Paul's first 300 going missing around Halloween at a party at Hampton.
Halloween of 2020?
When did y'all?
No, no.
It was
years.
Yeah, it was whatever Christmas he got it. So it was 17. Christmas of 17. So it was the Halloween after in 18 is when Nolan believes it was taken out of Paul's truck. There was it would take me a while to find those notes, but Mark Williams or Matt Williams is a family friend. And I may have the name wrong, but there was hundreds of people at this Halloween party. Nolan says adults were there, kids were there, and Nolan knows that the gun was in Paul's truck when they got to the party, and when they went to leave the party, it was gone. So that's the timeline on when that gun goes missing.
Okay. I knew it had been a while.
And I think in April of 19 is when 18. April of 18.
Christmas is 16, January 17 is when they did the
Gotcha. Gotcha. Another part in the 911 call, you made the comment, I should have known. And the questioning that surrounded, the dispatcher's asking, is anybody else supposed to be at the house? And you said, no, ma'am, please hurry. And she says, we're getting somebody out there to you. And your next comment was, I should have known. What are you referencing in that statement?
I don't remember saying that, but I guess, all the threats and, you know, and I had been convinced it just was something to do with boat wreck and, you know, all of that.
Did Paul ever get physical with you? Ever get into a heated argument and get physical?
One time, I mean, a little bit where he wouldn't listen to me.
Did you ever get physical with him?
No, sir.
Talking about Maggie, did Paul get physical with Maggie?
No.
So she probably wanted to at times.
I'm sure she wanted to with all of us.
Yeah.
And the one time Paul did that, he had too much to drink. In a very isolated incident.
Where was that? Was that at Moselle or Edisville?
That was at Moselle.
So that was pretty recent.
No, sir. It had been a while.
When you turned Paul over and his cell phone popped out and you picked it up, and your statement was something like, I thought about doing something, but then I put it back down. And that was the interview, our first interview. What were your intentions at the time?
I don't know. I mean, when I went up to him and the phone came out, I don't remember having intentions of doing anything with the phone.
You say when I went up to him, the phone came out.
Phone popped out when you go on the first interview.
Okay, thank you.
You got anything real quick?
Going back when y'all ate dinner together after Miss Maggie got home and you and Paul got back from riding around. Can you estimate about how long y'all would have been at the dinner table or ate at the dinner table?
I mean, it wasn't any long drawn out dinner, you know, just.
I mean, just a guess is, I mean, you said there was conversation at the dinner table, but
15, 20 minutes. How long it takes to. Best guess.
okay. David asked you just earlier about when y'all were riding around the farm. And you said y'all had the pistol in the truck. Y'all had shot a few times, really not target practice, but shot a few times. You said that you had, on that day, you didn't see any long guns, rifles or shotguns in the vehicle. Prior to that, how long prior to that do you recall seeing guns or any guns in that vehicle?
I mean, Paul always had guns.
Okay.
So, I mean, it was very unusual for Paul not to have guns.
And when you say guns, rifles or shotguns or
everything?
Both?
Okay. Yes, sir.
His truck that he normally drove, I believe it was the Platinum. went into the shop that Friday prior to. I think Mark Ball went and got some video from Jimmy Butler's that shows Paul dropping the truck off and not removing anything from it. So basically, he would have taken the rifles out at home. Do you know what he did with those rifles? If he would have put them in a different truck, or if he put them in the house, or would he have? So the truck that he drove, where was it parked on that Friday? So where would he have swapped everything out?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure where the truck that he drove on Friday. What truck did he swap out from?
I think when he went to Charleston, Dale said that he helped hook up the boat to one of the white Fords. And I know one's a gas and one's a diesel.
It wouldn't have been the gas truck going to Charleston. I'm not sure. So this occurred the Friday before everything happened?
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure. On Friday, I had gone to stay in the hospital with my dad. I don't believe that I saw Paul. On Friday.
When did y'all go up to Columbia?
On Saturday.
Why didn't Paul go with y'all?
You know, I mean, Paul, he didn't. I mean, he liked to go to sports when there was a crowd, but that wasn't his thing to go.
Is that always how it's always been, or because of the boat incident?
No. I mean, he wasn't into ball as much.
One thing that I'm trying to understand is your timeline. You said you probably went to the office 8:30, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. You left early around 5 or 5:30. And there's been some other timelines or times that we've talked about and you can't quite remember what the times are or what time of day it was. When the dispatcher asked you when was the last time you saw Maggie or talked to Maggie, you said an hour and a half, 2 hours ago. To me, that's, a set, without thinking about it, you rattled off that time. We're sitting here trying to figure out a timeline.
The question was, you told the dispatcher hour, 2 hours ago?
Hour and a half to 2 hours.
Hour and a half, 2 hours. What time was the 911 call?
10:06 p.m.
Hour and a half, 2 hours prior to that.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
And you're having trouble coming up with a specific time.
Oh, that's fair. Tell me again what I said to the dispatcher.
You said an hour and a half ago, probably 2 hours.
And what time was that?
That was when you were on the phone, and the 911 call was made at 10:06. So given 2 hours back, that would have been 8.
I mean, I think that's probably about. I think that's probably about right. And so, what do you believe I'm giving you an inconsistent answer?
No, I'm just trying to wrap my mind around it when I'm asking you what time you went to the office that day, what time you got home.
At this point in the investigation, did you have the video back from Paul's phone showing the dog at the kennels?
No, sir, I had not.
You said 5 to 5:30. I've gotten a card readout from the law firm, and it shows you going in at 5:30.
Going in the door?
Yes, sir. And Randy says when he left about 6 o'clock, you were still there. So the times aren't matching up. And I'm just trying to get an understanding of why.
I believe I left, so that's not the first time I was at my office that day.
There were several readings, but your card wouldn't work. Somebody actually had to let you in.
Okay.
But I've got your card opening the door at the law firm at 5:30. And then Randy saying when he left at 6, you were still there. I'm trying to understand.
I left the office earlier than I normally do.
What's your normal time to leave?
I mean, it's not unusual for me to be there till dark. I try to get home when Maggie's home, before dark.
She don't like staying out there by herself in the dark.
That's right. So, if it was 5:30 or 6, I don't think I was still there at 6 o'clock. But if I was, it wasn't long after that. So, I believe that I went straight home. So, my car, have y'all been able to get Chevrolet to download my?
We're still working on that.
Okay.
It's a long process.
Well, I mean, I got home early enough for Paul and I to ride the property for a substantial length of time. More than an hour. I thought probably a couple of hours that we were together, but somewhere.
Did you go down the river?
We rode down all the roads. I believe that we rode all over. We rode all over.
Have I been able to answer some of your questions? I know you probably have more. But with my questionings, trying to get some things cleared up, have I given you some answers?
Well, I do know more than I did, for sure. So, yes, some of those questions have certainly, yes, sir.
What other questions do you have then?
I would like to know exactly what happened.
Me too. The best that I've been able to put together.
Looks like. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I believe Paul was out first. For the simple fact of where he was located.
How many times was he shot?
Twice.
I thought thought he shot Maggie first because they could tell he shot her in the back of the head.
He said he thought they shot Maggie first, or Maggie was shot first?
Alex said that he thought Maggie was shot first because she had been shot in the back of the head.
Go ahead.
We may honestly never know who was first, but I think it was Paul, for the simple fact he wouldn't have, if he saw his mother getting shot, he wouldn't have run to that feed ring. And that's where one of the guns was. But, we've already established family guns were used. And if they came from Paul's truck was at the house. So where were they?
And how did they get down there?
And how did they get down there?
Did you just ask him, we've established family guns were used?
Yes, I did.
Objections overruled. Proceed.
What was his response?
Sorry.
Would nothing be the answer?
Correct.
Go ahead.
I mean, it's normal for y'all to leave your keys in the cars. However, if somebody showed up and did this, you're not going to take Paul's truck back to the house and leave the key in it.
But do you,
And how did they get it down there? We've already established family guns were used. And if they came from Paul's truck was at the house. So where were they?
And how did they get down there?
And how did they get down there? I mean, it's normal for y'all to leave your keys in the cars. However, if somebody showed up and did this, you're not going to take Paul's truck back to the house and leave the key in it.
I mean, do you know that the guns were in the truck? I mean, could they have been somewhere else?
They could have been somewhere else. I mean, he didn't have his normal truck.
And I understand that Nolan Tootin believes he saw the gun 3 weeks beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
And I haven't talked to him, but is he believes it was the one that, not the one that was at the house?
I think it was a Benelli was his shotgun that he always kept, that Paul always kept with him.
Paul primarily kept, he kept one of a couple of Benellis.
Yeah, it was a camo Benelli. Is the last one that Nolan saw.
Okay.
And HDD, some type of 7mm rifle.
Yes, sir.
Do you have that one at home?
Yes, sir. That's what he saw?
That's what he saw.
'Cause I was told by somebody that Nolan saw a 300.
He told me he had not seen a 300 since March after turkey season.
Okay, well, somebody.
But those were the go-to guns, and those are the last ones that he saw.
The
He said he had,
HDD
and Benelli. He had not seen a 300 since March during turkey season.
and he definitely saw it during turkey season?
Yes, sir.
Because there was some point, back when it was missing at Christmas time.
The third one's missing at Christmas time?
Yes, sir. So, anyway, if you saw it in March.
Did y'all get any kind of forensic of anything that y'all found? Just the rain and the.
I mean, we got plenty of DNA from the scene, but
Yeah.
It's Nolan's, it's Rogan's, it's Alex, it's Paul's, it's Maggie's, it's Buster's.
David, can you tell me for sure? Did either one of them live after they were shot first time?
Not long.
Okay.
The shooting happened very quickly. Very quickly.
Is this one person, two persons, three persons?
Is that the first time he's ever executed?
Yes, sir.
Ever?
Then I recall, yes.
In the whole investigation at this point?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
I got 2 guns. I got 2 different types of ammunition. It's hard to say. It is hard to say.
No, neither one of them suffered very long.
Matter of seconds, if that.
Thank you.
Have y'all been able to get anything involved that might be to anybody? Would be? Let me ask you this question. It comes from Randy. I like I didn't talk to you about this, but it's okay. They got a lot of friends in the community. From the upper echelon to the lowest socioeconomic level. They think that they can ask people to keep ears out, loose lips, talking, that kind of stuff, but they don't want to reach out to anybody. Not purpose, unless y'all think it's okay. I'm not talking about paying people to do stuff, investigators.
Well, I've talked to Randy about this as well. He posed that question to me.
Right.
I'm not going to ask anybody in the law firm or anybody in the family, hey, go out and see what you can find and report back to me.
Sure.
Because then it can be construed as they're working as an agent of the state.
Sure.
And
I understand that completely. You don't even have to explain that. I understand.
So, I mean, I told Randy, I said, I certainly can't stop you from going out. But I wouldn't ask them what they know and then report back to me. Tell them to call me. Tell them to call the tip line we have still set up. Or if you hear somebody talking about it, encourage them to call. Or give me the name and I'll go call.
I hear what you're saying.
So David, we don't have not anything substantive that really makes you think, hey, this is a good.
Yes, we, like I said, the only DNA we have are family and close friends. We don't have any fingerprints. We don't have, unfortunately, we don't have any shoe wear or tire wear impressions because it rained that night. The only thing that we can go off of are the cell tower dumps or
I know the FBI was out, and they were out on your property on Friday riding around trying to get some cell phone data. Unfortunately, all of that takes time.
And y'all had to send because this vehicle's new, you had to send that off.
Yes, sir.
So it's not like when we hire experts, they come in and just download it.
It's 2021, and they don't have the systems for it yet. But they're working, they're creating a system, from what I understand.
Okay. Now, I don't know exactly how the OnStar thing works. I know how the control module does. But this is something different, right? Or is it all contained in the same thing?
There are two different systems that we took out.
Yeah.
One, or the other one is the telemetry system or infotainment system.
Yeah.
And the FBI says there is information there.
Yeah.
They just have to be able to extract it and put it in a report. Sure.
So you just wait for that.
I'm waiting on the search warrant from OnStar to see what kind of information they can give me. There's
You need if us signing something expedites that. I told you we'll get. I don't own the car, but whoever we need to will sign whatever authorization you need.
So you had said that, or maybe Jim told me or something about y'all were able to get in Paul's phone just with a search warrant.
We have a what they call a partial download.
Yeah.
Because we don't have the passcode. Sure. We can't do a full extraction.
Do you think so? My thought was that I don't know who's required to authorize Apple to open it.
Mm-hmm.
I know there was that big thing where they weren't going to do it for whatever case. But I thought that if we, I think Maggie owned the phone. I think it was in her name. The account was in her name.
But you have to have your own separate iCloud account for each phone. And we've done that for Maggie's, Paul's, and Alex.
Okay.
iCloud accounts.
Yeah.
To see if there's anything in there.
Yeah.
There was nothing in Paul's. I'm still waiting on Maggie's.
Maggie did back hers up and stuff. I know that.
Does that mean Paul didn't back his up?
Probably.
But what my thought was, and I don't know if this is even possible, but if we get the estate and we get the personal representative who is now the authorized person to authorize it to be opened. I mean, surrounded by 100 lawyers, we get a probate done like that, and I can have the powers of appointment done in 2 days, and we can authorize whatever it is you need to open.
And that might be beneficial.
So
I think Randy and I, or somebody and I talked about that
before. Yeah, well, and I said I'd do it. Any of us can.
Yeah. Who would be the representative? Just somebody at the law firm?
Probably one of your brothers, I would think.
For Maggie and Paul's estate?
Yeah.
Probably me or one of my brothers. But whoever it is, it doesn't matter. Whoever it is will do whatever y'all need to do to. No, it won't be anybody that'll be uncooperative.
Okay. Well, if y'all would go ahead and start working on that, then we'll reach out to Apple and figure out how we get that accomplished.
All right. Because gotta be something there. Gotta be something there. Have y'all had to track down all the wackos on the internet? Or just only the ones that you think seem a little more, not the opportunity and the inclination,
There's been a few that I'm looking at.
Yeah.
But some of the information is just so far-fetched. I talked with one guy. He called in and says, well, I knew that Maggie's son bought a house right around the corner. I'm like, okay, well, no, they didn't.
Yeah.
That
Maggie had left her husband some time ago and was going to move to Florida to be closer to her father because the mother was dead. And I'm like, okay, thank you, God.
So it's a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, people that want to get involved.
Yeah.
People that think they have some information. Especially the manner of death. They're all over the place.
Well, I mean, y'all been taking a licking in the press about not disclosing stuff, but Jesus Christ, man.
I don't have anything to disclose.
Well, and why are you going to tell the bad guy what you got?
Thank you.
I mean, I just don't understand it. I mean, look.
Nobody wants to know more than this man right here and this man right here.
I know.
Everybody
I
else.
believe that.
Everybody else.
David, how far apart in time were the shots? Either one of them know the other one was dead or been shot?
I think it's impossible to answer that question. I think it is impossible.
But you certain Paul was shot first?
I believe he was. I'm not certain. I believe he was.
Maggie would have known that then, wouldn't she? You don't know how soon afterwards she was shot?
And it all depends on how many shooters were there. I mean, if we're looking at two shooters, it could have happened at the same time. If we're looking at one shooter, it would have happened. And I know you can't help but think about it, but don't beat yourself up over getting an answer. It's not going to do anything for you.
When I asked you, now that you talk to me, are you willing to, if some of my family, Maggie's mom and dad or sister, are you willing to talk to them?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I'll meet them where they want to.
It would be easy if you could meet them faster than that.
I mean, I live in Charleston, so it's nothing for me to shoot up to Somerville and meet with the Brand Sellers.
Thank you. I know y'all are doing everything you can. And I don't take any personal offense at asking me these questions. I know you got to do what you got to do.
Well, I mean, and I hate to give any credence to the media, but with the media keep throwing you in there, then
you gotta ask questions.
If I can get every bit of evidence possible that's going to exonerate.
When you get my car stuff, that'll help.
Al, you said earlier Maggie didn't like staying out there by herself.
Yes, sir.
Was there any kind of, I know we asked you once before in one of the earlier interviews about cameras, and if y'all talked about doing any kind of camera system out there, stuff getting missing, Maggie talking about stuff getting missing. We're hearing that type of stuff, so.
We never really had problems with stuff missing, but we still talked about getting, cameras and, doing all of that, but we just hadn't done it. We talked about it for a while.
But not really any conversation about stuff up and walking away or getting missing between you and Maggie.
Any conversations between me and Maggie about stuff?
You and Maggie or you and Paul, either one about stuff that had been missing or had somebody came up and taken from the bar or from the house or anything like that?
Only thing that I can remember being discussed missing was some drills and some Milwaukee tools.
How long ago was that?
it was since CB got hired, I'm pretty sure. Because that was one of the things Paul, when he was looking for him, was going to ask CB. And I'd had a boy working out there.
And he basically did what CB does now?
No,
Or something?
he came in and was, just trying to, because I didn't have anybody working out there, just to kind of keep things from getting totally out of control. He came in and, he does that for another friend, works with another friend, and he's just kind of coming in to help me, probably, I believe he probably would have been there in the late fall, probably, I'm guessing.
Is he from Hampton or Marlboro?
He's from Beaufort, I believe, originally, but he lives up in, he lives between Beaufort and, I'm trying to think of the name of the plantation that my friend Barrett Bowler has. That's who he works for.
Barrett Bowler?
Yeah, Junior.
Yes,
It's Bowl Ware is how he looks.
B-O-U-R-E.
Yeah, Tom Bowler. Yes, sir. He was like one of my granddaddy's contemporaries. And now there's a Tom Bowler that's kind of just retired. And they are, I think that's, they're kin, but not super close.
How old is Matt? Ish.
I'd say he's 35. Maybe.
Do you still have his number?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have his number in my phone. Yeah, I'll get it, but I can get it.
Where'd you go?
I had to step out and use the restroom.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
guy to send it to me. We'll have it. Can you think of anything else you want to ask questions about? All right. Off the top of my head.
The pair of guns that you bought for Christmas presents, they were matching set, correct, other than color. All right about that?
Yes, sir. They were exactly the same.
With thermal night vision and stuff like that. The one that you purchased to replace the lost one, did it have any kind of optics on it? Night vision, scope, anything like that?
It doesn't have a night vision scope. And I don't know if Paul had put something on it. He would move scopes around from gun to gun to gun, but I'm not. Oh.
Then we're going to break for lunch. Turn at 2:20.
Well, that's the first time I've seen that. Okay, so at 2:20.
How long more is this video?
Okay. I don't know. I didn't listen real well either. I heard a little bit. I mean, to me, it's nothing that we didn't know, but just kind of his behavior was probably the biggest interesting part of it to me. First of all, I couldn't believe the way his lawyer friend was talking to the police, like, all pissy the way he was. I don't know. I just don't like them. So no matter what they do, I'm going to not like it. And they kept wanting them to act like, in the very beginning, the lawyer was talking about basically the wackos online too. No, that's funny, Irish. Oh my gosh. But just, asking him about the guns and all that kind of stuff, and asking like, was there one shooter, two shooters, three shooters, all crying, I was hoping you could tell me that. It's like, well, why would they don't know. Why would they know that? He's the one who knows. Yep, that's right. top hats, that's pretty much it right there. I totally agree with that. I think it's going to go on for a while, though. I think that's going to be today. God, what are they going to do? How long is this going to last? This is too much. Yeah, sorry about that. I didn't hear that part. I must have been doing something. Did anybody else catch that? He was, well, what I think I heard was something about him asking who got shot first or something. I didn't hear him talk about the back of the head, though. Mm-hmm. I don't know. Did your internet go out? I know. The questions that he asks are like, it's like he's asking something he thinks he should ask or something. I don't know. It's just weird to me. Mm-hmm. Okay. Hello, Cindy. Yes, he was trying to find out. Yeah, that part for sure. He wanted to know what they knew. Oh, and one thing that did happen in there, they told him about the There you go, baby. They told him about the clothes, changing the clothes, and about him being down at the thing. I think we talked about this because why wouldn't he ask to listen to that so he could find out if he recognized the voice? He never said that. If you know you didn't do it, you wouldn't be so worried about anyone thinking that it was your voice. You would say, well, let me hear let me hear it. Right? Wouldn't you you absolutely would want to hear it. You would be like, oh my God, so you have the killer's voice on there? You know, you would be wanting him to analyze the piss out of that. Yeah. And I do think that he hated Paul. I mean, obviously, he feels like Paul absolutely ruined his life right there. I think that. Right. You would want to listen to it like over and over and over and have it slowed down and yeah. Because if you heard a third voice there, then that's the only other person at this point that we know of that was anywhere near. And they were heard just before it happened. So really, he's never wanted to hear that? That's weird. So he's a liar, liar, pants on fire. Clearly. I just checked on Jackie and Shadow real quick. So I thought we might just because we're getting so far behind on everything else, and there's not been a lot, there's a lot of stuff that's come out with this Idaho stuff, but honestly, it's not stuff that I even care to talk about or repeat myself because I don't trust it. No, I know. You're right. He did. And did you even hear him say, he'd had too much to drink whenever you hassled with him? No, that's actually absolutely what it is. No, of course he shouldn't be mad at him. That's how he was brought up to behave. Absolutely. But he was maintaining everything until that happened. That was just not going to be able to, they weren't going to be able to sweep that under the rug. He might not go to jail, but he was damn well going to get sued. And he had already used up his insurance on Gloria. So that's my take anyway. But I was going to say, I don't want to, there's some guy out there with a video about saying he's close to Dylan Mortensen, and I don't know if he is or not, but I don't really find it anything I care to listen to myself. I listened to a portion of it and the guy sounds weird to me. And if it's real, it's actually not going to help anything. But he even says that she doesn't have PTSD. She laughs at people who act like she might be upset. Wow. I don't think I believe that. But anyway, so there's a lot of stuff I don't even want to get. Hey, okay. Now, it does appear that he had been let go from his job, though, and he had been getting warnings. Hey. Stop, psycho. That does appear to be true, that he was not doing so well at his job. Shoot. Sorry, hold on one second. I know. Okay, hold on. Okay, sorry. So it does appear that he was not employed, and that would be a thing for sure. I think that would have been a big problem, and you just wonder, did his family know that? I don't. That's so weird. Okay, hold on, baby. Here, let me give you this. Yep, here, can you have it? No, stop. You leave him alone. Anyway, wow.
What do you have in there, Jack? I don't know. Thank you.
So hold on one second. I'm going to pull up some. A lot of this is old for you guys, I know, but we haven't gone over any of this stuff since this trial started.
for bloody up close murder, and that has not yet been proved. He still may have needed like a trigger, something to set him off, like maybe a personal crisis, maybe a loss, something that might have made him lash out. Maybe like losing a job, like losing his job as a teaching assistant at Washington State University. And then with that, losing your funding for the doctoral studies program you're in the school, because it appears right now that that's what happened. We now have sources with direct knowledge of the termination letter that was sent to Brian Koberger. And tonight I want to read the letter to you in full. The letter is dated December the 19th, 2022. It starts this way. Mr. Koberger, I am writing this letter to formally inform you of the termination of your teaching assistantship with the Department of Criminal Justice and Criminology, effective December 31st, 2022. In keeping with the WSU Graduate Student Handbook, chapters 9G2, remember that, and 12E3, remember that, below is the list of events that led to you being deficient on the following contingency clause of your funding. Quote, maintaining satisfactory progress in fulfilling assistantship service requirements and duties. On September 23rd, 2022, you had an altercation with the faculty you support as a TA, Professor Snyder. I met with you on October 3rd to discuss norms of professional behavior. On October 21st, Professor Snyder emailed you about the ways in which you had failed to meet your expectations as a TA thus far in the semester. As a result, on November 2, Graduate Director Willits and I met with you to discuss an improvement plan, which you agreed to, and I shared with you in an email dated November 3rd. We met again December 7th, this time with a professor, Professor Snyder, as well as Dr. Willits and I, to discuss your progress on the improvement plan. While not perfect, we agreed there was progress. On December 9th, there was another altercation with Professor Snyder, in which it became apparent that you had not made progress regarding professionalism, and about which I wrote to you on December 11th, requesting a meeting. We met on December 19th, when I informed you of your termination as a TA for spring semester. So there's that. And we dug into the WSU Undergraduate Student Handbook, and we learned something that those two chapters, 9G2 to start with, that is the protocol for termination mid-semester or before the end of a period stipulated in a current offer letter. And that other one, 12E3, covers graduate and professional student complaint and grievance procedures. All very interesting. Joining me now, Jennifer Coffendorfer. She's a former FBI special agent. She's been following this case since the beginning. Jennifer, I'm so fascinated by the dating on this. Now, we don't know who the author.
So my understanding, though, is that he started having trouble immediately. I mean, he didn't even have that job that long. That's for you to already have been having warnings and spoken to and whatnot. That's pretty quick. I'm so curious if his parents knew.
Author of the letter is. We heard certain names that were quoted in that letter. We don't know who wrote the letter. It just refers to as I. But the dates on it are, significant because we knew that he knew he had a meeting coming up on January 19th. He could have been doing that by Zoom as he was crossing country. But it almost sounded like he didn't see this coming. He didn't see the firing coming.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, certainly by these dates, though, he knows there is something going awry with his position and would certainly be concerned if these allegations are true. And I agree with you that this would be something that could trigger. It would not answer why he did this, but it would explain why he chose the time to do this. Losing a job, potentially losing your income, the embarrassment of losing your position, maybe even having your dream of being a PhD in jeopardy. These would all be triggering factors to propel you into doing something this heinous, combined with his true reasoning from deep inside himself.
So
I think because he would be leaving and not be coming back.
Extraordinary is the screenshot that you have come across from a source, a student of Brian Kohberger's. It's a screenshot of correspondence that she had with him, and specifically a statement that he wrote to her. And here it is. I'm putting it up on the screen. This is Jennifer's reporting. She said, this student is written to. Kohberger says on December 16th, "I'm glad that this course has given you a more nuanced perspective pertaining to CJ, as criminal justice. Have a great break." Again, this is December 16th. He's going to be canned 3 days later. He's in the process, of being canned. But it truly does seem that he's, carrying on the work of being a TA, even as he's left. He's already in Pennsylvania by this point. I guess he's working from home at mom and dad's house.
Yes, it would seem so. And, typically someone with a narcissistic personality doesn't really see anything wrong with what they're doing and doesn't really comprehend sometimes the negative impact of their actions and behaviors. And they carry on as normal until, as in this case, if true, he was indeed fired.
So can I ask you, and I don't know if you're able to say, because we do keep sources close to the vest, that student he was corresponding with, was it a male or a female student?
Female.
Interesting, because if we can put that back up, there's a score that's written in the top right-hand corner of the email, and I think it was like 125 out of 125. We can't see it on that version of it, but was that the accurate score? They got a perfect score, this female, because we've heard he's been grading female candidates, students a lot lower.
That's certainly what this intimated. I cut it down just to keep her identity not revealed.
Sure.
But that's what it looked like, 125 out of 125.
Okay. So the next thing I wanted to mention, Jennifer, is that Melissa Luck, who's a journalist at KXLY in Spokane, she received a response from WSU about this termination letter and all the reporting that we've been doing. And WSU cited a whole bunch of federal law saying they can't, release a lot of employment records, but they did say this. This is what the statement that she got was. In part, Mr. Kohberger does not currently have a teaching assistantship, and he is not currently enrolled in WSU. What do you make of that?
Well, it was certainly ambiguous. They did not want to say anything that would have been against the policies and procedures of release of information. But I did find this interesting. Recall when the search warrant was returned on his office. I thought it very surprising that not one thing was gleaned from that office. Not a computer, not any paperwork, not any doodling, nothing from that office. And this possibly could explain why.
It's fascinating. I just want to add one piece of new reporting tonight as well, Jennifer. You may already know of this, but it just sort of crossed the wires late, that Pennsylvania police in 2 different areas, the Northampton County District and Lehigh County, are now looking into their cold cases. Because don't forget, he's from Pennsylvania. He went across the country to Idaho to go to school, or to Washington to go to school. And they're saying they're looking through all their cold cases now for possible links to Kohberger. I suppose that's not a surprise given what they're now learning, in the allegations against him. Jennifer, excellent reporting.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I had to cut myself off because I realized Baby Shark was playing in the background. And that's not allowed. So what I was thinking, for a minute there, I thought, well, maybe that's why he did it, because he thought he'll be gone and people won't even look at him. But then, yeah, he obviously, it's like he wasn't even ever taking it as if he might possibly lose his job. Wow. Very crazy. I think the guy is I think he's a nut for sure. That's wild. Oh, jeez, this is crazy. Okay, I thought this was pretty interesting too. I've got Yeah, I do too. They don't like me to play it though. Jack likes it a lot.
Not everything, but the probable cause affidavit, some of the police reporting, and the news conferences, that's given us a small picture. But what we haven't known is what happened prior to the first responders arriving on the scene. And tonight I can tell you. You have heard that the 911 call was made from a surviving roommate's cell phone. But we can now tell you who it was who made that call. I'm not going to name the person, but it was Ethan's best friend who made the 911 call. And that's because it was Ethan's best friend who made the discovery of Xana and Ethan's bodies. And that is a very tragic and sad detail to report. Up until now, it had been an assumption that there was maybe an unconscious person because it was a guess that there was someone behind the door who wasn't answering a bedroom door. Now we can tell you that it was Ethan's best friend who had been called over that morning and made the discovery and took Ethan's pulse. Also called out to get 911 on the phone. It is more than likely that the phone that was used to call 911 was surviving roommate Dylan Mortenson's cell phone. You have probably heard up until now that it was an unconscious person that the dispatch said over the radio, but that's not unusual because when there's confusion, it's standard protocol, according to an article that came out recently in Airmail. Standard protocol, if there's confusion, just to skip the necessities of getting clarity and just dispatch the first responders for an unconscious person, regardless of what the actual situation is. So for anyone getting caught up on an unconscious person, probably not a good idea, given the fact that that's just sort of a standard description for get moving. We need people on the location. Again, this is multiple sources tonight with knowledge of the investigation telling us about who made the discovery of Ethan's body and then, of course, of Xana's body. What I can tell you is who made the discovery of Maddie and Kaylee on the third floor. I'm not sure if it was any of the other kids who were called over. What is interesting about this whole scenario that played out that morning was that kids came over to the home and then 911 was called. So who knows if there was any knowledge of the carnage that had taken place in that home before the kids came over. I mean, it's college, right? It's Sunday morning after a fun Saturday night. And maybe, just maybe, kids were coming over to, get together and go out for a Sunday brunch. But some kids who are unidentified at this time went over to the house that morning, and it was Ethan's best friend who made that discovery and took Ethan's pulse and yelled for them to call 911 and ultimately got on the phone on Dylan Mortenson's phone and talked to the 911 operators. I want to bring in
So that's new. This sounds more like kind of what we heard in the very beginning. That people had come over because they were supposed to go somewhere. They were supposed to meet up with somebody there at the house. Remember that, you guys? In the very beginning, we heard something like that. So wild, though.
And News Nation senior national correspondent Brian Enton. Brian has been at the forefront of reporting this story. It's such an uncomfortable detail, but it is one piece of the puzzle that we've been trying to figure out in terms of why it's so complicated, that scene the morning of the murders.
Yeah, so much of this has been confusing based on the reports we've gotten from police. There have been so many holes and things that they haven't shared. I think beginning with your exclusive reporting last week, things started to make a little bit more sense in terms of surviving roommate Dylan and the fact that she may have thought that there were noises coming from upstairs, but not necessarily noises that meant that something bad was happening or that a murder was happening. That started to explain why she may have not initially called 911, in the middle of the night. Your exclusive reporting sort of shed light on that. And now I think this sort of continues to, again, put the pieces together now to know that there were people who came to the house that morning. And it would make sense, what you said about the unconscious person, that may have just been a categorization that the 911 call was put under. But certainly tragic, as you said, to think that Ethan's best friend, took the pulse. I mean, it's all just so heartbreaking.
Yeah, that's crazy, right? Hold on. Hold on, I got it. What do you guys think about that? Yep, here you go. There you go. Not sad that it was his best friend. Oh, Irish. That's cute, though. You want snuggles. You know what? Why, and why? What? Stop, please. Hey, please stop that. Why? Sorry about that. So nobody thinks anything about that stuff? Is it too hard to turn off the Murdaugh case? It starts making me insane after a while. Because I have a feeling we're going to deal with this guy for the rest of the day. I think that's what's going to happen. I don't think we're going to get anything more out of this nonsense. And maybe we'll get Cousin Eddie this week sometime. Maybe Fig's right. Maybe we're not going to get Cousin Eddie at all. Yeah? Everybody just zoning out right now. All right, I'll just put this on for lunch.
Thank you for coming back to the Law and Crime Network. I'm Linda Kenny Bodden. Well, we're waiting for the trial of Alex Murdaugh to come back after lunch to have more testimony from David Owen before the jury. Now, David Owen is the SLED agent that we were watching who interviewed Alex Murdaugh in August or so, several months after the shooting, for a sit-down interview in an interview room. And he specifically asked Alex Murdaugh about some things that Alex Murdaugh wanted to get from his truck. Why don't we go in and listen, and we'll talk with our guest, Jennifer Coffindaffer, on the other side.
Days are becoming a week and you're moving on. Did you talk with the defendant, Alex Murdaugh, again during this time period?
A few times, yes, sir.
A few times.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, do you remember on July 28th, meeting him at the Colleton County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir. I believe it was a few days prior to the 28th. He had contacted me, but we still had custody of his Suburban, and he was seeking to have his Suburban returned to him. I indicated to him that it was inoperable. I was unable to return it to him. And he asked to get some personal belongings out of there. I believe he had some clothing and some golf clubs in there. And he was going on vacation with Maggie's family and needed his golf clubs.
So he called about his car?
Yes, sir.
I mean, that was the point of his phone call?
He asked about the investigation as well. He asked about the investigation later on the 28th when I did meet with him and to, let him get some of the clothing and some of his belongings out of the Suburban. He indicated to me that he had some questions and wanted to know about the investigation. And at that time I indicated, I said, well, I have some additional questions as well. I said, I think I had another interview scheduled. I said, I can't meet with you right now. Can we meet sometime tomorrow? And he stated no, that he was going out of town. And I said, well, go with your family, take a relaxing vacation. When you return, give me a call. Let's schedule something and we'll sit down. A few days later, I believe it was August 3rd or August 4th, he returned my phone call and said, I'm back. Let's schedule something. And we scheduled a date for August the 11th.
So he called, asked about the case, the car. You said you couldn't meet. I could meet with you tomorrow. And he said he couldn't. He's going on vacation.
Yes, sir.
He gets back. Y'all agree on a date for another interview?
Yes, sir.
And specifically, what had you told him about that interview, or what did he ask you about that interview prior to this? Prior to actually the interview?
About setting up the interview?
Yes.
He just stated he had some questions. He wanted to know what we were doing, where we were at, if we had any information. And I told him that we didn't have a whole lot. And I had some questions that I needed clarification on, that I needed to sit down with.
Let me bring in Jennifer Coffindaffer. Jennifer, it's so great to have you on again to answer questions. Okay, I was prepping for this show, okay? Actually washing my hands, okay? And I heard that on my IFB listening. I almost died because I know that if my family had been slaughtered, the last thing I would be doing would be asking for golf clubs to go on vacation so I could shoot a few holes in one. Your thoughts?
Deep breath. Those are my thoughts. Absolutely unusual to be concerned about vacationing and golfing after such a heinous crime had been committed against the love of your life and your son. However, I try not to be completely judgmental in these things because I've seen a lot of different things over my career. But I will say this was more indicative of someone not concerned as opposed to somebody wanting to find out who did this horrific crime.
Right. And, and of course, everyone grieves differently. We all know that. And I mean, his family or her family is actually taking him away to try to let him relax. But it appeared from this testimony so far, and we haven't heard the cross, that he was more concerned about retrieving items from his Suburban, which is the issued car by the law firm, than he was of, come on, tell me what you have. Who did it? Where are you? What's going on? Your thoughts?
That's exactly.
Thank you. You may proceed. Yes, sir.
We will now continue with the
specific scope on it.
I don't know. If all we ask, when was the last time that gun had been seen? Do you know of?
I know that we looked for it around the Christmas holidays, or we went to get it around the Christmas holidays. I asked about it around the Christmas holidays.
Of 20, this past Christmas
Yes, sir.
holidays? Okay. And that was the replacement, what I guess we call it.
That's correct.
Okay.
Still trying to figure this out. I cannot exclude the boat incident and those involved. I know that y'all are currently going through the civil portion. How far had that progressed? I mean, were y'all in the talks? Was it breaking down?
Can I say something real quick? I know nothing about the any of that stuff, and he's represented by lawyers in that case.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I personally believe he shouldn't be talking about that unless the lawyers he's represented by participate. I don't think it's. I mean, I'm sure that they're happy to do that,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't think that the person should be talking about a pending action like that without their lawyers knowing about it. And what, because I know nothing about it. I'm completely separated from it.
I don't mind. You know, I have insurance companies hired lawyers, and then some of my partners are helping with that also. But it's made some progress. It's still unresolved, but it's not in its initial stages by any means.
And what I'm getting at with this, it's in progress. I just want to make sure that it's not make sure that word there. Did one party say this and y'all countered or something like that where the other people are pissed off, and now we have somebody out there with more motive because now they're thinking, Paul's going to get away with this. And
I mean, I'm not aware of any of those discussions. The only thing that I am aware of is that I've learned that one of the daddies of one of the kids in the boat wreck went to lengths to, or maybe it was his son, I don't know, but I was told that there are people out there that were being told you can't be friends with Paul and the Murdaughs and with us. You got to choose.
And that was a dad going out telling.
I don't know.
Or it was that dad or that kid going out saying this stuff.
I don't know that. I was told by a person who had been told that. It's Nate Tootin is his boy's name. So
is that
find out
is
from
that
him.
any kin to Nolan?
It's Nolan's younger brother. It's Nolan's younger brother. So I'm gonna answer this if y'all don't mind. Buster and I have a deal. Buster?
You probably don't get much service in here.
Buster, possible.
If you go outside, hit that green button on the right.
Apparently, they explained my inability for the time. Apparently, it's a period here where we've agreed we'll fast forward, which will pick back up when he comes back in. And the defense has agreed with that, it's my understanding.
You don't have any more questions?
This is the Snapchat video that I'm talking about from Paul's phone. Just kind of bring it back here.
Okay, I tell you what, yeah, we were laughing about that because he's laughing because I'd gone to great lengths to try to, a tree got knocked over, and I'd gone to great lengths to try to get it to, be upright.
Okay.
And,
Was that night? Because the friends that we talked to said it was posted that night.
I'm not sure.
Somebody's phone on?
Sir?
Somebody's phone on? No, it's somebody's phone. I hear like somebody talking in the background. Yeah, okay. Like it was a call that had dropped or something. I need you. Throat just dry. Yeah. You need something? Anybody from the boat or their family that you've heard or know have any issues with them recently or prior to this incident?
Like any confrontations?
Or them saying anything in the community about the lawsuit or the pending charges, anything that would kind of lead me?
I mean, David, I told you about the, Kenya, tree horn, a month or so, maybe 6 weeks before this happened, called me, just all out of sorts, and told me, I told you about
Yes,
this,
sir.
right?
We've interviewed her, yes, sir.
So, I mean, she said she'd heard it from 2 different places that family from the boat wreck was, it was over the top that I really didn't, pay it a bunch of attention. And I asked her about it. She said she didn't know who the people were, but she said that it was with a friend. It was at a friend's party. She knew who the friend was and would take y'all to the friend. So You know, has she talked to you about that?
She's given us very little.
Do you feel like she's being evasive? Because let me tell you what I tried not to do. I know y'all have to look at me. I tried to have as little discussions with the people that y'all are interviewing, you know, with all this talk about how I fixed this and fixed that with the boat wreck, which is totally untrue. You know, I've tried to not have a lot of conversation with people that, you know, I know y'all need to talk to.
Mm-hmm. Well, the problem that I encounter, and I think everybody in law enforcement encounters in any investigation, people on the street talk and they run their mouth and they'll talk to friends and they'll talk to families and they'll talk to victims. But when the police show up, they keep their mouth shut.
So she's not talking to you?
She has given us some information.
Okay.
Some information.
So is there a problem with me going to her and, you know?
I'm not going to answer that.
So you're not telling me not to do it?
I'm not going to answer that.
Okay. Either way. I'll get somebody to talk to her. All right? To try to get her to cooperate with you.
Darn. Allergies. Excuse me. All right. Do you have any more questions that I might be able to answer? And if you can't think of any now, reach out, call me.
I will know. I mean, you've answered a lot of things I had questions about, and I appreciate it.
And I'll call the Brandstetters and see if they want to meet. Maybe get Marion up there at the same time so I can just meet with them all together. Does Marion, I know they live on the Walla, does Marion work?
No, she doesn't work. And they're kind of between Wadmalaw and, I mean, they're residents of the state of Florida, but they're here as much as they're in Greenville a lot right now.
Yeah, because of grandbaby.
The baby, that's right. Thank you, man.
Yeah. I just, a few more questions.
Okay.
Did you kill Maggie?
No. Did I kill my wife?
Yes, sir.
No, David.
Do you know who did?
No, I do not know who did.
Did you kill Paul?
No, I did not kill Paul.
Do you know who did?
No, sir, I do not know who did. Do you think I killed Maggie?
I have to go where the evidence and the facts
I
take me.
understand that. And you think I killed Paul?
I have to go where the evidence and the facts take me, and I don't have anything that points to anybody else at this time.
So does that mean that I am a suspect?
You were still in, like I told Corey earlier, you were still in this. With everything that we've talked about, with the family guns, the ammunition, nobody else's DNA. I have to put my beliefs aside and go with the facts.
Talking with Mr. Griffin, there's one sentence after that before we redact it. We both agreed that I could leave and ask you after that last question. Do you say, well, I understand, I mean, and shaking his head?
Yes.
So on August 11th, 2021, after this interview, during this interview, did you consider Alex Murdaugh a suspect in the death of his son and his wife?
He was the only known suspect at that time, yes.
And that day, was the case transferred from Solicitor Duffy Stone to Attorney General Alan Wilson with the South Carolina Attorney General's office?
Yes, it was.
I just want to go back right before we ended, and I'm not trying to get you to repeat this, but do you remember when you asked, or do you remember when he told you, I know y'all got to look at me, and I've tried to have as little discussions with people that y'all are interviewing, you know, with all this talk about that. You remember that?
Yes, I do.
How did you take that statement to mean, his answer when he said that?
That he was trying to stay out of the investigation and let us do our work.
Okay. In early in the investigation, he asked you about, well, that tree going back and forth. And was he clear on when that video was taken of him in that clothes on the tree? Was he clear?
He didn't recall.
At this point, had you already talked to Blanca Simpson? Or had she been talked to reference?
She had been interviewed, yes.
Okay. And at some point after August 11, did Blanca System also provide some information in investigations about a conversation she had with the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
Yes.
Okay. And was that concerning the shirt?
Yes. Several months later, she provided information that she and Alec had a conversation about.
Oh, go ahead.
About what he had been wearing that day when he left to go to work.
And just briefly going through the interview, you asked him about when Maggie was coming to Moselle and why. Did you have in this course of the investigation, did you have the emails from Blanca and or Maggie's phone to each other then?
No, I did not.
And early on in the interview, you asked him how long he'd stayed at his mama's house?
Yes, and he stated approximately 45 minutes.
45 minutes, an hour?
Yes, sir. 45 minutes to an hour, yes.
And at that point in the investigation, had you talked to Michelle Shelley Smith about a conversation she had with Alex Murdaugh and the amount of time that he said he was there?
Yes, she had been interviewed by that time. Again, there were so many agents going out and doing interviews and reporting back to me. But she stated that it was somewhere around 20 minutes. I don't have her report. I don't remember exactly what was said, but I know in our first interview, he had stated that it was around, he had spent about 30 minutes with his mother.
And did your investigation reveal inconsistencies regarding what Mr. Murdaugh had told you?
Yes, I did.
And was that significant to you in your investigation?
It was, because it wasn't one inconsistency. It was several inconsistencies over a period of time that were repeated.
Now, you asked him about a list of guns several times in these interviews. Did you ever get a list of guns from Alex Murdaugh?
I have not.
Between June 7th, 2021 and August 11th, 2021, this interview, how many times did he call you asking about the investigation?
We spoke approximately 5 or 6 times.
What were the inconsistencies that you stood out in your mind?
The times, for one, from the first interview where he went to his mother's, refer back to my notes.
Time at his mother's, is it fair just to say that?
So when the first interview in June, he stated that it was at his mother's for approximately, sorry. First off, he stayed for a little while. And then the second interview on June the 10th, it changed to sorry, give me just a second. It's about 25 or 30 minutes. And then the third interview, it was 45 minutes to an hour. And then some other inconsistencies is how much time he spent with Paul riding around. The first time it was 45 minutes to an hour. The next time he talked about riding on the farm anywhere from an hour and a half to 2 hours. And then the inconsistencies, I had the information from Rogan Gibson that he heard Alec. He believed he heard Alec in the background. And on the 3 interviews, Alec had never indicated that he was at the kennels, that he was at the house, either taking a nap, playing on his phone, or watching TV. And this was after dinner.
Question. Was he ever inconsistent about whether or not he went down to the kennel after supper that night?
Yes.
Did he ever say he did go down there after dinner?
He never told me he went down there after dinner.
Never told you.
He told me he took a nap and then he was at the house after dinner. He knew Maggie went to the kennels. At first, he wasn't sure where Paul went, but then he realized that Paul must have gone to the kennels because that's where he found them. But then he stayed at the house, took a nap.
Now, there's been some discussion, and I think your testimony was he brought it up on the 911 case about the boat case.
Yes, sir.
And that happened in what year?
February of 2019.
And was that case null prosequi, dismissed by the Attorney General's office in the after Paul's death? Can you prosecute a dead man?
No, sir, you cannot. And it's my understanding that the Attorney General's office null pros Paul's case in August of 2021.
So that case criminally, like we're in a criminal courtroom, was over.
Yes, sir.
At some point in 2021, in the fall, did a financial investigation begin involving Alex Murdaugh?
Yes, sir.
Would it be fair to say that overlapped with this investigation?
It did.
Would it be fair to say those investigations fed off each other?
They did. From the information that I was learning from that investigation into the finances, it gave me additional people to consider, to look at. And consider even to look at Mr. Murdaugh as, a reason why or why not.
Were there individuals in the financial investigation that you also interviewed in reference to this investigation?
I did.
Did some of that information you learned from interviews or grand jury testimony?
Yes, I did.
Did you then follow up on some of that information?
Yes, I did.
And from August, September of 21 to the summer of 22, were you, as a member of the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, working exclusively or primarily on this case?
That's correct.
And were search warrants still out there you were waiting on?
Yes, sir. There's a multitude of search warrants.
And let's talk just a moment, and I'm about the phones if we could.
Okay.
You, law enforcement, got Maggie Murdaugh's phone when? I mean, when did you actually take physical custody of it?
Maggie Murdaugh's phone was recovered on June 8th, 2021 on the side of Moselle Road.
And what, were you able to do you, law enforcement, you know what I'm talking about, able to get how much information did you get from Maggie's phone in this investigation?
The family gave us, I believe it actually came from Alec or either Buster, but we got access to her phone via her password. So we were able to do a full extraction from her phone.
Full extraction?
Yes, sir.
And some of that is included in the timeline that's already been entered. It's going to be entered by Mr. Waters in a little bit, right?
Yes, sir.
Full extraction.
Full extraction.
Now, how about Alex's phone? Was it initially taken on June 7th or June 8th?
It was not taken on June 7th or June 8th. We got an extraction on June 10th when we met for our second interview. But that, again, that was just a logical extraction, not a full extraction.
Which was, I don't really understand, but that's the surface, right?
That's just a surface.
Off the top. All right. Did you ever get that phone back?
In September, yes, sir.
September. And at that point, was further information attempted to be gathered from Alex Murdaugh's phone?
Yes, sir.
And how successful was that?
Being the time difference between June and September, a lot of the earlier on information had been overwritten. It's just the way the computers work. You have to clear out memory to make room for new memory. So some information had been not erased, but cached out. So we were able to gain some information from the logical in June and compare it to the full extraction that we got in September.
And were you able to determine what had been erased also?
There were some phone calls that had been erased, yes.
Now let's talk about Paul's phone. And to go back in the interview just very briefly on Paul's phone, I'm sorry, Judge, 1 second, I apologize. You would ask him when he turned Paul over and his cell phone popped out. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And what's his answer just a little while ago? I don't know. I mean, when I went up to him, the phone came out, but I don't remember having any intentions of doing anything with the phone.
Well, the first interview, he stated that the phone popped out and then he picked it up and thought about doing something with it, thought better of it and put it back down.
In this interview, he said it came out, right?
Yes.
Now, Paul's phone, did y'all attempt to do, so you had it from June 7th until today?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to do a full extraction on Paul's phone?
We were able to finally do a full extraction in March of 2022.
Okay, March of 2022.
Yes, sir.
What, if any, information came as a result of that extraction after March of 2022?
The kennel video.
That we've all
seen, yes. The kennel video where Paul is videotaping the chocolate lab, and you can hear Maggie and Paul and Alec in there. And that video is time-stamped at 8:44.
Say it again?
8:44 p.m.
And until that day, what day was it? Do you know? Well, if you don't, that's fine. But it came out.
I believe I got the information on April 8th of 2022.
Until that day, and it was extracted. To your knowledge, did anybody else in the world know that was on there except Paul?
Nobody, to my knowledge.
And up until this past, was information in this investigation gathered up through last weekend?
Yes, it is.
What was that?
The General Motors information from Alex's 2021 Suburban.
So SLED from June 7th in combinations with the locals, the feds have been investigating this case nonstop.
That is correct.
Where is it? When is it? I believe there's a housekeeping matter. Paul Shoes moving into evidence 103. I don't believe there's an objection to that. Did they talk about that? It's 103 without objection. Thank you, gentlemen. 36 without objection.
Submitted. Any further questions?
Yes, sir. I don't believe I asked you this, but for the couple of questions. Were there any other credible leads that you've investigated that led you to anybody else beside Alex Murdaugh?
Not credible, no, sir.
Did you follow up with every lead that came in on this case, social media or otherwise?
Yes, we did.
All the SLED did?
Yes, sir. And
Locals?
Collingwood County as well, yes.
Law enforcement really worked together on this case, didn't it?
Yes, we did.
And is the individual that you took this statement from on August 11th of 2021 in the courtroom?
Yes, he is.
Sitting between Mr. Harpootlian and Mr. Griffin?
Yes, sir, in a blue blazer and white shirt.
We'd ask the record so reflect. That's all we have at this time. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Agent.
Good afternoon, sir.
Get my stuff organized here. We've heard you explain, and I think Agent Croft explained about sort of the investigative circle.
Yes, sir.
And I think you talked to Alec about that on the video, that he is in the circle.
Yes, sir.
And he was in the circle from the moment he called 911, correct?
I would say yes.
And no one had to give you any lead to put him in the circle, right?
No, sir. He called 911. He's the one who discovered him. He's closest in relation to him.
So when you're asked about, were you given any other credible leads except the one that led to Alex Murdaugh? I mean, he was there from the moment he called 911.
Yes, sir.
And what has happened over the last year and a half, 2 years is, as you explained, you've been unable to get him out of the circle. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
So if someone's in the circle and can't get themselves out, they end up sitting over there where he is today. That's what happens. Isn't that right?
As long as there's credible evidence to keep them in that circle, yes.
We're going to get to that. Here, SLED failed to take immediate steps. I mean, maybe it's not all SLED, but SLED and the Colleton County Sheriff's Department failed to take immediate steps to preserve evidence that could possibly exclude Alex Murdaugh from that circle. Would you agree with that?
I don't think it was a failure, no, sir.
Well, let's get this right. Your investigation, as I understand it, leads you to conclude that Paul and Maggie were murdered sometime between 8:50 p.m. on June the 7th and 9:06 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And whoever murdered Maggie and Paul would, at a minimum, have in their possession an AR-15 style assault rifle and a 12-gauge shotgun, correct?
Not unless they got rid of it.
Well, the moment they were murdered,
yes,
someone had to have, one person or two people had to have murder weapons, right?
Yes.
Paul was murdered with a 12-gauge, right?
Yes, sir.
You would agree then that the murderer had a 12-gauge shotgun?
Yes.
You would agree that the murderer had some AR-15 style assault weapon that killed Maggie, right?
Yes, sir.
And you would agree at the time they were murdered, they would have those weapons?
Yes.
And would you agree that whoever murdered Maggie and Paul would likely have blood and biological material on them following the shotgun blast that essentially blew Paul's brains out of his head?
They would have some, yes.
And on the night of June the 7th, you said it was after midnight, so we'd go early morning hours, but 1 a.m. on June the 8th, you interviewed Alec, and he told you that he had left Moselle sometime between 9 and 9:10 to check on his mother. Is that right?
That is correct.
So if Alex was the perpetrator, as alleged, he would have had to brutally murder his wife and son sometime after 8:50 p.m. and 9:06, dispose of the murder weapons either somewhere on the Moselle property, within the Moselle residence, along the drive to Alameda, or at his mother's residence or property at Alameda. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, immediately when law enforcement arrived, they secured the immediate murder scene.
That is my understanding, yes.
Down at the kennels. And they eventually thoroughly searched the Moselle residence. There was a search of the Moselle residence the next day, correct?
That is correct.
You know what time that was? Early afternoon, late morning?
That's approximate time, yes.
And no murder weapons were found in the residence, is that correct?
That is correct.
And no murder weapons were found on the property at Moselle, is that correct?
That is correct.
And was a search of the route between Moselle and Alameda ever done?
It wasn't walked from Moselle to Alameda, but it was driven several times.
And you didn't find any weapons there, correct?
No, sir.
And was a search of the waterways along the route done between Moselle and Alameda?
Most waterways, yes.
Excuse me?
Most waterways, I don't know if every single one was searched, but there were several waterways searched.
Now we know from the General Motors OnStar data that was delivered during the middle of this trial that Alec did not stop from the moment he left Moselle to drive to Alameda. Is that correct?
Correct.
You've reviewed that?
Yes.
There's no detours along the way, correct?
No, sir.
And you never searched the Alameda property for any signs of murder evidence, guns, bloody clothes, or anything until well after sometime in mid to late September. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You could have searched Alameda that night, correct?
If I had probable cause to, yes, sir.
Well, was anybody denying consent to search? When I say anybody, Alex Murdaugh gave you carte blanche consent to search anywhere in those properties, did he not?
Yes, he did.
And John Marvin was assisting SLED and facilitating wherever you wanted to look. Wasn't he doing that?
He was, but the night of June 7th, even though Alec was in the circle, basically by default because of his close relationship with the victims and finding them, I did not consider him the main suspect or the only suspect because I had no probable cause and no evidence to support that he killed his wife and son.
Well, if a thorough, tight, quick, prompt investigation had been taken from the Moselle property, the route to Alameda, and the Alameda property, that could have possibly excluded Alec from this circle, couldn't it? If you found no evidence of guns, bloody clothes, or anything, right?
If you know what you're looking for and where to look, and have some type of information that would lead you to that area, yes.
And that opportunity was missed. Would you agree with that?
I wouldn't say it was missed because it wasn't known about, other than several hours later when we get to the bodies and there are no weapons found. It wasn't until the casings and the shot shells were recovered that I actually knew what the calibers were.
No, I get, okay. Pretty clear the night of the murders, Colleton County Sheriff's deputies on the scene recognized the shell casings as being 300 blackouts, correct?
That is what they told me,
okay,
but I want to verify for myself.
Right. And by 6, 7, 8 o'clock the next morning on June 8th, Rogan Gibson had been interviewed where he said, I thought I heard Alex Murdaugh's voice in the background, right?
Yes, sir.
And Alec had told you that he left Moselle and gone to Alameda, right?
Yes.
And so as of the late morning of June the 8th, well, let me back up. That first interview with Alec, you state that he did not inform you that he was down at the kennels after dinner, right?
That is correct.
And you get information from Rogan Gibson that contradicted that.
Yes.
And Alex Murdaugh is in the middle of the circle on the morning of June the 8th.
Well, I still needed to build a timeline because speaking with Alec, he was giving me some times and I needed to build that timeline, and not having that coupled with Rogan's statement that he was 100% sure he was on the phone with Paul. He was 100% sure that he heard Maggie. He was only 99% sure, even though it's a great percentage. He said he was 99% sure it was Alec. I needed to gather some more information before I just go back and confront Alec on that.
Sure. Well, tell me what the thought process was behind searching the Moselle residence. What were you looking for?
Any types of ammunition. It was 300 blackout. We had the 12 gauge shot shells. We know that it's hunting goes on out there of all types. In the shed, there was some additional ammunition that was in a bucket. Needed to see what type of ammunition or firearms were in the house to try to get documentation of what was missing, what was there.
And why was Agent McAllister looking in the tubs and in the drains for guns?
Why was she?
Yeah.
You'll have to ask her. I wasn't there.
I mean, it's obvious that you were searching to see if there any evidence of blood in the house. I mean, you'd want to do that, right?
Yes.
Because Alex in the circle and he had been to the house.
Yes, sir.
Alex in the circle and he'd been to Alameda, right?
Yes, sir.
And no one went to Alameda to look for guns, or blood or bloody clothes, did they?
Not that day, no, sir.
Would you agree that was an opportunity missed?
For Almeida, yes.
Now, we talked about the murder weapons. You would expect that the murder weapons would also have on them, at least the shotgun, the 12 gauge that killed Paul, would have some biological material, blood on the shotgun. Fair enough?
Fair enough.
And the assault weapon and the shotgun would have GSR on it, would it not?
Yes.
And if someone was transporting shotgun with blood on it and a rifle with GSR on it, and you got their vehicle, you would look for signs of that in their vehicle, would you not?
Yes.
And that was done here, was it not?
It was done on Suburban and the Mercedes, yes.
Excuse me?
It was done on the Suburban and the Mercedes, yes.
Yeah, and so there's nothing in the Suburban, there's no blood in the back where people would possibly carry guns. And when I say the back, I'm talking the back.
Cargo area, yes.
Yeah. There's no evidence of blood back there, right?
No, sir.
No evidence of GSR back there, was there?
No, sir.
There's no evidence of blood or GSR in the second or third seats, correct?
No, sir.
And the only GSR found in the Suburban was one speck on a a seat belt buckle, right?
That is correct.
And there was one drip of blood confirmed on the steering wheel that comes back with Maggie's DNA. Is that right?
Yes.
And we know from the General Motors stuff we just got during the trial that Suburban never went down to the kennels until after Alec came back from Almeida. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So can we rule out that Alec put any guns from the murder in the back of the Suburban?
Unless it was wrapped in something.
Okay. And have you found anything it was wrapped in?
We have a blue raincoat that has numerous particles of GSR in it.
Let's talk about that blue raincoat for a second.
Sure.
You got information about a blue tarp from interviewing or SLED agents interviewing Shelley Smith. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you're doing a search sometime in September at Almeida for this blue tarp, you find a blue rain jacket rolled up in a closet, right?
I believe it was balled up. Yes, sir.
You say balled up. And you were there during the search, right?
Yes, sir.
And you also found a tarp somewhere else on the property, right? Excuse me, in the attic or somewhere.
Yes, sir. It was on the second floor, folded up in a tote in a closet with other things on top of the tote.
And so this blue rain jacket, you showed it to Shelley Smith there, and you say, is this what you were talking about?
I showed her a picture.
You showed a picture to Shelley Smith?
I showed a picture to Shelley Smith to ask her if it was the similar color.
And when did you show Shelley Smith that picture?
I believe it was last month.
Last month. So was it during trial?
No, sir.
Is it preparing for trial?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. But you had not shown her that before Alex Murdaugh had been indicted for murder, right?
No, sir.
But you had shown that blue rain jacket to a number of people to see if they recognized it.
I showed it to family members to see if they recognized it as being Alec, Maggie, Paul's, Buster's, or anybody else in the family.
And not a single family member recognized that blue rain jacket.
No, they did not.
And Shelley Smith described the tarp as she saw it laying out on Ms. Libby's retirement rocking chair, and it was a tarp, right?
She told me that it was a blue vinyl type looking tarp type material. and that Alec came in and it was folded up or balled up in his arms. And then after he left, she noticed it laying on the chair.
And so you showed her a picture of this balled up rain jacket and said, is it this color? Is that what you did?
I asked her, I knew she wasn't going to be able to identify the raincoat because the picture I showed her was it from our lab where it's opened up and spread out. And she's telling me that it was balled up. So I know she's not going to be able to identify the raincoat, but she can at least identify or attempt to identify the color.
I mean, you read reports of her interview and probably saw her entire interview by video, did you not?
Yes.
And you understand that she said she saw that thing 2 times, right?
I don't recall that. So
you don't recall her?
Well, the 2 times with Alec coming in with it and then seeing it on the chair.
Yeah. And it wasn't balled up when she saw it on the chair. That's not the report you received, right?
No, but it also wasn't spread out, opened up like it was in the picture that I showed her.
She didn't tell you it was spread out, opened up on the retirement chair?
She told me it was laid across the chair is the information that I received.
Wasn't balled up though, right?
No, sir.
Yeah, you didn't show her a picture of the rain jacket, right?
I did show her a picture of the rain jacket.
As balled up?
No, sir.
You showed her a picture of the rain jacket that was open?
I believe I showed it. I'm not sure. I know I showed her the picture of it opened up to see if she recognized the color.
Okay. I think the jury will remember what she testified about, but.
Sustained.
And you know that rain jacket did not have any blood. I mean, it tested for blood. There's no blood on it, right?
I'm aware of that, yes, sir.
Okay. And if someone had wrapped up shotgun killing Paul in that rain jacket, you expect to find blood, would you not?
At least DNA, yes.
Well, there's no DNA either, right?
Yes.
So there's no DNA and no blood in that rain jacket, right?
There's no DNA, yes.
And you know it was tested with LCV and there was no presumptive sign of blood there, right?
Correct.
So are you willing to agree that it doesn't look like that rain jacket was used to carry any murder weapons on the night of June the 7th?
They had weapons in them. I would believe that they had weapons in them at some time because there was GSR in them.
Yeah. And we don't know if that was 5 years ago, 3 years ago, 1 year ago, do we?
Correct.
We do know from folks working on the investigation that you're leading is there's no blood or no DNA in that rain jacket.
Correct.
And you know from your experience that there would be blood on the shotgun, and if you're wrapping it up in that jacket, you're going to have blood on the jacket, right?
You would believe that there would be blood or DNA on the barrel of the shotgun, but until you actually have it to test it, I can't sit here and say, yes, it would be there.
Okay. And we know it wasn't cleaned off because if it had been washed off, the GSR would have been washed off, correct?
If they wipe the exterior of the barrel for blood or DNA, but it still doesn't wipe off the particles that are in the barrel that could fall down and out.
All right. And let's talk about washdown. Did you notice any wet spots in the back of the Suburban?
No, sir.
You notice any wet spots in the back seat of the Suburban?
No, sir.
Did it look like the Suburban, anything wet had been placed in the Suburban?
No, sir.
And if Alex Murdaugh had cleaned up after committing these horrendous murders, wouldn't you expect to find some trace evidence of blood somewhere in the house, if that's where it occurred?
If he cleaned up in the house, yes.
And did you find any trace evidence of blood in the house indicated Alec had cleaned up?
If he cleaned up in the house, no.
So the answer is no, you didn't find any trace evidence of blood in the house. Is that correct?
No, sir.
That's not correct?
There was no trace evidence of blood found in the house, no.
Thank you. Did you find any blood on the carpet, floors, or anywhere throughout the house?
No, sir.
Now let's talk about Alex's clothes. On July 7th, 2021, you obtained a Snapchat video of Alex in khakis and this short sleeve dress shirt taken by Paul sometime on June the 7th. Is that correct?
I did not receive it on June the 7th, but I did receive it, yes.
Do you have notes when you received it?
There was a Snapchat, well, it was an extraction from his phone, from Paul's phone, and then we did a search warrant to Snapchat to get that video.
And you got the video in early July 2021?
I believe that's when we got it back.
And Agent, it may not be in your narrative, your case management notes, but
I don't see it indicated in my notes, but I know I did not get that Snapchat video the night of June the 7th or the early morning hours of June the 8th.
no, I said July. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Can
We
you
got
recall-
we got it a couple weeks after. Yes.
Yeah. So by early July, you had the Snapchat video.
Yes.
And it's in the evidence as Exhibit 306. Will you please just pull it up, Doug, and let's freeze it, stop it right there. Now, is this the same video that you showed Alec during the August 11th, 2021 interview that the jury and all of us just watched?
It appears to be the same one. Yes.
I mean, and you're pointing out to Alec in that interview, you know, here's a picture of you in these clothes, and when did you change? That was your question, right?
Yes, sir.
And his answer was, I don't really remember when I changed. Is that right?
That is correct.
And looks like he's wearing khaki pants, right?
Yes.
And it looks like a dress shirt. And I think that's what you called it in the interview. Is that right?
Yes.
Would you agree it looks like a blue dress shirt?
It's a light blue. Yes.
Okay. And you agree that on August the 11th, at the conclusion of the interview, you essentially confronted him. Did you kill Maggie? Did you kill Paul? And he asked, am I a suspect? That happened on August 11th. Is that right?
Yes, it did.
And you said, I got to go where the evidence leads me. Is
Yes.
that right? And you testified here today that on that date, Alex Murdaugh was the one and only suspect.
He was the only known suspect at that time. Yes.
And I think you testified that that you had interviewed Blanca, or you got some information from Blanca, but where Blanca had talked about a conversation she had with Alec after this interview on August 11th.
It was sometime later. Yes.
And Alec was asking during this conversation with Blanca, you know, what do you remember I'm wearing?
Nature for the objection.
State v. Sweet, self-serving hearsay it calls for. He's asking him what the defendant said.
Objection sustained.
Did you learn in the course of your investigation that after you confronted Alec as being suspect and showing him this video that he questioned Blanca about what he was wearing that day? Is that fair?
Yes.
up until August 11th, Alec had given you carte blanche to search anywhere, anytime on any property he had. Is that right?
That is correct.
And on August 11th, he was encouraging you to try to get information from General Motors, and he would do whatever he could to facilitate that exchange, right?
Yes.
And up until August 11th, I mean, you'd reached out to Alec, me, John Marvin, whenever you need to go on property to do anything, and you always got consent, correct?
That is correct.
And anything you asked, for the most part, it was provided.
Yes.
At no time prior to August the 11th, 2021, did you ask Alex Murdaugh, where's that blue shirt? Where are those khaki pants? Where are those shoes? Did you?
No, sir, I did not.
And you have never asked him for that blue shirt, those tan shoes, and those khaki pants, have you?
No, sir.
And the reason you didn't, because you weren't concerned about those clothes. Your investigation has been focused since early June on the T-shirt he was wearing, the shorts he was wearing, and the shoes he was wearing at the time he called 911, right?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And you were actively investigating whether or not the T-shirt had evidence of high-velocity blood spatter, which you would expect to find on someone who was shooting Paul.
Backspatter, yes.
Backspatter. And your agency, in fact, engaged an expert out of state to give his assessment on whether there was high-velocity backspatter on the T-shirt, shorts, or any part of the clothing, right?
Yes, we asked an individual to examine it to look for backspatter.
And that was after it had been sprayed with, the shirt had been sprayed with LCV to see if there was any indication of blood on the shirt.
Yes.
Okay. And I noticed that you opened up in these exhibit boxes. I mean, you opened up, pulled out Alec's shoes, you pulled out Alec's shorts. Mr. Meadows paraded shorts around the courtroom. But you didn't pull out the shirt, is that correct?
No, sir.
Because the shirt is turned purple completely, has it not?
Yes.
Okay, and that was from treating it with this LCV.
That is correct.
Okay.
That is my understanding.
Right. Now, when you presented this case to the Colleton County Grand Jury to obtain a true bill indictment, you testified under oath that an expert had found multiple.
Is he talking about grand jury presentation? Carlton County, you can't, it's not a record of a county grand jury.
I didn't hear the complete question. It sounds objectionable, but let me hear the question.
Well, let me lay a foundation. Mr. Agent Owen, before you testified before the Colleton County Grand Jury, you prepared an outline of your presentation, did you not?
I did.
And in that outline, you identified essentially a narrative of what you were going to tell the grand jury, correct?
Yes.
And did you follow that narrative?
For the most part, yes.
And in that narrative, didn't you state that an expert found multiple particles of blood spatter on the shoulders and front of Alec's shirt? Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And is that what you told the Colleton County Grand Jury?
Yes.
However, what SLED and this expert out in Oklahoma overlooked is Agent Zapata's confirmatory blood testing, about which she testified earlier in this trial, that out of 74 cuttings from Alec's T-shirt, 0 tested positive for human blood. Y'all completely overlooked the fact that when you did human tracing tests to confirm whether it's blood, it came up negative. And wasn't that overlooked?
I had never seen that report.
Well, when did you see the report?
November of 2022.
After Alec had been indicted and months from trial, is that right?
Yes.
Now, a couple of things. You talked about on the tape that we just saw when you interviewed Alec. You told him that there's no unknown DNA taken from the crime scene. Do you remember that on the tape?
At that time, yes.
Making that representation?
Yes.
That was August 11th?
Yes, sir.
2021. On August 11th, 2021, did you know that there was unknown DNA of a male obtained from Maggie's fingernail clipping?
I believe what it was explained to me is there was one allele under the fingernail, which is not enough for confirmatory test on the DNA.
Okay. What did you hear in court? There are 3 alleles?
I heard that it was one.
And another thing, what was tested for DNA? Do you remember?
I do not have that report in front of me, so I'm not going to attempt to speak on that right now.
Yes. Well,
there was a multitude of items. I know that.
Well, let's start with Alex shirt was tested for DNA, was it not?
Yes.
Maggie's clothes were not tested for DNA, were they?
No, they were not.
Paul's clothes were not tested for DNA, were they?
No, they were not.
Now, in your communication with Mr. Bevel out in Oklahoma, at one point in time, he asked you to look into whether there was a blood mark in Paul's pocket and whether there was a matching blood mark on the outside of Paul's pocket. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Was any DNA testing done of that area?
No, sir.
But Alex's shirt was DNA tested front and back, right?
Correct.
But Alex wasn't the victim of any crime on the night of June the 7th, was he?
Not to my knowledge, no.
So why are you testing Alex Murdaugh's clothes for DNA? What are you expecting to find?
Evidence to include or exclude him.
Okay, so he had told you that he had gone up to the bodies of Paul and Maggie, right?
Yes.
Okay. And what DNA result would have excluded him?
Well, sorry, the lack of any other DNA would have excluded him.
All right. So you didn't find any other DNA except, I guess, Nolan Tootin when he hugged him that night, right?
Correct.
So did that exclude him?
Well, the shirt wasn't our only piece of evidence.
Well, the shorts. Did you find any?
The shorts weren't our only piece of evidence.
I'm trying to focus on DNA.
Okay.
So the DNA didn't really add much whatsoever. Is that correct?
Correct.
In fact, it certainly support conclusion that he could not have been wearing those clothes at the time Paul was murdered, right?
That's a distinct possibility, yes.
Well, we already talked about, and the jury's already seen how gruesome Paul's injuries were. They've seen the blood in the feed room, and they've seen everything that is unimaginable. There was no DNA found on Alex's shirt from Paul, was there? Except for the little piece down
there
the
was
hem.
some DNA of Paul on that shirt, yes.
There was just a little piece at the hem, is that right?
I believe there was one other spot, but yes.
In your outline to the Colleton County Grand Jury, it indicates on page 18 that you found DNA in the areas of spatter that were identified belonging to Alec, Maggie, and Paul. Do you remember that?
Yes, and that was from the report that I had in my possession.
And was that accurate?
Now that I have that hemotrace report, the hemotrace indicates the parts that she tested, no human blood was found.
So you didn't know at the time, but you know now that what you told the Colleton County Grand Jury was not correct. Is that fair?
In reference to the shirt, correct.
Talk about a few other things right quick. On the night of early morning hours of June the 8th, you obtained Alex's clothes, his shirt, shorts, shoes, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned in your testimony that you wanted to get them there and then, but Buster was coming to the house, and so you graciously allowed Alec to go greet his son, and then you went up and got his clothes, correct?
Yes.
And when you got his shirt, did you, well, let me back up. You were standing in the doorway as he was changing?
Yes.
So you could see him changing?
When he took his shorts off, I gave him some privacy.
And then he came out and dropped the shorts in a bag?
Yes. I can't remember if he dropped them in there or if he handed them to me and then I put them in there.
And if he handed them you would have had latex gloves on for sure, right?
Yes.
And did you put the shorts in one bag?
Yes.
And then drop the T-shirt in another bag?
Yes.
Okay. And the shoes, I guess, in a third bag?
Yes, sir.
And did that happen sort of in the hallway?
That happened right there while I was standing in the doorway, yes.
Okay. And at the time, Alec was wearing, I guess, sort of like gym shorts or something he'd put on?
He put on clothes after he had changed, yes.
Do you remember what kind of clothes he put on? Like,
not exactly, no, sir.
were they
No.
shorts?
I don't recall what he put on afterwards.
Was it a T-shirt?
I do not recall what he put on afterwards.
Can you say for sure it wasn't a pair of khaki pants? Can you say for sure it was not a pair of khaki pants?
I do not know what he put on afterwards.
Okay. Now, we've heard about a pair of khaki pants laying on the floor in the bathroom. Did SLED, Agent McAllister, anyone ever sees a pair of khaki pants from the house?
Not to my knowledge.
One of the things that you testified to, and I just want to see if we can clear it up. I don't. You stated in your testimony that Alec indicated he attempted to contact Nolan Tootin that night. Are you sure it was Nolan and it wasn't Rogan?
He contacted Nolan Tootin that night and attempted to contact Rogan Gibson that night.
Okay. And you also mentioned that as you're driving from Charleston, it's intermittently raining, sometimes hard, sometimes not so hard.
Yes, sir.
And then when you got to Moselle, it looked like it had been raining. Sometimes it rained hard, sometimes not so hard.
Yes, sir.
And wasn't it true that rain was dripping off the rooftop of the kennels and above the feed room onto Paul's body?
That's the fair assessment.
And on his body, and then it was washing down the concrete pad. I mean, that's fair assessment also, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And if the jury has seen in this trial photos of puddles of water that may look like blood, it's very easily explainable that it came from the rain dropping on Paul's body, right?
Yes.
I think you covered it. Alex Murdaugh called you multiple times, June and July and early August, asking for an update. Did he not?
We communicated. Sometimes it was via text and sometimes it was via phone call.
You're right. And not only did he want an update for himself, but he also kept wanting you to update Maggie's parents as well.
And I met with Maggie's parents, yes.
Sure. But Alex was requesting that of you, was he not?
Well, he was requesting that of me, yes, but I also intended to meet with Maggie's parents regardless if he requested it or not.
Okay. And you're also aware that Alec and Buster and his family put up a reward for tips.
I knew a reward was offered. It was under my impression that it came from the law firm, but I know that a reward was offered of $100,000 with an expiration date.
And in the interview of August 11th, one of the questions that Alec had of you was essentially whether Maggie and or Paul suffered.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And I think you told them that if they did, it wasn't for very long, a matter of seconds. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, let me talk about the shot shells. The shot shells that were found in the feed room where Paul was murdered. There was a buckshot and I think it was Winchester dry lock waterfowl.
Yes, sir.
That's not turkey load, right?
I was told it was turkey load at first. I'm not a hunter. I'm not 100% sure. I know it was small pellets and big pellets.
Right.
I know the difference between small pellets and buckshot.
And that after, okay. So you were operating lead investigator under the impression that it was buckshot and turkey load, right?
Yes. Someone told me that night that it was turkey load.
And turns out it wasn't turkey load. You agree with that?
I agree.
Okay. And I think Agent Croft got involved because of his knowledge of firearms and shot shells and the works, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you mentioned that in the interview, you told Alec that that there were multiple guns found on the property that were loaded with buckshot and turkey load. Do you remember that?
I believe I used buckshot, birdshot.
Okay. Well, I mean, Agent Croft had testified, but can you identify any weapons that were loaded with buckshot and birdshot that were found in the house?
Repeat the question.
Can you identify any weapons found in the house at Moselle that were loaded with buckshot and birdshot?
No, sir.
Now, when you told Alec that there were multiple weapons loaded with that same load, buckshot and birdshot, I mean, was that an investigative tool, or were you just under the misimpression that that was the case?
Investigative tool.
So you lied to him?
I'm allowed to use trickery to elicit a response.
I understand. And so you're trying to trick him. Agreed?
I'm allowed to use trickery to elicit a response. Yes.
Okay. And you're allowed to do it, and you did it.
Yes.
But you also testified under oath in front of the state grand jury. You said basically the same thing, that there were 4 shotguns on the Moselle property and they were loaded with buckshot and turkey load.
Yes.
Now, were you mistaken then, or were you trying to trick the state grand jury?
No, I was not trying to trick the state grand jury.
You were mistaken.
No.
What,
The shotguns that we recovered from the house had 2 different loads in them. They weren't Winchester or Federal. They had different loads in them. So when I tell the state grand jury that there's different loads in the shotguns, there were different loads in the shotgun.
So you're saying you weren't telling them that it was buckshot and turkey load, but you were telling them it was just different brand names of something.
I may have used buckshot and turkey load or birdshot, but they were 2 different loads.
Well, I think we established that SLED did not find any weapons at the house with buckshot and turkey loaded in, right?
That is correct.
I'm gonna show you page 48, line 7 through 14 of your statewide grand jury testimony. Hey, gentlemen, do you recognize that to be a copy of your state grand jury testimony?
Yes, I do.
And what date was that given?
Tuesday, November 16th, 2021.
All right. And if you'll go to the page I had open, and I tell you, I'm going to read the question. If you'll read the response, it says, at line 7, all right. And were all of them, to your recollection, loaded that like that? And your answer was?
They were loaded in a similar fashion.
Question, in a similar fashion?
Yes, sir.
Question, with 1 turkey load and 1 buckshot load?
Response, yes, sir.
All right, thank you. And that was not accurate, correct?
Correct.
I mean, people do make mistakes, do they not?
Yes, they do make mistakes.
And people make mistakes about time frequently. Is that right?
I would believe that would be the most mistake made is time.
Okay. And here, you were asked to identify inconsistencies with Alex's statements to you, and the one that you pointed out was times. Do you recall that?
Well, the inconsistencies is they kept changing.
Well, that's right. I mean, you said that he said on June 8th he was at his mother's for, quote, a little while. And then you said he changed it on June 10th to 25 to 30 minutes. Do you remember testifying to that?
I do.
And then you said on August the 11th, he said he was there 45 minutes to an hour.
Yes.
Okay. And you found that those were inconsistent.
Well, there was a difference between 20 to 30 minutes and 45 minutes to an hour.
Well, let's work on that. He left well, let me tell you, he told you that he left the Moselle property between 9 and 9:10, did he not?
He showed me his text messages and it was narrowed down to 9:06. Yes.
All right. So he clearly told
9:04, 9:06.
So on the night of June 7th, early morning hours of June 8th, he told you, looking at the text message, I left here at 9:06. Is that right?
Correct.
And he got back when he called 911 about 10:06, right?
Correct.
And so he was gone to his mother's almost an hour, was he not?
He was away from Moselle for an hour, but my question to him was, how long were you at your mother, or how long were you at Amita?
And in your investigation, as we established in my cross-examination of you moments, well, I don't know how long I've been standing here, a few minutes ago, it's your investigative belief that Maggie and Paul were murdered sometime between 8:50 and 9:06, correct?
Yes.
So for your investigative purposes, does it make any difference if he's at his mother's house 25 minutes, 35 minutes? Obviously, he couldn't be there an hour and make it back and call 911, but I mean, isn't that really not material? How long he was at his mom's?
If I'm trying to build a timeline, yes, it is.
Well, your timeline is, you're focused on is 8:50 to 9:06, right?
Well, my timeline and what we're talking about is how long he was away from the house when he says he went to Alameda. So he leaves Moselle at approximately 9:06 is when he sends the text to Maggie. And the 911 call comes in at 10:06. So I know he's away from Moselle for an hour. And he says he goes to Alameda. How long did you spend at Alameda?
Right.
He tells me 20 to 30 minutes. Then he goes 45 minutes to an hour.
I see. I got it. So it's possible that he was only at Alameda for 5 minutes and he was spending the other time hiding evidence. I mean, I understand that would be what you're looking at, right?
Yes.
But General Motors has sent their records in and we know he went straight to Alameda and goes straight back, right?
That is true. But if you look at the GPS points that came from General Motors, one of them puts him way in the backyard of Alameda.
Right.
Not in the driveway or where it's normal for them to park.
In the backyard at the door where Miss Shelley Smith says he knocked on.
I believe that point's closer to Miss Libby's work shed.
Okay, we'll get there. Okay. But we know from phone records, essentially when he got there, like 9:22, correct?
Yes, sir. I believe that's the time, yes.
And we know from the GM telemetry data and the GM OnStar and other records, what time he left, about 9:45, right?
Yes.
And so we know exactly how long he was there.
Yes.
But the fact that he couldn't recall whether he and Paul rode around for an hour and a half, two and a half hours, you found that significant in your investigation?
Yes.
Now, you also testified that that in the fall of 2021, there started up a financial investigation into Alex financial dealings. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you said that overlapped and fed off each other with what your murder investigation was doing?
Yes, it involved Alec.
Right. So
we were looking at the totality of the circumstances and seeing if there was any paths that crossed or.
Okay. Well, I tell you what, I'll skip one part. In your interview, and as of August 11th, you told us that you had excluded everyone from the circle who had come in to the circle except for Alec, and he was your one and only suspect at that point in time.
Yes.
And you talked about interviewing CB Rowe and him telling you where he was on June 7th, right?
Yes.
But you found out he lied to you about where he was on June 7th, right?
Yeah, he came forward and was honest with us without us even approaching him.
All right. But he was initially told you one thing about where he was, subsequently told you I was not honest about where I was.
Yes, he didn't want Mr. Murdaugh to know that he was looking for another job and fear of being fired.
Okay. But part of this financial investigation that overlapped, you developed information that Alec was stealing money from a law firm, client money to support a drug addiction, did you not?
That's what was purported, that it was for a drug addiction, yes.
And you learned through your investigation that Alec was paying up to $50,000 a week to a guy named Curtis Eddie Smith for drugs, right?
That's what was told to us, yes.
And you learned through this investigation what was told to you that Eddie was buying these drugs from other folks, members of Sandhill Drug Gang, right?
Yes.
And the Sandhill Drug Gang was a precursor to the Cowboys drug ring, right?
I'm not familiar with the Cowboys, but that's what I've been told, yes.
And you learned that Eddie owed these drug gang members a lot of money for drugs that were sold to Alec, didn't you?
I believe the information came into that they weren't worried about what was owed because they knew they were going to get paid.
That came to you after the Maggie and Paul were murdered, right?
That came to us after September-ish incident as well.
And did you ever conduct a cell phone analysis of these drug gang members to see where they were on the night of June the 7th?
I didn't have their phone numbers. In my experience, that they don't keep the same phone numbers. They use what's called burner phones. But we also did an analysis around Moselle, trying to encompass anybody else coming in, and that information did not pan out. There was only 2 people identified, and they were emergency first responders.
And you're talking about the geofencing stuff?
Yes, sir.
Well, did you ever obtain any DNA samples from these drug gang members to see if they matched Maggie's fingernail?
No, sir.
And you really never put them in the circle, did you?
The investigation into that, in my understanding, I'm not investigating the drug aspect. That investigation is still ongoing from my understanding.
One second, y'all.
Ladies and gentlemen, if y'all would go to the jury room for a break.
Well, that didn't go well. Hi, Susan.
I don't believe anything they say. Not a stupid fucking thing they say. Nothing. Did you ever think Sled was this stupid?
Well, I don't just
you have
anybody
this idea.
Stupid.
You have an idea that these are some very professional people. Well, that guy right there needs to be fired. Never receive another fucking paycheck. I'm so damn mad right now I can't see straight. This is ridiculous. The fucker's going to get by with it. He's going to get by with it.
Yeah, that was
I can't believe what I just heard. I cannot.
And I have a feeling that they're going to do that thing where they're just like, oh yeah, our next witness is going to take a lot longer, so like we're good. Like they do every damn day. And they really need to divert some attention off of that. That was ridiculous.
Oh, how are they going to get out of this? How are they going to get out of this?
Sister of Maggie Murdaugh.
I do
Well,
not
number
see.
one, I'll mute that for everybody. Number one, they're going to have to show something that they didn't necessarily lie to the grand jury, or maybe it was just a somehow the lead investigator didn't have all of his shit, which makes no sense to me whatsoever.
Oh, hey, Devious. I just saw you here. No way.
You're real angry. I tried to put her comment
50 grand on pills? What do you mean 50 grand on pills? Who the fuck eats $50, 50 grand of pills a week?
a week. Right. That's what I'm saying. This drug problem for one single person was outrageously expensive.
Yeah, if you want to commit a crime, Devious, go to South Carolina, because these are the dumbest motherfuckers you ever seen in your life. Ever.
Oh, yeah, that was rough.
Unbelievable.
Quinny, who are you watching that was going nuts? I'm just curious because I was trying to kind of look up a couple of the other lawyers I know to see what their reaction was to it. And I hadn't really seen much. So it definitely is not good for the state. This is not a good witness for them. They spent the majority of the time they had with this witness playing that interrogation that was boring as sin. And now they have come in defense hotter than hell on cross-examination and have just ripped the state to pieces as far as I'm concerned. So how's everyone in here besides mad? I think that's it. Well, we were bored, Quinny, bored and falling asleep. And now we're pissed. Top Hats. On cross, that man did outright admit he gave the grand jury wrongful information. I think it was the defense last question about that. Yeah, he absolutely did. I mean, he's saying that that was the reports he had. So he's kind of inferring that he didn't lie to them. He gave them the information he had at the time, which is incorrect information. But again, he also says he didn't see that report until November of just this last year. So I don't know how truthful that is.
Oh my gosh. Devious.
That's just terrible.
Wow. So with him in it, so what are they going to investigate now? Yeah, it makes no. See, don't you have this idea that somebody who has a certain kind of job has some kind of knowledge of that job?
Right.
That guy is an idiot. Can you believe the things he said are so infuriating? I cannot even believe I'm hearing it. And then he wants to come off cocky. Guess what, motherfucker? No. Don't be all fucking cocky like you know what you're talking about. You're the one who screwed this up, you stupid dickhead. God.
Well, I would think it's a collection of them, to be honest with you, because he didn't just go into that grand jury and say a bunch of shit that the state didn't know he was going to say. And they just kind of tried to bury that and act like that never happened, knowing full well the defense could bring it up.
He's caught lying to the grand jury. Admitted to it right there. What do you think that says? Where is your credibility? Even if you didn't talk about a raincoat that could damn well been my raincoat. What does that raincoat have to do with anything on earth? It doesn't. Let's pretend we're going to forget about the raincoat. But then you straight say you lied to the grand jury. What the hell are we doing over here? This is a joke. How embarrassing.
Yes. And that's the thing, the raincoat thing, it very well could have something to do with it. Okay. It could, but they can't prove that it did. So leave it out, because now
they can't prove who it belongs to.
Yeah. They can't prove anything about the raincoat.
Who the fuck knows whose it belongs to?
You should have just nixed that from your entire situation if you can't prove anything about
that. Could be Sunflower Killer's fucking coat. Who the hell knows?
Sunflower. Yeah, did it have sunflower DNA on it? Did anybody test
Nobody
it?
has any idea. It could have been my coat. They don't know who it belongs to. So what difference does it matter what they found on the damn thing, which they really didn't find anything incriminating. Gunpowder residue does not necessarily mean it's incriminating. That it could have come anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
They're shooting shit all the time over there. Guess what?
Right,
it doesn't matter. It's not his coat. If it is, do we have a picture of him wearing it? Do we have a picture of him wearing any kind of raincoat?
Right.
No.
Yeah, no, they should have left that out entirely because it just makes them look stupid. honestly. And they could very well like just know it in their soul, in their heart, that he was wearing the damn thing. It doesn't, they can't prove it. So it doesn't matter. It's not what you think or know. It's what you can actually prove to a jury. And they can't prove that.
That's exactly right. They may know, they may believe with everything in their gut that he wrapped those guns up in that damn raincoat and hauled it over there. They may believe that more than anything. There is no proof of any of that. So why drag that stupid? How long did we sit here losing our minds with that stupid raincoat anyway? And it doesn't mean anything.
Right.
And then you have Mr. Motherfucking Idiot straight admit to lying to the grand jury. So that means we can't believe anything you say.
Right. That's my point, is they took away that guy's credibility entirely.
100%.
So I don't think the jury's going to have a hard time believing anything he says if he says he already lied to a jury. He has.
But you lied under oath. You're not just a liar. You lied under oath.
Right. Exactly.
And don't act like you ask any kind of good trick questions. They were stupid.
Top Hats, I don't know about that for sure. If anything, it's impeachment. Basically you're saying he said one thing before and now he's saying another. Because I don't know that you could get it. I don't know that you could get it to the level to say that the grand jury never would have indicted without that information. Like, you have to be able to prove that that information would have changed their minds entirely. And I doubt that would do that. But if anything, again, it throws his credibility out the door. So you'd be looking, like I said,
well, and you can make mistakes, but you can't sit there and say you told him something and it wasn't true. And that's what he just said.
Right, exactly.
And what they try to do is just leave that part out of this. Like, they weren't going to ask him about it. Did they really think? They just tried to leave the whole shirt out.
Right.
Why didn't they at least bring it up themselves?
Right. That would have been a much smarter way to try to handle that, at least. Even with the DNA lady, probably. Not even with this guy. Bring it up with the DNA lady. Yes, originally, our preliminary results. And I do think that she did say things that were similar to that. But their DNA lady was incredibly difficult to follow. She did not explain things in a simplified, dumbed down manner as many times as they asked her to. She just decided that she doesn't do that. So that did make it a little more difficult. But
yeah, we have a lot of weapons too, but they are not willy-nilly thrown about.
Right. That's crazy.
No, we are very responsible with them. But the thing is, you cannot pretend. Who knows? Maybe some gang member did a drive-by wearing that raincoat. When you don't know who it belongs to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you need to leave it
Then
alone.
it doesn't matter what's on it.
I did
don't
hear
know.
that he said, well, we did some type of analysis of all the pings on those cell towers around that area, and we didn't get anything. Why have they not brought that up? How come that wasn't talked about?
By the state.
Right. To say, well, we did this.
That's what I'm saying.
I get it could have been. So it could have very well been an assassin who sounds like Alex, who was expecting 2 guns to be available to him, unlocked somewhere, to sneak in and turn his cell phone off. I mean, you could go that route if you really wanted to, but the state needs to continue to hammer down on the fact that it could be this mysterious guy, but here's the 1,000 different coincidences that have to happen in order for that to be the truth. And I don't feel like they're doing that.
And
They're
why
doing
are
this
they
all the
not
coincidences
saying?
that have to make it Alex, and they don't even necessarily have to mean anything.
Why won't they bring up the fact that he should have said, hold on a second, you have somebody else's voice there? Because there was nobody else, to my knowledge, that was there that night. Mm-hmm. That is, right before they died, who was there? He should have said, who was there? Let me listen and see if I can recognize a voice. You guys need to have this analyzed up and down all over downtown, because that has to be somebody looked into. A bare minimum. No, he didn't say that because it's him. And they won't even bring that up. They're not even saying, would you like to hear it? Wouldn't you assume that this person is a very likely suspect? They don't even say it. So don't act like your tricky questions did shit to anything. He's stupid. He's stupid.
What was tricky about it? I mean, I know I was having some internet issues, so maybe I missed the trickery. But
I don't even know what he tried to. Yeah, he's allowed to play tricks or whatever. Just shut up. You don't know how to play him good. You didn't do anything that helped anybody. You sat there and acted. He had his ass right there in that interview. Okay. He had that guy right there in that interview. All he had to do was finish that up. Because what was he going to say? He should have said, "Do you want to hear it?" Because we certainly don't know of anybody else that was here that night. Nope, just okay, all done here. Right, that's exactly right. Top hats, that's exactly right. Right. If you're going to lie, then hold on, I do not know what this boy has done. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. This boy just pushed the find the remote button, and I could just hear something ringing, and I could not figure out what was ringing. Wow. How did you like? That's a back of mom's property and no one sells hits a lower night. Right. Exactly. That's what we were talking about that. How do you like how stupid that guy was? How much I want to blame him for everything and I hate his guts. He admitted to lying. I hate him. I hate his guts. These people piss me off so bad.
Can I ask him when Eddie Smith came into the investigation?
You want to ask them questions?
Well, I didn't want to do anything to mistrial, and I was surprised that came up.
I understand, and I agree with you. But now is not the time for you to, in the middle of his cross-examination, to bring the jury.
Oh, they're dropping the ball big time. Big time. Like, they all need to be fired. What happened, though? They're trying to call mistrial again? What happened now? Probably because the state are stupid. Well, like I said, Top Hats, they never said that Eddie couldn't come in. They said he can't talk about that shooting. I still believe he's coming in. What are we talking mistrial for again? No, that's what I think, Top Hat. You know what? Believe me, I don't have any idea what the hell is going on. I didn't mean to come off snappy. I'm just pissed. I'm not angry with anybody here.
You may continue.
Just a few loose ends, Agent Owen. In your investigation, you did not identify any life insurance on the lives of Maggie and Paul. Is that correct?
No, I did not.
And one of the things that was asked of Dr. Reamer
about a conversation she had with you as to the stain on Maggie's calf. Do you remember whether Dr. Reamer told you that there was a bruise there as well?
It's in my notes. Hang on just a moment. According to my notes, we talk about believes first shot was to Maggie's legs, then abdomen, followed by the wrist to headshot with final rear headshot. There was a bruise on Maggie's left calf that coincided with possibly shoe print, but Dr. Reimer did not feel someone intentionally stood on her leg. And that's according to my notes.
Yes, sir. And your notes related to there was a muddy thing on the back of her calf, and Dr. Reimer noticed there was a bruise there as well. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Lastly, fingerprints. Were there any dusting for fingerprints done in the feed room at Moselle?
I am not aware if there was or not. I wasn't in the feed room with the crime scene the entire time.
Okay. And and we talked about the DNA swabs. I mean, one of the people that was supplying Curtis Eddie Smith is in custody, is he not?
He is in custody, yes, sir.
Have you gotten a DNA swab from him?
I have not, but I know one has been obtained, yes.
Okay. And you know if it's been cross-checked against?
It was not obtained in this case. I don't know. I believe it has been cross-checked.
Okay.
I don't have that report in front of me.
Yeah. Another point, just understand you were not made aware of the negative hemotrace confirmatory blood test until sometime in November of 2022. Is that right?
That is correct.
How is it that the lead case agent is left out of the information channel for something so significant?
From what I was able to figure out, when the lab issues reports, pursuant to my case or any other agent's case, we have email notifications to go in and find that report, or there's a new report available. Once I figured out that report existed, I searched my emails and I did not have an email notification that report was there. There's multiple other reports. I had been in there multiple times looking at other reports, and that report, I did not see that report. I was not made aware of its existence.
Sure. And it wasn't until after you saw that report that now you changed focus to the clothes he was wearing in the Snapchat video. Is that correct?
Restate that question.
But it wasn't until after you became aware that there's no blood, hemotrace confirmatory test of blood on Alex's shirt that you start, asking questions of folks about the clothing that Alex was wearing in the Snapchat video.
Well, I asked him on August the 11th of 2021 because I had that Snapchat video. When did he change clothes?
Okay. And he said
he didn't know.
Didn't know. Okay. But you never asked for those clothes, never tried to find those clothes, never executed a search warrant for those clothes, have you?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you develop any information that Eddie Smith was skimming money, that Alec was paying him for the drugs, that he wasn't paying the Sandhills gang everything they were doing?
I am not aware of that information.
Okay. And the last thing, you had mentioned that part of your, and on the tape interview with Alec, you had mentioned that the blackout cartridges that were found near Maggie's body matched, or they were extracted from the same firearm as used to extract cartridges at the house and the shooting range. You remember telling Alec that?
Yes.
And, but you were informed, though, that forensically at the lab, they could not say with 100% confirmation that they did actually match until the missing firearm is recovered.
That was my understanding, yes.
That's what Agent Greer or others that he worked for and told you as lead case agent.
That's what Mr. Greer told me, yes.
That he couldn't say with 100% certainty. Is that right?
Of which, he couldn't say 100% certainty which firearm that came out of until he had a firearm to compare it to.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Could he say that those shell casings from Maggie's body, the side of the house, and the shooting range were all cylinder that came from, they'd been in the same gun at one time?
Yes.
And when you asked the defendant on that in the third interview, they said this was told him, Jackson, what I told you. So it was a family-owned gun, right?
Yes.
And then he kind of responded, how did they get it? He was almost going with you. How did they get it, right?
Yes, sir.
That was one of the ways you get somebody out of the center by asking them to give statements.
Yes, sir.
Tell me what happened.
Yes, sir.
And on June 7th, did you say, tell me what happened?
Yes, sir.
And on June 10th, did you say, tell me what happened?
Yes, sir. And on June 10th, I wanted more detail.
I'm sorry.
I wanted more detail on June 10th.
And did you get more detail?
I got more detail on June 10th, yes.
And on August 11th, did you give some information and then try to gain some information?
That is correct.
And Mr. Griffin asked you about that shirt and all. Did he say, Bo, hold on, let me go get that thing and bring it back to you right now?
The shirt? No, sir.
He didn't say, hold on, I'll go and get that shirt right now.
Talking about the white T-shirt?
No, sir,
the
I'm
blue
talking
shirt?
about on August 11th.
No, sir.
He was talking.
No, sir.
And he tried to describe it. Did this, what is described as a seafoam shirt? Were you familiar with that?
Leading and misleading.
How would that shirt be described? Do you know in your investigation by the witness who saw it? Ms. Blanca says.
Ms. Blanca described to me that she saw him leaving the house that Monday morning in a seafoam pullover. I believe she characterized it as a Vinnie Vine shirt.
He said a polo shirt leaving that morning.
Yes.
On this video he showed you with the tree, how would she describe that shirt in the tree?
A blue button-up she described as a Columbia-style shirt.
Columbia. Seafoam. Seafoam color?
We're going to lead the witness.
Did she tell you what color she thought it was?
The one leaving that morning?
No, sir.
No,
The one on the tree.
Blue.
On June 7th, June 10th, August 11th, did Alex Murdaugh ever mention anybody else that might be a potential suspect in this case?
No, sir. Other than
If Alex
he mentioned, he
ever asked
continued to
if you're
mention the boat
talking
case,
voice of the
but no
person there.
specific individual.
Did he mention to you anything about these cowboys that Mr. Griffin's asked you about?
No, sir.
Did he mention to you anything about a Curtis Edward Smith?
No, sir.
June 7th he didn't?
No, sir.
June 10th he didn't?
No, sir.
August 11th he didn't?
No, sir.
When did he ask you about Curtis Edward? Or when did he bring in Curtis Edward Smith into this investigation? He being Alex Murdaugh.
September 4th, 2021.
September 4th, 2021. And could you tell us how that came about?
Overruled.
Continue.
How did it come about that Mr. Murdaugh told you about Curtis Edward Smith?
On September 4th, 2021, I received a phone call from Randy Murdaugh that Alec had been shot, and they were concerned for his safety and what was going on. And I immediately responded along with other agents to the scene. And the scene on Old Salkehatchie Road in Varnville, Hampton County.
And did you go to that scene?
I did.
And did you see the defendant, Alex Murdaugh, at the scene?
No, I did not. He had been transported to the hospital.
And do you know where he was transported?
I believe it was Savannah, a hospital in Savannah.
And at that point, did you or another SLED agent go to Savannah Hospital to interview the defendant?
2 other agents went to the hospital to interview Alec.
And was one of those agents Neil?
No, Agent Kelly.
Agent Kelly? You in the courtroom? Yes. Will you please stand? Is that him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. And in the hospital, and what day was this?
September 4th, 2021.
September 4th, 2021. And at that point, did the defendant, or did you learn through an investigation, did he say somebody shot him on the side of the road?
Yes, through the investigation, that's what's told to us.
Well, did he identify anybody on September 4th who shot him?
Not by name, he gave a description.
He gave a description.
Yes.
Did he attempt to pick somebody out of a book?
No, sir. There was I believe a SLED forensic composite artist went down and did a composite drawing with him.
So he helped get a sketch of the person who shot him?
Yes, sir.
Describe the person?
Yes, sir.
Did they actually do a sketch?
Yes, sir, they did.
And at that point, had he mentioned anybody's name else in the investigation that you ought to go back and look at about Paul and Maggie's murder?
No, sir.
After that, did the defendant tell you or your law enforcement friends he was lying about the roadside incident?
Objection to the extent it's hearsay. If he didn't tell this agent, then it's not the appropriate witness.
Yes, sir.
Did the defendant give another statement about the roadside?
Yes, he did.
Did he admit he was lying?
Objection.
Statement to you or to someone else?
Statement to someone else, sir.
Objection sustained.
At what point, in response to their question, did the defendant bring in Curtis Eddie Smith's name to this?
I don't believe he ever brought Curtis Smith's name into it. It was through investigation that we developed him as a suspect or a subject involved in the shooting.
And did the defendant give an interview with Mr. Harpootlian and Mr. Griffin via audio phone call where they mentioned Curtis Edward Smith?
Objection's overruled.
I know an interview was conducted. I don't know who was present. I was not present for that interview.
Did Curtis Edward Smith's come through the chief investigator's name come out of that interview?
I do not know, sir.
But prior to that day, had Alex Murdaugh ever mentioned to you Curtis Edward Smith or anybody else that might have been involved in his son's or mother's, his son's or his wife's murder?
No, sir.
So after the roadside incident and whatever he told whoever's going to be called, that's when he brought in other people.
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Griffin's asked a lot of questions about the search. The crime scene where the 2 bodies were, was that secure?
Yes, it was.
Was evidence gathered?
Yes, it was.
Were swabs taken?
Yes, they were.
And I think he asked you about the Suburban, his Suburban, and whether or not there was anything wet in the back of his car. Are you familiar with what's known as a cooler?
Yes.
A good old cooler?
Yes, sir.
Could you put wet garments in a cooler?
You can, yes.
You can?
Yes.
Okay. Can he ask you about anything in the car? Was there blood on the steering wheel of Suburban, that car?
There was blood found on that steering wheel, yes.
And that DNA from that blood came back to whom?
Maggie Murdaugh.
Maggie Murdaugh.
Yes, sir.
And he asked you about some guns. Did the defendant hand you a gun?
He handed first responders the gun, yes, sir.
What type of gun was that?
It was a 12-gauge shotgun.
When I say you sometime, I mean law enforcement.
I
I
understand.
apologize. And as a result of swabs, was blood identified on that gun?
Yes, sir.
Whose blood, whose DNA was that?
Maggie Murdaugh.
Maggie Murdaugh.
Yes, sir.
And was that 12-gauge shotgun consistent or inconsistent with the weapon that killed Paul Murdaugh?
It was the same gauge, being a 12-gauge, and firearms examiner was not able to exclude the gun.
Which means he could include it but not exclude it.
Correct.
And Mr. Griffin asked you about getting out of the circle. When you talk to somebody, are you looking for consistent statements, inconsistent? When you're examining or talking to somebody who might be involved, why are you asking them questions?
To learn more, to see if they tell the same story.
And if that story is contradicted by other witnesses, do you want to know that?
Yes, sir.
And were you going out to check his story with other witnesses?
Yes.
What he told you versus what other witnesses told you?
Correct.
As a result of that, were there contradictions between what Mr. Murdaugh told you and what witnesses told you?
Yes.
Shelley Smith?
Yes.
Blanca Simpson?
Yes.
And he asked you, it's been a long time about this time frame. Why does it matter when he got out to Alameda? Would it matter if somebody's hiding guns somewhere on Alameda? Would you need time to do that?
You would need time, but if you're familiar with it, I don't think you would need that much time.
But would it take time to go hide guns?
5 minutes, 10 minutes. Yes.
Would it take time? Would that be a reason you might have a contradictory statement how long you visited
Yes.
somebody?
Yes.
And your car would still be there, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Did he asked you about CB Road. Did he ever identify did he ever tell you about a cooler that was found out there at some point that wasn't usually there?
Yes, out by what's been referred to as the skin shed where they process meat.
What was that about that cooler? In course of your investigation, had that cooler been there before this night?
CB Rowe told us it was not. When he left on Friday, prior to the...
Objection sustained.
Did you see that cooler after Friday?
Did I see the cooler on when CB Rowe pointed it out? Yes.
You did see it?
Yes.
And was it there Saturday, excuse me? Did you see it on Monday or Monday afternoon, Tuesday morning?
Monday night, Tuesday morning, yes, I did see it.
Did you see that cooler again?
I don't recall.
Okay. He asked you about the rain jacket, the tarp, and asked you if was there any blood or notes everybody's giving me. Is that coat, does that repel water? That jacket, the rain jacket?
Yes, I would think so. Being a rain jacket.
Was there GSR located on that rain jacket?
On the inside of it, yes.
Say it again, on the where?
On the inside.
And he asked you about blood or DNA. Was there a whole bunch of GSR found on that inside of that rain jacket?
Yes, it was.
And he asked you about, I believe, Shelley's testimony or about seeing that rain jacket. Did you say he was holding it like this?
Yes, she said it was balled up in his arms.
And he was asking you about timing, I think, unless I'm crazy. That could be there 5 years, 10 years. When did Blanca's system, when did Shelley Smith, I'm sorry, tell your investigation, hey, I saw him with this blue vinyl coat? When was that in relation to the murders? Was that 5 years, 10 years? How long was that?
Objection, Your Honor. He's misstating the
Objection is overruled.
in the record.
She told us she saw it the day after Mr. Randolph Murdaugh's funeral, which through my investigation,
Objection is overruled.
which would have been June 14th, the following Monday after Paul and Maggie were murdered. So 7 days.
Was there? Now, he asked you about your testimony to the Carlton grand jury.
Yes, sir.
I didn't know it was out there. Did you give them a summary of the case?
The grand jury, yes.
And did that include timeline?
I believe so, yes.
Some of his financial crimes?
Yes, sir.
Background?
Yes, sir.
Did that include information the jury hears from some of these lawyers and the financial issues?
Yes, sir.
Did that include whether blackout casings near Maggie were consistent with those or match those found near the house and the property?
It did.
Did it include that the family had 3 blackout rifles?
Yes.
Alex originally had 2, but remembered in the follow-up, one of them had been replaced?
Yes, sir.
That you've confirmed that?
Yes.
Did you present whether or not shotguns of similar make and load were found on the property?
Yes.
Did you present that Alex was in possession of a shotgun that was consistent with one of the murderous weapons? Couldn't be excluded?
Correct.
And did you mention to them about Shelley Smith and kind of what we've just been talking about?
Yes, sir.
Did you mention to them about defendant denying going to the kennels 3 times?
Yes.
Leading the witness.
Don't lead the witness.
What did you tell them about him going to the kennels?
That after dinner, he stayed at the house and took a nap. When Maggie went to the kennels and Paul left, he wasn't sure where he went, but that he was never at the kennels after dinner.
Did you mention to them about Rogan Gibson?
And the phone call that he had with Paul, and that Rogan had heard, Paul was talking to Paul on the phone, heard Maggie in the background, and he was 99% sure that he heard Alec in the background. And that phone call would have been around 8:44 p.m.
Did you mention about this to the grand jury? This video ultimately got located or downloaded?
That it was found on Paul's phone.
And did you tell them the contents of that video?
Yes, that Paul was taking a video of the dog, Rogan Gibson's dog, Chocolate Lab, and that Maggie was in the background, and that Alec was in the background.
And did you present to them I think some of what we heard, the money he acquired, he being Alex, after this incident, the money he came into?
Yes.
Did you mention to them about whether Maggie intended to go to Moselle that night or not? What did you say to them about Maggie going to, and her plans, or whether she was going to go to Moselle that night or wanted to, if anything?
That Maggie had intended to go to Edisto, but had received a call from Alec requesting her to come home, that Paul was there. which contradicted the statements from the sister, Marion, where Maggie, I'm sorry, I misspoke. Maggie had called Marion and said that she had received a call from Alec, that Alec wanted her to come to Moselle, that Paul was there and his dad was in the hospital. But during an interview with Alec in August, he stated that it was basically a surprise. He didn't know she was coming.
And did you mention to them that a reward had been offered on the offer?
That a reward was offered, $100,000 with an expiration date.
And did you tell them whether or not there was any other information or any other credible evidence pointing to anybody else?
I did.
He asked you, Mr. Griffin asked you about the scene. It was bloody.
Very bloody.
Defendant said he had touched and rolled, tried to move Paul.
Yes, sir.
Did you see any evidence of that on him?
No.
Your eyes.
I did not see any on Alec. No, sir.
Mr. Griffin's gone. I don't know if it's a good question or not. Did they say go to Alameda?
Who?
Him.
No, sir.
Alex Murdaugh, any of the lawyers there?
No.
They give you consent to search Alameda that night?
No, sir.
They said go search Alameda.
No, sir.
Is that funny? I'm sorry.
Him addressing me. If I found your question humorous, I'm sorry. I thought it was a funny question. It was a rhetorical question. I asked the court to instruct him not to address me, but the witness. Thank you.
You may proceed.
I guess the point that Griffin said they were bending over, wanting to help, wanting to do all this. Never mentioned Curtis Smith or anybody else until September, right?
Judge Leading.
Can't read the witness.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Did you ever mention anybody else who could have done this, who could have been involved with, who could have killed my wife and my son from June 7th, 2021 until September of 21? Did he ever mention anybody else?
No, he did not.
He's already answered.
Thank you.
Further questions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is it police procedure that the suspect of your investigation is supposed to solve the crime?
No, it's not. But it helps to have information from other sources.
And you were asked a number of what ifs. One what if was like, what if he hid the guns in Alameda? How long would that take? And you said 5 minutes, right?
I said 5 or 10 minutes, depending on if you know the area.
What if you'd gone over there that night and searched Alameda? How long would that have taken?
Quite sometimes, large property.
And we would know today that there were no guns hidden on the property.
Well, that night, Alec was not considered a main suspect, and I had no information to go search Alameda for guns.
At what point in time did you ask Alec, did you hide guns at Alameda?
I didn't.
First time that question ever came to you was on February 15th at 4:30 in the afternoon. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, I think you testified about item 22, and I just may not have heard you correctly, but and Mr. Greer's testimony will speak for itself, but the results were he can't say it's item 22 is the shotgun that Alec had when Deputy Green came in, but he can't say, he can't exclude it, he can't exclude it. He can't say anything about it.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you mentioned what Shelley Smith told you in an interview, I take it. Did she tell you? Did you ever interview Shelley Smith?
Yes, I did.
And you testified that she told you that Alec came over there on June 14th in the morning, right? That's what you testified to this jury. That's what she told you.
She told me it was the day after Mr. Murdaugh's, Randolph Murdaugh's funeral.
All right.
Through my research, would have been June 14th.
And you were here in the courtroom when she testified under oath in front of this jury that Alec came over there 3 days later, and it was June the 16th on Wednesday. You heard that testimony, didn't you?
That's what she said in court, yes.
That was her sworn testimony, correct?
Yes.
That's all the question I have.
You may step down. Call your next witness.
Good riddance, idiot. The hell out of here.
Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You would please, sir, be seated, state your full name for the record, spell your last name.
My name is David Grubbs, Grubbs.
Good afternoon, Mr. Grubbs. Where are you
Good afternoon.
employed, sir?
I'm employed with the South Carolina Attorney General's office.
All right. And what is your job title at the Attorney General's office?
I'm the Chief Forensic Investigator for the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force.
All right. And then just briefly, let the jury know what the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force does.
So we assist agencies throughout the state as well as have our own investigators, and we look into peer-to-peer downloads that go over the internet, usually containing child pornography in them. We also do chat ops throughout the state, posing as minors to attract suspects.
Okay.
My unit specifically does the computer forensics for those cases.
Okay. When you say forensics, you mean, for instance, cell phone forensics, correct?
Yes.
So as part of your job duties, you perform cell phone downloads, extractions, and analyze them, correct?
Correct.
And you've gone to a number of trainings in the past that's focused on that.
Yes, sir.
Correct? All right. Can you read for the jury your training in this area, please?
Sure. So I am a Celebrite certified operator, a Celebrite certified physical analyst. I'm a certified blacklight examiner, which both of those are cell phone data extraction tools. I'm certified in Forensic Explorer, which is used to analyze computers. Griffi analyze training, Batigo in the area of magnet forensics, which is magnet makes the tool Axiom, which is one of our primary tools that we use. I've received advanced iOS and gray key training, advanced iOS examinations, Magnet Axiom advanced mobile forensics, Axiom-based computer forensic examination, and Axiom advanced computer forensics. I'm also a member of the United States Secret Service Cyber Task Force, Cyber Fraud Task Force to be specific, which runs the National Computer Forensic Institute in Hoover, Alabama, where I've been sent to for basic network investigations, Macintosh forensic training, digital investigation supervisor's course, and I received an award in 2020 and 2021 being ranked in the top forensic examiners with the Secret Service. I've had training from the National White Collar Crime Center, which is called NW3C, in basic data recovery and acquisition, intermediate data recovery and acquisition, basic cell phone investigation, cell phone interrogation, advanced wireless network investigations, GPS interrogation, Windows artifacts, social media, identifying and seizing electronic evidence, encryption, and legal concerns for digital evidence responders. I've also been to the SANS Institute for multiple trainings for advanced network forensics and analysis, advanced digital forensics and incident response, hacker tools, techniques, exploits, and incident handling. I've taken a course with Texas A&M Engineering service for information security. And then for other forensic softwares, I have had Access Data Bootcamp, Access Data Mac Forensics, Encase Computer Forensics. In addition to that, pretty much every year except for when COVID was going on, we'll go to a national training for law enforcement on child exploitation in Atlanta.
All right, thank you. At this time, state would move to enter Investigator Grubbs as an expert in cell phone forensics.
No objection. So qualified.
And Investigator Grubbs, there are 3 cell phones in evidence in this case, and the data associated, you've analyzed some of it, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's talk specifically about Paul's phone. And to your knowledge, was that originally extracted by, I believe, John Van Outen of the Secret Service?
Yes, sir.
And then that information provided to Lieutenant Britt Dove?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you received that cell phone information from him, and you've analyzed it as well, correct?
I did.
Okay. And you were asked to focus on a couple of specific areas in your analysis of Paul's phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
One of which was Paul's battery habits and battery usage on his cell phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 530. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
That is a report that I generated concerning Paul's phone and battery and shutdown time with the phone.
Okay. And you looked, in the week prior to the murders, you looked at how many times Paul's phone it died because of its battery ran out, correct?
Correct.
You identified those times, right?
Yes,
Dates
sir.
and times.
Yes, sir.
So how many times that week did his phone die in total that week from the battery?
4.
All right. And what days were those on?
It looks like June the 3rd, twice on June the 5th, and then on June the 7th.
And June 7th, it died when?
It is 10:34 p.m.
10:34 p.m. Okay. And one of the pieces of information that cell phones log is when a phone is plugged back in after it's died to charge, correct?
Yes.
All right. And when you looked at this data of when the phone died that week, Paul's phone died, did you identify when it was plugged in?
I did, sir.
All right. And can you just tell the jury on those two, when the phone died each of those times and when it was plugged back in, please?
Sure. So it is logged that on June the 3rd at 12:30:27 p.m., the phone died, the battery went dead, and at 12:34:03, it had power again. It was reconnected.
And I'm going to take that from you. And at this time, state would move to enter Exhibit 530 into evidence.
Submitted.
Should read it now.
Can you see anything on your screen up there? Oh, here it comes. All right, sorry about that. Okay, so can you zoom in a little bit? There we go. All right, so on June 3rd, 2021, what time did Paul's phone die?
On the 3rd, 12:30:27.
All right, what time is it plugged in?
12:34:03.
About 4 minutes later, correct?
Yes, sir.
A little less than 4 minutes, correct?
Yes.
June 5th, the first time, at what time did the phone die?
10:18:33.
All right, and what time was it plugged back in?
10:36:17.
So that would be roughly 17 minutes or
Yes,
so?
sir.
All right, and then June 5th, the second time, what time did it die?
29, excuse me, or 9:23 p.m.
Okay, and what time was it plugged back in?
21:30:21 or 9:30.
Okay, so roughly about 7 minutes later.
Yes,
correct?
sir.
All right, and you just didn't focus on when Paul's phone died in the data you reviewed, correct?
Correct.
Did you find in what you reviewed, did Paul frequently let his battery get low?
Yeah, he seemed to kind of fly close to the sun. The phone was always getting down to 1 or 2% before he plugged it in.
And would you say, in your opinion, from the data reviewed, the majority of the time he let it get that low, would he ultimately get it plugged in before it died?
Yes, sir.
Except during that week for those specific occasions, correct? All right. All right. And one other thing you were asked to look at on Paul's phone were the times when his screen came on, correct?
Yes.
And when it came off, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's sometimes referred to as the backlight on a phone, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you're specifically asked to look at the time on Paul's phone starting at about 8:49 p.m. on the night of June 7th, correct?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you it's been marked as States 529. Take a look at that. And what do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I created this.
All right. And what is that?
It shows the backlight for the phone when it's kind of going on and off throughout that night.
For what time period?
From the period of 8:49 and then the final time of 10:34.
Okay. At this time, state would move to enter Exhibit 529 into evidence.
No objection.
Submit it. And let's before we talk about this specific data, let's just the jury's here heard some testimony on this screen backlight and the screen coming on. Under what conditions, generally speaking, will a cell phone screen come on?
There's a lot of conditions that'll cause a cell phone screen to come on. If you pick up your phone, that can have the screen turn on. If you get a message or an alert from an app that you have, that can cause the screen to turn on. If the phone senses motion in a particular way, it'll turn on. There's a whole variety of ways that the backlight will
I
activate.
think you may have mentioned this, but the screen can be tapped.
Yes, yeah, you can simply tap your screen and that will cause it to turn on as well.
And so just to in a nutshell, the screen can come on for sometimes there's no human interaction, correct?
Correct.
But it also can be turned on by human interaction.
Yes,
correct?
sir.
Okay. Let's look at the information on your report real quick. All right. Okay, so at 8:49 p.m., looks like the screen goes off, correct?
Correct.
On Paul's phone. And what time does it get, the next time that screen lights up?
The next screen on is at 10:18:08 p.m.
Okay. And in your review of Paul's phone, did you determine during that same time frame, starting at 8:49, was Paul's phone locked or unlocked?
It was locked.
Okay, so it was locked and the screen was off between 8:49 and 10:18.
Yes.
And then at 10:18:08, we see the screen come on, correct?
Yes, it appears to come on for 12 seconds to 10:18:20.
Okay. And then the screen goes back off starting at what time?
10:18:20
Okay. And then it comes back on
at 10:20:08.
All right. And how long does it come on at 10:20:08?
It goes until 10:20:20, so 12 seconds.
12 seconds. All right. And then what happens with this screen?
It goes back off at 10:20:20.
Okay. And it stays off until when?
10:34:16.
And is that the time Paul's phone died?
Yes.
All right. And so the screen may have come on briefly as the phone was.
It
shutting
looks
off.
like for 4 seconds.
Okay. All right. In your review of Paul's phone, did you identify some of the communications that came into his phone?
Yes, I did.
And did you identify the last text that was sent to Paul's phone?
Yes.
And do you recall who sent that text?
Rogan.
All right. And you may not remember this exactly, but well, first of all, was that do you recall contents of that very last text from Rogan?
Yes, it just says yo.
All right. And did this jury's heard testimony that cell phones will log when someone actually reads a text.
They
correct?
do.
And did you find any log that text yo was read?
It was not read.
Okay. And do you recall roughly the time that text hit Paul's phone?
I don't off the top of my head.
All right. Was it between 9 o'clock and 10 o'clock p.m.?
Yes.
Roughly speaking? Okay. But that was the last text. No other text came to his phone after that text from Rogan that said yo.
Correct.
And in your opinion, if anybody had been looking at that screen that came on at either 10:18:08 or 10:20:08, would they have seen a notification on that screen?
Most likely, yes. You can set your phone to not show contents, or sometimes if you have a text that comes through, it'll show the whole text and the contact. It depends on how it's setting, but yes, typically, if you were to see the home screen of the phone, there would be the notification.
And so, depending on the settings, there's a good chance if anybody happened to be looking at that phone screen any of those times, they would have seen a text notification from Rogan Gibson, correct?
Yes.
And you just testified, we don't know exactly why the screen came on at that time, correct?
We do not.
All right, it could have been somebody tapped it, correct?
Yes.
Somebody may have briefly picked up the phone, correct?
Yes.
It could have been any number of things, correct?
Yes, any number of things.
And you can't tell us exactly why, though.
I cannot.
Now, this jury's heard a good bit of testimony about phone orientation changes, and we'll talk a little more about that in a minute. But in your opinion, is it possible for someone to just briefly pick up a phone, see the screen come on, put it back down, and for the phone not to record an orientation change?
Sure.
Okay, moving on. All right. And you also asked to look at Maggie's phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
And specifically, what database were you asked to take a look at on Maggie's phone?
Knowledge C.
All right. The jury's heard some testimony on the Knowledge C database, but just please refresh our memories what that is and what kind of information is contained in a Knowledge C database on an iPhone.
Sure. So Knowledge C database is something that Apple uses in the background to kind of track things that you're doing. It tracks your battery level, it tracks when you plug your phone in and when you unplug it, a whole bunch of stuff that is going on in the background that typically people have no idea is even running.
Okay. Okay. All sorts of information in that.
All sorts of information.
Would some folks be surprised if they saw the amount of information a phone was reporting?
It can hold millions of artifacts.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 528. Can I ask if you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir.
And have you reviewed the contents of that CD?
I have. It's a digital copy of some timeline reports.
Okay.
From Maggie's phone.
And specifically from Maggie's phone?
Yes, sir.
All right. And that timeline report would be from the Knowledge C database?
Yes, sir.
All right. And specifically, you said that a Knowledge C database can contain millions of artifacts, correct?
Yes.
When you prepared that timeline, did you kind of narrow it down a little bit?
Yes, I did.
And roughly what times on that?
I believe from 8 to past 10.
All right. And at this time, State would move to enter Exhibit 528 into evidence.
No objection. Submitted.
All right. Can I have the computer, please? Okay, I'm going to pull up this spreadsheet on the computer that's in evidence on the CD. Even with a fairly narrow time frame, there's still a voluminous amount of data contained in this database. Is that correct?
Lots of data. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, and specifically, let's take it to start time and end time. For this particular report, you kind of limited between time. What's that start time? That first
2053 to 8:53 p.m.
Okay. We'll scroll down to the bottom real quick, and it looks like it stops at what time?
2108 to 908.
9:08 p.m.
Yes,
On
sir.
what date?
That would be June 7th, 2021.
All right. And there's just a whole bunch of stuff here, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, let's take a look at a couple things specifically. Excuse me. Starting at 2053, we see some orientation changes, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And in your opinion, when you see an orientation change on a phone recorded in a Knowledge C database, what does that information tell you?
Typically, that's that somebody's handling the phone.
So while a screen coming on or off may not necessarily tell you somebody's handling the phone, the orientation change definitely doesn't, correct?
Yes, it's the phone logging that it's going from either vertical or landscape to the other.
Okay. All right, so let's look at line 1149 starting down to about 11:54. You see what I'm talking about there?
Yes, sir.
These lines here, and it says camera. What, in your review of this information, can you draw any conclusions about what's going on, why that camera pops up at about 8:54 in this database?
All I can say is that the phone is interacting with the camera in some way.
All right. Did it interact for a significant period of time?
No, sir.
Do you recall roughly how long the interaction took place?
I believe it's 1 second.
Okay. All right, let's go down to line 1210. This is at 8:55 or 20:55. And we see some things. It says iOS snapshots.
Yes, sir.
And there's looks like it says something about Facebook to the far right there, correct?
Correct.
What, in your opinion, what's going on with the phone at this point?
So a snapshot or an iOS snapshot is something that your phone does when you minimize an app in the background. So if you close Facebook and put it kind of in the background, it takes a little snapshot of it. So when you pull it up, you can see what it is. It'll do this for, as we see here, Facebook, which we can pull up and see. It does this for a bunch of apps. Not all apps take a picture of it. Some things will just be a blank screen. For example, if you do your camera, it's not going to store a picture of what your camera was looking at. When you have it, it's just a black screen.
Okay. And so it does, in your opinion, does this mean anybody's actually accessing the Facebook app or actually physically taking snapshots on this phone?
No.
All right. In fact, it's not doing that, correct?
Correct.
All right. In fact, in your review, the time frame on this report's 8:53 to approximately 9:08 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And during that time, in your review, was Maggie's phone locked or unlocked?
That was locked.
Okay. And it remained locked starting at what time? You may have to draw on your memory because this doesn't start till 8:53, but it's prior to 8:53, correct?
Yes.
All right, and it remains locked until the next day, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and then we're going to scroll down starting at line 1243. I see a whole bunch of stuff here. And just generally speaking, what is all this stuff in this database at this time?
It's just background processes that your phone's running.
Okay. And I think we already skipped by that, so I'm just going to ask you real quick. But in this this time frame, we also see looks like the Siri app pop up in the Novelty database.
Yes.
Correct? And how can the Siri app be triggered?
It could be a background process that's going on, or it could be triggered by somebody holding the power button or interacting with Siri.
Okay. All right, and we're almost done here. I'll be done by then. Okay. Okay. Well, the information is in this log, but did you identify a time after 9 o'clock when Maggie's screen turned off?
When her screen turned off?
Yes.
Yes.
And was that at 9:07 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. And after 9:07 p.m., did you identify at any point over the next few minutes or over the next 20 minutes that Maggie's screen turned on?
I believe it turned back on at 9:31.
Okay. So between 9:07 and 9:31, Maggie's screen is off, correct?
Yes.
All right. And it also, you just said this a minute ago, it's also locked during that time, correct?
Yes.
All right. And so if Maggie's phone were thrown between 9:07 and 9:31, when the screen's off and the phone is locked, in your opinion, would you see an orientation change?
No, sir. That version of iOS that she has on her phone did not log that at that particular time.
So that version, which was what at that time?
14.6.
All right. In that version of iOS, if a screen's off and the phone's locked, the phone's not going to record an orientation change.
That is correct.
Okay. No further questions, John. All right.
We're going to adjourn for the day, ladies and gentlemen, and resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning. But everyone will stay in place until the jury leaves.
Wow, you are not kidding, Quinny. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I am what my children call me, a force feeder. I try to force everybody to eat. Everyone. Yeah, I don't, I apologize for being so crabby earlier. I was so mad at that guy. I could not even handle it. I absolutely lost my shit with that. I mean, they may have handled a little bit of it at redirect, but why do I feel like I cannot get anybody to understand, to ask certain questions? Why is it so clear to me and not them? Yep. No, I won't be going live later tonight, Quinny, but I'm going to start again. This trial's really making me crazy. I'm going to start going live again at night. I won't tonight, but I definitely will. Probably tomorrow, but for sure Friday. Right? Bye, Quinny. Thanks for hanging out with us. Yeah, I'm just so frustrated. Yeah, we do. Yep. It's 5 o'clock over here right now. I can tell you that. I had to dial it back a notch. Oh, yeah. Bye. Yeah, we should have fireworks tomorrow. Yep. Much love to you too, Quinny. Thank you. I'm going to settle down. I think so. I think so. I feel like they want to jack this up. Yeah, that it was quite a day, Irish. It was. Get some sleep. Good night. Thank you for hanging out with us. Yeah, it just frustrates me. And I haven't been going on at night. I really need to. It's just takes a lot out of me without. I am. I've settled down. I was so mad. Oh my God, I was so furious. I could not even. I definitely have calmed down.
Well, yeah, I mean, that was infuriating to listen to. So I was with you there.
Oh my God, I was so mad. I could not even stand it. Yeah, it's 3:18 here also. But it's 5 o'clock. It became 5 o'clock when I said I need to settle down because I was so mad.
Yeah, it's 5 o'clock snotty time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was with you, Top Hats, too. That's how we did all of that just so they could be like, no, if you threw it out the window, there wouldn't be an orientation change. Like, it's the stuff that they're focused on trying to fix is mind-boggling.
Right.
That was, first of all,
Why
that
don't
was
you
days ago, days and days. It might as well have been a million years ago when that came up. But that's the focus.
You know, this is so. Why did they not say, did he ever ask to hear that voice? That is the biggest thing they have. Not a shirt, not a raincoat.
Right.
Him
right.
being right there. He's right there.
Right. Night, Ira. Good night, Irish. Get some sleep. Well, I think so. What I was,
Good night. Love you guys.
After I calmed down a little bit as well from this guy lying to the grand jury and being called out for it. What I realized, I think, is that so he tells Alec in that interview that that Brogan, whatever his name is, had heard him in the background of a phone call. So they didn't have that phone call recorded or anything. Because he says that it's not until later that they're able to get that video off of Paul's phone. So I don't know if during that interview he had the video.
Don't you dare bark.
I think what he had was the phone call and the friend saying he thought he heard Alec. So he couldn't really listen to it. If that makes any sense.
Right, I guess.
So I think that's probably part of that, but.
Okay, but you know what I'm saying is, no. Whether he had it or not, he did tell him about that. And the fact that Alex did not say, well, I need to hear that voice, because why won't they bring that up? They won't say, did he ask, what they were doing to find out whose voice that is, because it wasn't mine. And we don't know of anybody else that was there that night.
Right. Yeah. No, he definitely doesn't ask the right questions about it, but I think it wasn't something that could be listened to again because they didn't know about the existence of the video at that time yet. But you're right. I mean, he doesn't say, well, it wasn't me, so it has to be who killed them. What are you guys doing?
We have to find out. If anybody heard a voice, we have got to find it.
Right. We got to figure out who it is. Got back from a 3-mile walk. I'm so pissed.
Oh my gosh. Frazzle, I'm telling you, I was so angry. I did not know what to do with myself.
I thought that was a big deal too, Legs, but they're not talking about that.
Stop it. Shut your mouth.
The lead investigator brought it up, but they haven't talked about it since then. Nobody's talked about that. We're just going to talk about phone orientation changes again, a billion years after we talked about it the first time.
Right. Why did this guy come in here to do this?
Yeah, I mean, again, because they're trying to fix that cross-examination from, like I said, what feels like a million years ago, which probably was about 2 weeks ago now. They're trying to fix that from when the guy was saying, well, if you threw it out the window, wouldn't it have caused orientation change and blah, blah, blah. So they're trying to fix that. But so freaking what? Like, that is such a tiny thing on the list of shit you guys have fucked up.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, there are so many points. Like you said, they're missing them. I don't understand. That is you spent all this time on this raincoat. Stop saying it. That is the dumbest damn thing I've ever.
And you know what the worst part is?
Yeah, absolutely.
The defense has not put on their case yet.
Right.
So already the state's case feels very shaky, and the defense hasn't even put on their case yet. That's terrifying.
They should be going all over him being at the kennels and said he wasn't. They should be all over that. Shut your mouth, Libby.
It is.
That is the only thing they have. That's his voice, that he was there and he said he wasn't.
Now I imagine
then what?
I imagine in the closing it's going to go something like that. Alex Murdaugh had this like they're going to take you through the timeline, right? He had been defrauding clients. The boat case was imminent. Then he gets found out at work. He knows that the subpoena will go through for his financials. So he kills his family. Their phone data shows this. His phone data shows that. OnStar shows this. This is the evidence. Like, that's how they're probably going to tie this all in. He says he was napping, but we know he was down at the kennels. Why is he lying about being down at the kennels repeatedly? So that's going to be their closing arguments. But for the love of God, they have been putting on a case for almost 4 weeks now.
I know.
And it's more confusing than it's ever been.
And they've been lying?
It's like, and now again, they were supposed to be done today. Now they're saying they're going to be done tomorrow morning. But the guy, when he said, can we get one of ours in on Friday if that doesn't happen? Because, otherwise we have to bring him back again. He was like, yeah, I could do that. So you won't be done tomorrow morning.
What?
You know damn well you won't be. Otherwise, why wouldn't you say that's not going to matter? We're going to be done tomorrow.
Oh, my Lanta.
The entire thing in total was supposed to be 3 freaking weeks. So now the state has put on double the length of time that they were supposed to or will at this point.
And I've been saying that forever too. You know what? Bring on Camille, because she, you know what? You could see it in their eyes. You could see it in their eyes whenever they would fuck up and they were like, pounce, let's go. You fucked up now.
Yeah,
they were on it, man. Those people were some of the best.
Civil attorneys, but yeah. And let's gloss over the fact that man knowingly gave the grand jury at minimum questionable evidence to go off of. Yes. And to say, well, I'm supposed to get an email notification, but I didn't get it. And then I was in there looking for reports, but I didn't see them. To prepare for the grand jury, you didn't go look for every single thing, check the damn boxes. What do I not have? I mean, I know you got other cases, but damn.
He don't need no more cases. He don't need to F up anything else. He's an idiot. He's an idiot.
They took that report because it looked the best. And that's what they took to the grand jury, because it looked the best. Nobody wanted to go look for the one that doesn't look the best. As far as
and then they don't even bring it up themselves. They really jacked up right there.
Well, and then in the redirect, him getting all loud, trying to act like he's making these really big points. And then he's saying wrong names even. And it's like, okay, you totally blew your own steam on that one.
Oh my God. Whenever he got all loud and like he was gonna, I'm like, don't act like this is your moment, doofus. It's not.
Right.
Jeez.
That was, and like, we did that all day. That guy was all day.
I don't like him.
All day. The entire day was, wow.
Right. Call anybody. Call me. Call me. I know nothing about it, but I know what kind of questions to ask these people. These people are stupid.
That was infuriating. That was
oh my God. I was getting so mad. I really wanted to just punch something.
She was just as pissed. Was she like, I went over there for a little bit to see if I could find anything, but I was obviously doing this and taking phone calls and doing other things. I didn't hear it. I thought she would be, though. Because my goodness, you spent all freaking day with that guy and they tore him down. Honestly, they really only needed to tear him down with a few questions. If anything, they kind of hurt themselves by continuing to talk to him for so long.
Right. But I don't know anybody picked up on it.
They destroyed his credibility so fast. And then it's like, But that's the guy you spent all frickin' day on.
And you could have asked him a couple of questions, but no, no, I'm going to be stupid and talk about the raincoat some more. What does she think about that raincoat? I swear to God, I want to cram that up somebody's ass and choke them out with it. It doesn't mean anything. What? Oh my God.
Yeah.
Is it just me? I mean, am I the only one here that says we don't know whose raincoat it is?
No, that's all the defense has talked about. And it's a great point. They don't know whose raincoat that is. Like, for the love of God, stop talking about it.
Right.
I think it's because they have never been able to find those weapons. Okay. They know that it looks bad that they didn't search hard enough for them, according to they know that. So they are trying to create this scenario so they can show you, like, hey, look, you know, he was carrying him around and he might have had this raincoat that maybe doesn't. I mean, they're trying to like create this scenario to try to like show that he was moving those guns around. That's why they didn't find them. And it's like, guys, it's not working. Move on. You can't prove shit. Right. It's a rabbit hole. Exactly, Top Hats. It's a rabbit hole.
It's the stupidest fucking thing I ever heard of. Why don't they just pulled anything out of their ass and said, look, there's some gunpowder residue on this. Okay. Congratulations. And whose is it? Huh?
Yeah, I mean, if the home health care nurse was able to say, you know, definitively, yes, that is what he had wrapped up in his arms, balled up in his arms when he went upstairs and then he came back without it, then that would be one thing if she was able to say that, which she wasn't. And the state tried on the stand to get her to, and she still didn't. So why did you even put her up there? Because I guarantee you guys have had these conversations before and you knew damn well she wasn't going to say that.
No, how could she? How could she? And the fact is,
Cindy.
No. Well, I have calmed down, but today just really set me on fire. I cannot even handle that they are this stupid. They're not this stupid. They can't possibly be this stupid. It has to be on purpose.
And that's right, Top Hats. They have no clue how they got rid of the clothes or the weapons. Not a clue.
They don't. And it's better to just say, because you know what? You don't have it. If you don't have it, you don't have it. But pretending that it might have been in this raincoat that belongs to who fucking knows who, that does not tell anybody anything. They have got to be, when they get back into deliberations, I swear to God, unless they are complete idiots, they are going to say, does anybody have any idea what that raincoat is about, what that means?
Right. Because even still, the fact is they don't have anything to connect it, really. They really don't. They have nothing to connect
to nobody. It could be mine for all they know. They don't know who the hell it belongs to.
And beyond that, the state did a terrible job of even trying to connect those dots in the first place.
Oh my God, they showed a picture of him wearing a shirt at a birthday party over and over, a video. And then the shirt he had on that night, comparing the fucking iron creases in it. Okay. That doesn't mean to me. I'm like, if I hear happy birthday singing again, shut up with that video. It doesn't mean anything. But at least that means more than the fucking raincoat. Show me a picture where you see him wearing a raincoat ever.
Yeah.
You didn't even find it at his house.
No.
And you found it. Oh, God bless America. I can't even stand it with the ring. I cannot.
I think
God help me.
They convoluted their own case by just adding in all these things that they cannot prove. You know, they've got all these pieces of a puzzle that don't fit, and they're just trying to jam them in there instead of focusing on what they do know, what they can prove, and putting that together in a very concise way that makes sense to people. That doesn't.
The fact that he was not taking a nap. He wasn't.
Right.
He knew damn well where they were because he was right there with them. They can prove that. That they can prove. But they carry on about the seafoam color. Shut up. Shut up.
Yeah,
I don't ever want to hear that fucking again. Seafoam. Don't anyone ever say seafoam to me again. Because you know what? That is stupid. Quit saying it. And then you act like Bianca has any motherfucking idea about color palettes and shit. She doesn't.
Which, by the way, that was so dumb. Where'd you know,
God, it was.
I have a question for you. Where'd you get that color seafoam from? What are you talking about?
I know, that was so stupid. Oh my God.
Why does that matter where she got that word from?
Right.
B, I don't know. I've known about the color seafoam since I don't know. I was 8. I saw it on an episode of Trading Spaces once. What does this matter? What color she calls the damn shirt and why? What? You know, maybe she had a really nice set of Crayolas back in the day. What difference does it make?
Right. No.
Is that the shirt or not the shirt? I don't.
Right.
Why are we going to talk about specific? That was so stupid. But that's what I'm saying. It's like they have drugged this out and brought in so much crap that anything that actually means anything has lost all impact and meaning. It's just gone because they've buried it under a mountain of bullshit. You know, again, I don't need to know about the color palettes that Maggie was looking at for the beach house. Unless those bitches were covered in blood and DNA, I don't care. But no,
That's
we
exactly
buried
right.
real things under all of this. And anything that means anything is so lost.
That is 100% right. Right there. That is what I'm saying. Why did we not pound that into the ground? Why did we not? They should have asked that investigator. How many times did Alex call you and ask you, who is the guy, who is the person's voice? Who is that? We need to find that person. We need to find that person. Did he ever ask you about it again? No. Today he doesn't want to know who it is because it's fucking him. Say it. Say it.
I know all these people who spent like their whole entire lives hanging out with him identified his voice. I have spent approximately 0 time hanging out with Alex Murdaugh, and I know that's his voice. So it's pretty simple, okay? But no, they've decided to and even then, if you're going to have a witness, anytime they have had a witness come up just for very quick, verification on anything, they draw that out. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Where'd you go to school? How many kids you got?
Oh,
When
good God.
Where'd you go?
Where'd you grow up at? Where'd you go to elementary? Who mother effing cares? Let me tell you, guess what? Why don't you ask them if they know any motherfucking thing about their own profession? That's what they should be asking before you decide who you are. Do you have any idea how to investigate a crime? No.
Yeah,
okay. Well, then guess what? No reason for this.
Are they? I think they're accepting applications and they're using this for their interview process.
Right.
Why do I need a tiny bio on every single person who gets on the stand?
You don't?
Every single one. It's not like it's even to establish anything. Like, it's not like you're saying, well, tell me a little bit about yourself, or what's your name, what's your profession, how do you know the defendant? No, it's, well, I went to school here. Oh, but you didn't go to school there the whole time, did you? You moved once, right? Yes, I did. It's like, oh, I'm sorry. Does their school choice in 1972 have a damn thing to do with June 7th, 2021? Oh, it doesn't? Then why are we talking about it? What is happening right now?
No, we heard about where everybody grew up at, and who cares? That's what I'm saying. We went through with that lady. Then she became, she worked part-time as a dog groomer, ended up, shut up right now.
She was at the Piggly Wiggly for a while.
Oh my God, that was so aggravating. And you know what? No, Legs, exactly right. When she said she fixed his collar that morning, that made my stomach turn. Did she really? Because guess what? Maggie wasn't there that morning. Just the two of those two. Yeah. She didn't. He didn't call her a housekeeper. You know what? No, he called her a whole lot of fucking things, not a housekeeper. You're right. And nobody's impressed with this shit. What all did he call her?
Yeah, right. That was his friend. that his friend didn't remember meeting. I understand this is obviously just the part of it is just the way that they do things. But again, the defense says their case is going to take a week, which means the prosecution was set to use about 2 weeks. They're going to use 4 now. And all they have done is convolute and muddy the fucking waters so bad that nobody has any damn idea what their real evidence is and what their actual case is. I don't know that you can tie all of this up into a closing statement that's going to take longer than 3 days and make no damn sense. This train has derailed and blown up and is on fire. It's in Ohio, destroying the atmosphere. I don't know, but it's bad. It's very bad.
It's in a motherfucking Chinese weather balloon floating around this son of a bitch in country.
That's about how much damn sense any of it makes. My goodness.
Hey, Faith. Hey, sorry for you to come in with me going nuts. I don't know what movie you're talking about, Cindy.
I don't know what movie she's talking about either. Was it completely insane? Is that why it got brought up? You know what's so crazy is this entire thing, the whole Alex Murdaugh saga prior to the trial already felt like even Hollywood couldn't make a movie like this. And now you add this trial and it's like, are you freaking kidding me?
Yeah, you can't make this shit up. You cannot make it up. You can't. I don't think that anybody could ever tell you that there was more of a damn debacle from the fucking get-go.
I know, it's insane. It was absolutely nuts.
He didn't like her. You know what? I gotta wonder. You know what? This is probably one of those cases, whatever. I already fucked up today a whole lot, but guess what? I bet you Maggie was happy. It sounded like she was nicer to Bianca than she ever was Gloria. So I'm just going to say, you know what? If you're getting my fucking redheaded piece of garbage dick of a husband off, then great. Now I don't have to have his ass. Probably what she thought of her. I don't know what movie that is, but what movie?
Buster said he didn't like her and didn't want to call her on jail calls. Yeah, well, that's what they're acting like she was, so close with the entire family.
No, every time he calls his son, he's telling him to get a hold of B, get a hold of B. No, there's some shit was going on there. Some shit was going on. Oh, oh, yeah. Cindy, that's the one you're talking about?
Oh, which one?
Well, fuck yeah. Yeah, I know then. That was some bullshit. The one with Johnny Cash?
This is just, today was insane.
I don't know what you missed, Faith, but let me tell you, this is a mess from hell.
I think she missed it all. Missed it all.
Oh, Faith, these people straight pissed me off today. I cannot even tell you. I have had enough of their nonsense. And you know what? They need to, if anybody, what if you lived in that town? What if you lived in that county? I would be on fucking fire.
Right. Well, it's funny because I had wondered, because when you get a grand jury, that's usually pretty promising for the prosecution, right? Because they put on a grand jury, they put out all the evidence and the information that they have, and this group of people get together and they decide, yeah, you have enough evidence to indict this guy for sure. And so throughout this case, I've really wondered how the hell they got a grand jury to do that, because I feel like it's very shaky. Very, very shaky. And how did you present
it? Lied.
Did you present the evidence in the same form and fashion you're presenting it to us now? Because I don't know how the hell they were able to keep up with you. But now...
Yeah, because they don't always do grand juries. That doesn't always happen.
No, because they don't have to necessarily. So
exactly. They don't have to. But if they do, you figure somebody has heard what, and how did they display it to them? Like this?
That's what I'm saying.
You think? You think maybe?
This is how they presented this?
OnStar knows nothing? Do you really believe that they fucking told him that?
I mean, I do get it's a slightly different process because the grand jury is allowed to ask questions for clarification and things like that. But ultimately, it's supposed to be the same information and, in fact, less. So same information, but not as extensive, right? And
well, because some of your stuff won't get in. Some of the stuff you told them won't actually get into.
Right. And some
won't
stuff
be admissible.
Right. And some of it is going to be like, new stuff that comes in after the fact, whatever. But I mean, today we find out it's just because they just went ahead and I'm going to call it misrepresented some evidence. That's what I'm going to call it. I can't say for sure that they flat out just straight up 100% made the decision to just lie and deceive intentionally because I just don't think I want to believe it. I don't know why, but I don't want to.
You know what they showed on cross-examination? You know what they did? They showed that number one, he was deceitful for sure. They showed that he's not credible, and they showed that he's stupid as shit. Stupid.
Right.
The answers he was giving, I felt like saying, you know what? You better shut your mouth right now.
Whether it was intentional or not doesn't really matter at this point because they just made him look so bad. What top hats? What I'm giving people too much benefit of the doubt. I think that's what he's talking about.
Yes.
Well,
he sounds so damn stupid. I feel like I'm in fucking Mayberry. What the hell is going on?
I have a really hard time directly, like, putting down somebody's integrity unless I have like straight up hardcore evidence. Because I just have a hard time believing that anybody would intentionally do something like that. Because I know I never would. But, so until I see like hardcore evidence that they just straight up said, don't tell them that this shit was negative for blood. Just tell them this, that's not true. I can't just outright say it, but it doesn't matter anyway, because he already looks really freaking bad. And that's your lead investigator on this case.
He looked really stupid. And how many times did you hear him say, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. You know what I say to that? Then you fucking find out. That is not acceptable. You fucking find out. If you don't know something, why are you here then? Why are you here? What the hell do you have to do with this shit?
Jackie, try living down here. If that's what it's like, I could not. There's no way in hell.
Are you kidding me? I would have anxiety. I would have an ulcer. I don't even know. I would be in jail. I would be in jail.
I feel like
I do not tolerate liars, thieves. I don't take liars, thieves, and lazy asses. Get the fuck out of my life. Get out of my way. If you don't know anything, shut up. And damn well don't collect a paycheck, you stupid dick. Since 1996, he's been doing this job. Well, he's learned nothing.
Yeah, that was super unfortunate. And they spent literally all day for them to just knock that witness basically down. Like, and again, he's a lead investigator, that calls into question like the entire investigation. So that was so good. And if that was just their cross, I am literally terrified for what it looks like when they're able to put on their case, because we just got a peek into where they're going to go.
Well, they hauled him in like he was their star person.
That's what I'm saying. And they tore him down in, I don't even, too many questions, to be honest, but it really only took about 5 to just tear him down.
You could even see it in his face. He was all Mr. fucking too cool for school while the state was asking him questions. Oh, he's all Mr. Know-it-all. Yeah. They ask him like 2 questions and he immediately can't get enough of that water and yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Right.
Get the fuck out of here, you piece of shit.
You know that man knew how it would look or how it would be took. It was a plan. Yeah, I do. I just have such a hard time tearing down somebody's integrity like that. But I mean, it definitely looks like they intentionally misled the grand jury with that information. And that to me is very upsetting. 2-tier system, one for the rich and powerful. The rest of us would be under the jail. That's unfortunately the way it's looking.
No, that's exactly the way it's looking. You know what? If you have money and you're gross and stupid and you have some powerful job, then you can haul your ass over to Pedophile Island and act like the biggest motherfucking creeper on earth and then do whatever you want to. You know what? They might as well have Joe Biden up there. I don't know, shit in his pants. Who the hell? What the fuck are we doing here, people?
Yeah, it's very frustrating to know how much time was wasted on that guy and how easy it was to just destroy his credibility. That was tough today. That was really rough. And honestly, I mean, did anybody really get very much out of that interrogation tape? I wouldn't even call it an interrogation. He was allowed to leave and take phone calls and whatever, an interview. Did anybody really get anything out of that? I mean,
and his lawyer gave them a tongue lashing. That I felt like saying, you know what? See, right then and there, he didn't say, okay, hold on a second. He's agreed to meet with us. Don't talk to me like that. See, I'm going to tell you right here, straight the fuck up. If you don't sign my paycheck, motherfucker, don't you ever come talking to me like I'm a piece of shit idiot. He let them sit there and he totally belittled them. You know, we should have known right then and there this guy's an idiot.
Yeah,
right then and there.
And the state had him in there like as this star witness, going to tie everything together. And why did you suspect Alec? And what? And it doesn't matter anything that he said. At this point, it's all tainted anyway. Alex was hunting for info. Right. That's really all I took from it. It didn't sound like they did anything.
And he was getting it. And then had you already interviewed whoever, you know? No, someone did. I don't know who. Someone did. What do you mean someone did? He's in charge of this investigation. That is the lead investigator. You know what? If I'm the lead of something, I know absolutely every damn thing about it.
Well, and I can even understand maybe not knowing everything at all times because there is a lot going on. But damn well, by the time court comes, you should be prepared. Yes, somebody had talked to them. This is who talked to them. This is the day they talked to them.
Okay, but yes, and guess what? What did they say they did the other day?
Trial.
What was it they said they did like the other day? Swear to God, what was it? Because I was like, oh, my head just damn near blew right off of my damn shoulders right then.
Well, I don't even know that was.
No, there was something. They were like, had you done this? No, when did you do it? Like January 5th or so. I was like, you've got to be joking me.
Oh yeah, there's something there. I mean, well, look, they just got the OnStar stuff on Saturday. It's like nobody was preparing for the case. That's the part that's crazy to me. I mean, we've had some witnesses come up there that are clearly prepared and they can answer everything. And I appreciate them so much because there's times where the defense and the state have been like, and that happened on the 12th, right? And I'm sitting there going, no, the 10th, you moron. He just said it. So everybody in there is so screwed up on everything. But you, as lead investigator, you do have people doing other things. And you've got stuff coming into you at different times. When you prepare for trial, you don't think you should get all that information together? You go over this stuff in preparation before the trial. So he knows what the state's going to ask him. He has a decent idea of what the defense is going to ask him.
Right.
But you damn well know exactly what the state's going to ask you. That's the whole deal. So when they're like, oh, did somebody go talk to that person? And you're like, I don't know. Why didn't you find out? At least it's in court.
No, that's exactly right. You're right.
It was in that guy's email. You didn't see it.
Mm-hmm. He didn't get an alert. He didn't get an alert about it.
Yeah, I like how he explained email notifications too. Yeah, we know. Move on. It's everything there. It's like, well, you see now, we got this thing called email, and apparently I get notifications on that. Like, are you okay? And where are you going with this, sir? Did you learn that at the college you told me you went to? Or did your first wife you told us about teach you that? Like, what is happening? This child puts me to sleep. Sorry, Jackie. Well, most days it puts me to sleep too. Last couple days give me a blood pressure problem.
Oh, today my head literally exploded. I was freaking out. Yeah, I'm either about to pass out or I'm gonna freak out.
Are they related to the sheriff that's working on Summerwell's case? Did they go to the same school?
Yeah, they went to the school of crooks. That guy's a crook too.
My goodness.
Yeah, right. Do they, you know what? Yeah, go blow me. Of course they do. Just because you don't, stupid asses. Oh, I could not handle myself today. I could not. I thought I was going to just lose my mind. And the thing is, like we've said many times, Legs, also, you know what? It would be funny if it were not funny. But it's not funny. Not at all. Not at all.
Right. No, it's
You
not
feel
going to
like
be
you should
funny when
laugh.
he walks on this because of just the utter nonsense that they have created for themselves. I mean, this is a nightmare. And if I were the state, I would have tried to put an end to that nightmare sooner rather than later. But no, they have drug it out. I want to know at what point in time they actually thought they were going to need 2 weeks. I would love to know. Because you knew what information you had to go over. You knew how many people you were going to talk to.
Well, no, because people are continuing to pop up right now.
OnStar data
and
for
I don't
sure.
know how they want to tell you this bullshit. This is a bullshit and lie about this damn OnStar crap. Let me tell you, because they asked the idiot when he was on the stand if he ever contacted GM, and he said no. Straight the fuck up, said no.
Give 1 second. I'll be right back.
So how is it that all of a sudden, well, okay, so apparently somebody else contacted GM. And then they were watching the trial and saw that they didn't have it and they figured they would go look for it. I mean, is that really what happened here? This is unbelievable. You can't even make this, you cannot make it up. You're right, it is. It is. It is. And it has gone on for a very long time. And you know what? I don't know what made anybody, quite honestly, I was totally surprised when they even arrested him for this. I thought, wow, okay. They might really mean it. Yeah, well, guess what? They don't. And he was trying to get clear his son's name. How was he trying to do that? That's a lie too. That is a lie. The only reason he might be trying to do anything with that is to try to get himself to not be sued. Because yeah, they can't try your son for these crimes now because he's dead. But you, mister, can still be sued. That is about the only reason he was doing anything about that boat case. Not that he gave 2 shits about Mallory Beach. He did not.
Well,
nobody in that family gave a shit about that girl.
And what exactly were you, you were going to clear his name of what? He was drunk driving the boat.
Right.
What were you going to do? What does that even mean?
That was another lie.
Because it's like, well, I'm going to clear his name. Was he not the guy drunk driving the boat? Because I don't know how you would clear his name. That's what happened. Pretty cut and dry.
And do you guys know, check this out, okay? Guess who pulled that boat out of there? Did you see that, Legs?
Mm-mm.
They did.
They pulled it out of where? I'm confused now.
Away from the scene.
Oh, they went and got it.
Yeah, they are the ones, they went and hooked it up to their shit and drug it out of there. That kid never had handcuffs on one fucking time. They took his mugshot in the hallway of the damn courthouse.
Well,
so what do you mean you were going to clear his name? You had already bunged that shit. Everybody fucked it up from the get-go.
But that's what I'm saying.
Everybody.
I just don't even know what that means. It's not like he was wrongfully accused of it. It's what happened. I think the reason people had a problem with that family because of it was because of the refusal to accept responsibility for it. That's what everybody had a problem with. That at no point in time could he have to suffer the consequences of his actions, and that family took responsibility.
No, because even at the hospital that same night, they were trying to talk. They tried to say the kid, Corey, I think his name was Corey or Connor, maybe Connor, tried to convince, they went straight up the way that he told people, the way he told Shelly how long he had been there, and the way he told that one what shirt he was wearing, which who knows if that even happened. But anyway, the way they do that, that's what they were doing to that kid Connor at the hospital. They were telling him that he was driving the boat. That's the only thing they were trying to get out of, was saying that Paul was not the one driving. Well, the one kid said he absolutely was the one because they begged him not to. Him and his girlfriend Mallory were cowered down under the seat because they knew something bad was getting ready to happen. They knew it. They knew he was going to crash.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
That's their only thing. But see, still, it was the thing is, getting rid of your son actually doesn't even do it, because the fact is, that's still your boat. It still belongs to you.
Right, you were
Actually,
still being
whoever
sued.
driving it.
He was still being sued, regardless.
It could have been me driving it with the fucking raincoat on. It's still your boat, motherfucker.
With the raincoat, covered in GSR. Your GSR,
right?
Not soaked, but covered, I guess. Raincoat.
Yes, they were totally. Yes, and the grandpa was there. The grandpa said something very, very horrible. I can't think of the exact words, but something to the effect of, something about something in the water eating that girl. Like, it was horrible. Like, they won't have a problem if they never find her. If she becomes fish food or something so vile. No, and what gets me is I think that, old fucking Tits over there is more of a ball baby than his dad was. I think his dad was very cunning. This one just cries all the damn time like an idiot.
Well, it works. I mean, they said he got big settlements so that he could steal them from everybody with those big old crocodile tears.
Right.
I think he's full of shit. I don't think he's as much of a ball baby as he acts like he is.
Oh, he's not. But for some reason, people act like he is. Now, I've actually been watching like the behavior panel people, and they are like, he is straight lying every fucking time he talks.
Which is funny because they don't usually say that. They'll usually say, oh, well, that's a sign of deception. That's a sign of deception. I watched them several times. I hardly ever hear him just say that. It's a straight up liar. T. Woody, where has this channel been all my life? Well, all your life, not around, unless you're approximately 5 months old, which I doubt. But
why? Because I'm talking like a sailor. I shouldn't be proud of this, but
she's not always this angry. Yeah, I don't. That was so frustrating. And like I said, now I'm just absolutely scared to death next week for the defense to put on their case, because they said they only need a week. So they only need 1 week to tear down 4 weeks of nonsense.
And I just don't know if I can take those voices.
Right.
Well, I'm glad. Well, good. You'll have to hang out because I do get a little wound up.
Yeah.
Oh, my nasty old man. Old man, what? Right. And you know what? You know what he does? If you watch him, even like right now, he sits there and he keeps wiping his eyes. Okay. Well, first of all, have you never had snot whenever you cry? Because he doesn't even bother wiping his nose. I watched him, even though he's like all that shit. He never even, if you watch him, he doesn't even wipe his nose. He wipes his eyes, acting like he's wiping tears, and he's not wiping anything because there is nothing.
Right. He's so worried about watching the jurors. Yeah.
That's exactly right. Yeah, that's when he puts it on. That's when he starts rocking and having himself a little breakdown and whatever the hell he's doing over there.
Right, exactly. The minute they're out of the room, he's completely fine. No issues at all.
Oh, today he wanted to fist pump people with that shit. You know he wanted to, because he was like, fuck yeah.
He was all smiles today, with shits I would have been too. They dropped the damn hammer on the lead investigator of SLED. My goodness. That's about the most embarrassing damn thing I've ever watched happen. They got you lying to the grand jury. Are you freaking kidding? See, it just winds me up again. I'm just all wound up again now.
Yeah, I'm 2 cocktails in and I'm still fired up. Me too. That's exactly what I'm hoping so. And I'm hoping that they're saying the same thing as I am. You know what? He was at the kennels, straight up at the kennels. What the coat has to do with anything, nobody knows.
At this point, I just hope they're staying awake during anything important.
Mm-hmm.
Because my God, I'm listening to this, helping out sometimes and working, and I can barely keep my damn eyes open. My goodness.
Oh my God, that's hilarious, Jerry. Seriously?
I once dated someone who worked at SLED, and I can tell you they don't have my standards. Well, did they let you cut their hair? You know how that panned out. Oh, you don't remember Jerry's haircutting shenanigans? I'll never forget it. I hope they hate him as much as us and find him guilty. That's the thing, Legs, is that, supposedly, okay, well, you had a little bit of higher standards then. Supposedly,
okay, we did have that talk because we talked about me doing it too. Yeah.
Supposedly all these jurors don't really know anything about the Murdaugh trial. So they're not going into this with like a pre-hate the way all of us have. They're listening to all of this bullshit garbage and having to make a determination that at this point in time, I could not send him to prison with this bullshit. I couldn't do it. They've just, Kimmy, you want a mullet? That's all Jerry knows how to do. She knows how to cut mullets.
You were out looking at places today. Why were you getting looks?
I don't know. Maybe she was just falling asleep listening to the trial. It does bore you to sleep. It definitely can. I mean, again, yesterday morning I woke up and that woke me up. That jackass with the forensic pathologist, that got my blood boiling. But then I was immediately lulled right back to sleep by the financial stuff. No problem there.
Oh my God.
And today was really, really rough. And that's what I'm saying is the state doesn't make any real impact with anything that they do. I mean, you're literally falling asleep listening to their case. Yeah, Charlie Brown teacher. I mean, it's just nothing is sinking in. So when the defense comes in and just drops a hammer, that's what they remember. That's the part that they're going to walk away with, not the 5 freaking hours of nothingness. They're going to remember, oh, I can't trust that guy. He lied to the grand jury. He'll lie to us too.
Right. Even if he didn't say, I don't know, even if he actually said something that meant something to me, I can't believe it. So that goes out the window. That goes out the door.
Yeah, see, Bravo was getting looks because she was.
Oh God. Oh my God.
I hope it wasn't when Jackie was on her rage-fueled rampage earlier.
I know. I'm sorry, Top Hats, I know that I came off all crabby to you, and I didn't mean to. It wasn't you. I was just, I had a tone I couldn't drop. I couldn't drop the tone.
And in redirect, they did not even address that part. No, they just left that flapping in the wind. Big old liar. They didn't address it though, Top Hats, because what were they going to do? He did. He lied at the grand jury. They brought bullshit evidence to the grand jury. That's what they did. You can't redirect that. That's what happened. I suppose you could have said something like, at the time of the grand jury, did you have other evidence to say this wasn't blood? But again, I feel like they probably did. And so if you ask that, now he just lies again. Now you got double liar happening.
When he said, is that shirt purple now? I thought, what the fuck's going on right now? What's happening?
We were trying to go through more color palettes. Hello. We never got to the bottom of what color they're painting at the beach house.
Okay, would that be lilac or would that be lavender?
I never got to the bottom of that color scheme. I mean, I need to know what color were the Mexicans painting that house. That was the other thing. My goodness. I trust them to lock up. Well, I hope so. They're humans.
Oh my God. Right. Well, because I don't know, any Mexican I know doesn't know how to lock doors. What the fuck does that mean?
Right.
What does that even mean?
I'm going to be honest with you. The Mexican I'm married to locks every door all the time. So it shuts off the lights too. But I don't think that's a skin color issue. My goodness.
Right.
Everyone I talk to says
stupid.
That Alec must have been a dealer if he's buying that much a week. That's what I'm saying, Frazzle. $50,000 a week, he'd be dead. That's $200.
No, he was paying off people. He was paying off all kinds of shit going on.
Yeah, that money going to a cousin Eddie was being dispersed to a lot of places.
Oh, okay, good. Top Hats. I just want to make sure. Because I know I answered something to you and it came out all snotty, but it wasn't directed to you.
Right.
It came out with a tone.
I'm surprised they didn't ask to move this trial out of the county or select jurors from another county, or did they? No, it's in the same county. And frankly, I think
he wanted it there. He wanted it there.
Yeah, I would have wanted it there too if I were him, because clearly,
well, knowing what we know now, of course you do.
Yeah. And it was a national story, so again, it's one of those times where it probably wouldn't have done any much better. And it was about the different shells loaded. Yes, that's the one he intentionally said, basically. He didn't full on just say, yep, I intentionally lied about that, but he did. Yep.
Yes, that was it. I couldn't remember. Yes, that was like, stop right now.
Yeah, that's when he was like, well, they weren't all federal. They weren't all Winchester. So when I said that, and it's like, oh, wow. So now he lied twice.
Oh my God, you're right. He was saying he kept giving these brands, and I was like, stop.
Well, because now you lied twice, and on this one we can prove it was intentional. Like, you just omitted details.
Oh my God, that was so bad.
It didn't sound as good, so you just omitted those details intentionally. Yeah, that guy, he screwed them, and I think they were already a little screwed, to be honest. But that was really bad.
Me too.
Oh, yes. The one I'm going back to in the morning was laughing. Oh, well, good. Hopefully we'll have some Cousin Eddie by that time and she can really have a good time. Sorry, you didn't say if it was.
Yeah, maybe they'll sub, because I've lost about 30 subs on this damn trial.
They died of boredom. That's what happened.
It's actually doing me a lot. It's not helping me one tiny bit. But all I really want out of this is the motherfucker to get old Sparky. That's what I want. I don't give a crap about anything else.
I was watching Fit News, and they had a gal on this morning who has followed the case, and she has done the timeline. People are begging her to give it to prosecution. Well, why? So they can just light it on fire? I mean, they're not doing
Piss on it.
Right. They tried to move it, but lost the motion on that one. Slick Dick got his way. Right, because that's where Alec wanted to have it. Because it's did well for him. He knows that.
Mm-hmm.
And that was my other thing when they were talking, that now they're trying to act like, so they didn't want the state to bring in the drug addiction stuff, but the defense at this point cannot stop talking about it, if anyone hasn't noticed.
My God. Right.
And so now they're trying to kind of play this, he owed people money, this drug gang. But again, if that was the case, then why didn't you tell them that at some point? You said you wanted to die. So, I mean, that would have been a real quick, easy way to go sell out your drug dealers. You didn't need Cuz Eddie to pretend to shoot you on the side of the road, because let's be real, again, it was a grazing. And after you finally came out and you had this big addiction and everybody knows you were stealing money, why wouldn't you go tell the police that? Hey, listen, I owed this drug gang a whole bunch of money. And I think they were coming for me, and I think they killed my wife and my son. No.
Right.
Never says that.
Mm-mm. No. Nope. And whenever your family's blown to pieces, guess what? That's whenever you start fucking, spilling some beans.
Right. But the grand jury in this one took it that a buckshot load and a turkey load were in the other ones, not brand names. Exactly. And he knew that that's how they were going to take it.
Yep.
And he basically admitted that. I mean, without saying it, he admitted it.
Oh, that right there, that I couldn't even think. By that point, I was so furious, Top Hats, but I'm so glad, because right then I was like, shut, you are kidding. That was blowing my mind when he was talking that shit. I could not even. He started pulling out with those brands, and I was like, shut up, motherfucker. I'm going to, oh God, I was so mad. Weren't you?
Yeah. Because
I can't even believe this is happening. I'm not a hunter. Shut your mouth. Neither am I. Shut your mouth. Are you seriously going to say that? That has nothing to do. This is a job. This is a job.
You're the lead investigator.
Right.
For a double homicide.
Well, I'm not a hunter. Well, guess what? I'm not a cop either, but I fucking know better than this.
Right. I'm neither a hunter nor a cop. I'm actually not a lot of things. Doesn't mean that I'm an idiot.
Right.
And he is not an idiot either. The state knew damn well that they were omitting certain details.
He might be. He might be an idiot. He might be.
Well, he might be, but they knew damn well what they were doing.
Sure looks like one to me.
Go back and check.
I'm going to start attacking everybody's fucking appearance on this.
Get him off the stand. You did, Top Hats. I saw you. You were like, get him off the stand now. Get him off.
Right. I know. Right then I was like, this is this. That's all I could think was make it stop. Make it stop. Make it stop.
And I was so glad when the judge said next witness. I was like, okay, guys, that did not go well. Let's bring something in. Let's leave these jurors on a different, final note for the day. And then I honestly thought they might go late again because they started late, but no. And because they left early yesterday, but no, 15 minutes. It was 5:13 or whatever. But then the witness they bring in is like, again, it's trying to fix a problem from 2.5 weeks ago that isn't anything anyone gives a shit about. And that's how they left. So the jury left today just being like, wow, that guy's a liar. They don't care at all about that phone guy.
No. They went ahead and doubled down on their stupid shit again. Right. If it's completely stupid or irrelevant, they will just beat a damn dead horse with it.
They sure will.
Mm-hmm.
You can't derail a train if you're driving it properly. And that's the whole damn thing. They're trying to derail this bitch. Which
Frazzled, it starts at 9:30 tomorrow, South Carolina time, which I have yet to actually figure out what time that is.
Yeah. I think they're approximately anywhere from 2 hours and 10 minutes to 2 hours and 14 to 24 minutes ahead of us in South Carolina specifically. Not
somewhere
Eastern
around about there.
Time. It's South Carolina time. And I think it changes regularly. They're not trial lawyers. It's so clear. But if they're criminal lawyers, then how are they not? I mean,
because you know what? I think these people handle everything, behind closed doors. Apparently,
with that
I don't know.
$200 a month.
I would love to hear them sitting around having a discussion because it's got to be the most stupid shit anyone's ever heard. Because you know what? That judge knows how stupid it is. He's sitting there going, you know what? You guys have made me fucking sick my whole damn life.
Right. Well, because I guarantee you Alec was a volunteer prosecutor, right?
And no one's who's ever heard? I want to know if you can do that anywhere else. Because I'm going to volunteer.
If you can, I'm volunteering in South Carolina and I'm going to go ahead and fix
Fuck
this
yeah.
shit. But so he's tried cases in front of that judge. I'm certain of it. And he knows, guess what? If you were a volunteer prosecutor, he knows all the prosecutors on the other side there. He knows all of those investigators that are coming in that work for the state. And they all know him.
Right. I would love for Judge Joe to get a hold of this shit. He would read.
We roll
He
a
would
different
straight kick their ass.
Sipping on our sweet tea and be like, well, let's get on in the courtroom. Right. Well, earlier we were late back from lunch by 12 minutes or something. And Dick still left to go do something. He wasn't even ready yet. They just started without him.
God.
He didn't get time to go to the bathroom.
Yeah. Well, and then did you see the witness left for a while to go to the bathroom?
No, how did I miss that? Was that when they were doing the video stuff?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Okay,
they were like, where'd you go? Where'd you go? To the bathroom.
Oh, yeah, I did see that. Okay, I did.
Maybe it was on the tape or something.
It was
Because
on
I
the
heard
tape.
they asked him, where did you go? And he's all to the bathroom. And I was like, are you shitting me right now?
It was on the tape. Yeah, it was.
Okay.
I bet they settles most cases with their fake crap.
Yep.
Yeah. Or the $200,000 a month that was supposedly being spent for a single person to do drugs. Just one person who never, by the way, seemed high and is currently alive. So I'm just saying.
No, because I was paying for a whole bunch of crimes. And let me tell you, do you think, I'm just going to say, every once in a while, somebody had to disappear, if you know what I mean.
He wasn't done with his tea. Can't leave the glass not empty. Well,
I don't think you start with your son and wife.
What?
Well, do you think that nobody else has ended up at the bottom of the motherfucking ocean?
Oh, right. Yeah. There's no way in hell he'd be dead. That's what I'm saying. No, he was not spending $200,000 a month on drugs for one solo single person to just indulge.
Who maintained a job and never OD'd and no one ever even noticed he was on anything. No. And because you know what? He had too many irons in the fire. He had so much shit going on.
Mm-hmm.
He had to keep his wits. That guy, I bet you he didn't even drink because there's no way that you wouldn't go ahead and have too much to drink and forget that you have to dendle shit all over town. I mean, he had stuff going on that he had to tend to. He had to tend to that shit.
Right.
He did. So no, there's no way that he was all whacked out on damn drugs. Those people aren't taking care of business for fuck's sake, ever.
No, that's what I'm saying. And I don't know. I know people who are addicted to all different types of drugs. I've met people in my life. They do not have $200,000 and they are high all the time. So,
right.
Seriously?
I've known people who are not tending to business ever. Right. And they're really messed up and it's very clear. And guess what? They are not, they probably never spent that much on it.
Anybody else think Dick reminds them of the oldest man alive from Carol Burnett? I keep
Oh my
waiting
God.
for him to start scooting his feet across the floor.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Are we talking about Newhart or wait, not Newhart. Oh my God, no. Oh my God, I know who you're talking about, but I can't say it right now. That's funny.
It was really sad. Maggie's sister said Paul had to
Right,
drag his
that's
dad
funny.
off the drugs. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't doubt that he was doing some stuff. I mean, not to the tune of $200,000 a month. No way. No.
Oh, he was watching his dad, but Tim Con. That's it. Oh my God. Yes. Oh my God. He totally does. Oh my God. I couldn't think of his name.
Yeah, it looks like Top Hat's agreed with you. And Legs looks like.
Oh my God.
That's funny.
No, he was watching his dad because his dad was having bunka sex parties, and he was stealing.
I can't unsee it now. You're all welcome.
I know. Now that's all I'm going to think of now.
Oh my gosh. Well,
He looks exactly like him.
I really hope what I'm going to be thinking about is the state is going to rest their son of a bitchin' case on something that matters.
They're just going to shut them. Oh, they're not going. Oh, it's not going to matter. They just need to shut up. Just fucking rest. Walk in tomorrow and rest. Shut up. You have done enough. Every time you do something, you make it worse. People came in there thinking he was guilty, and now they're like, you know what? All you motherfuckers need to go to prison. Every damn one of you. That's all anyone can think about now. Who's the bigger criminal in here? Let me see.
Right. Who doesn't need to go to jail in this courtroom? That's my question. He must have been doing the purest cocaine in the world if he was spending that. Right. Or paying people
Enough
off
to
or-
kill you. Enough to kill you.
Right. I want to make a meme of him doing the scooter through the courtroom.
Oh my God. I cannot believe I hadn't thought of that. I can't believe I didn't think about that, because now you're right. I will not unsee it now. I sure will not.
You might have found it. You might have found a good home. You're right. I'm absolutely bewildered how a team of professional attorneys with long careers have put this case out for the world, and knowing full well they were on television doing so.
Mm-hmm.
For the world to see. Also,
Right.
I have a question. It keeps bothering me, but it's never a good time to bring it up and I forget about it. Has anybody else ever seen this whole? Can you please point that man out here in the courtroom repeatedly happen in real life, or is that usually just on TV? Because I feel like every person they bring up there, they do that too. I don't think that that's a real thing they're doing all the time anymore. Am I wrong?
No. And you know what? Even if it was a real thing, they wouldn't be doing it. That much I can tell you.
They've learned all their trial lawyering from TV, because every single every time they do it, I'm like, stop it. Let the record reflect. They pointed at the defendant, like, oh my God.
Well, and look, whenever they had, Buster, could you stand up? Yeah, Brooklyn, can you stand up? What the fuck is that?
I don't know,
Shut up.
too much Matlock, I think. I don't know what they're watching.
I don't know. How many people in this room look like fucking Ronald McDonald?
Oh, Legs, I didn't even see your comment before I said Matlock and Perry Mason. But is that where they got their trial lawyering experience, from watching Perry Mason and Matlock? Because
that's why that guy shouted today at nothing.
Well, and then when I don't even know what his question was, because that's how little impact he was making with his shouting. But he said something like, and is that why he said that to you, Mr. I'm sorry, I mean special agent. And I was like, oh wow, that was again, you just blew the wind right out of your own damn sails, didn't you?
I could not believe that shit.
You had yourself all puffed up. What an idiot. You just refer to Buster as Ronald McDonald.
Right. Who the fuck's mistaking these people in there? We know who their damn redheaded asses are. We know.
She most definitely did, and it's not the first time, and it will likely not be the last. That's what I've always called Buster, Ronald McDonald. Yeah, see, yeah. T. Woody found a home.
That's some hair that could use a fucking trim. Okay, take it down a notch. It's pretty. It's kind of big. Nobody. I don't care what color your hair is. It doesn't need to be that big. I fucking hate big hair that has a kink funk to it. I hate that.
They've just done so many things, and For a while, I really did just keep trying to give him credit, and I can't do it anymore. I can't. They had, what was that yesterday when they were trying to say that, oh, well, the defense asked the question to open the door. Then the judge was like, well, what was the question? And then nobody could answer him.
Oh my God.
They had to get the court reporter.
They had to get the court. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
She
Right.
had to take her CPAP mask off and read the transcript to everyone. I mean,
oh my God. Yes. I
they went
forgot to
round
mention
and
that
round with
yesterday.
Finally, the judge was like, can you read me what the question was, please? Because they weren't going to answer. Neither one of them knew what question they just asked.
Oh
So
my
if
God.
you
That
don't
was
know
so
what-
bad.
If you don't know what they fucking said, then how do you know it opened a door to anything?
Seriously. You know what? Keep collecting a paycheck. Are you shitting me? No.
At least he wasn't
Nobody
running
should getting a
for
paycheck.
waiting for the back rub.
Oh my God. That's creepy. I want that to stop.
Yeah, it
Just
was
fucking
robotic.
weird.
It was. I wonder that. I think that's mainly because she does use that predator mask instead of typing, and maybe that's how you have to talk into it, and so that's just how she talks. Like, I don't know.
That was so weird. All of a sudden, I remember I was just walking around here with my earbuds in, and all of a sudden I was like, "Are you fucking kidding? They cannot figure it out." She had to read all that. I could not even believe that was happening. I don't think I have ever seen that ever in a trial ever.
I feel like I have seen them ask the court reporter to read something back, but I don't think it's because the state was saying that the defense said something that now they could use and then could not produce said sentence.
Or the person said it last week, not
Right,
that we're currently objecting to.
That's what I'm saying. I've never seen it be like that. I mean, that was like immediate. And then whenever the defense was arguing and finally the judge was like, what? Nobody has told me what question you guys are talking about. What was the question? Because honestly, I think the judge has fallen asleep at times. But then the defense couldn't even. He's like, well, see, so now I asked him something to the effect of, no, what's the question? Somebody tell me what was said. So then they had to get Robo Lady to read it out loud to everyone. I was like, oh, this is ridiculous. It just happened. And if you think it opened the damn door to Narnia, then you need to know what it was.
Right.
You can't just pretend. Yeah, his courtroom
No,
has gotten
if you
full legs. It has. And I feel so bad for him too, man. He is probably so sick and damn tired of the whole situation. What was the part about the 911 call when they say Alex said here to someone? Which 911 call? Or because there's a couple of doozies out there. I don't know exactly. You might have to be more clear with the question. I mean, you're probably fine. It's just not ringing a bell for me. I know that there is the like the body cam footage when he's all, oh, hey, what's going on? And goes back to bawling.
No, they usually just say what he's wearing. Yeah, where he's sitting and wearing. Yeah.
But I just don't feel like they do that with everyone, though. I feel like maybe a couple of people, but it's like every single, like, do you know Alec? Yeah. Can you point him out? Yeah, he's sitting right over there. Can you tell me what he's wearing? He's got glass on his head and a blue blazer. Okay.
Well,
is he sitting next to this guy? Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Oh, Jim, my golfing buddy. Yeah.
Let the record reflect that he's. And I'm like, every single time. Jeez, Louise.
You know what makes me laugh about that though?
Brought up today by the lead sled agent. Oh, okay. Looks like Woody was paying closer attention. Huh. I might have to go look into that because I'm not 100% sure.
Well, I don't know. That lead investigator is an idiot. But you know what makes me laugh about that? Don't you remember that Ferguson trial so many years ago when he defended himself, and it was such a mockery that Saturday Night Live was making fun of it, and they put him. They did a skit with him up at the podium and said, "Can you point him out? Can you point out the guy that shot you?" And then he ducked under the. That's
Right.
about how stupid it was. And this is what this is reminding me of. Yeah, like a SNL skit. A bunch of foolery.
Yeah.
Like 2 people didn't die.
12 hours? Right. It's silly.
No, they got tested again today. Nobody has it. The initial call, it was brought up today, but they should wonder why, why did you immediately, because they would say they've asked people, had you known anything about the boat incident? What's referred to as a boat incident? Well, fuck yeah, he brought it up on the 911 call. No, I didn't know about it.
Even if you had never heard of it, if you ever talked to him, you would damn well know about it.
Fuck yeah, that's it.
Never
And then
shuts
you
up
hear about
about it.
Black Panthers and all kinds of weird ass shit and stories. Who knows?
Oh my God.
Who knows if that guy ever told Paul that shit anyway? Who even knows?
I wanted them to ask him about that. I really did, because I need to get to the bottom of what the hell that was all about. And didn't they say like he became like a Black Panther informant or something?
Yes.
Now, how the hell?
No, a plant. Yeah, they planted him in there.
How did they plant big, goofy, white redneck dude into Black Panthers? I would love to know. I want that story. That did not happen. And why would you even say any of that? It was so strange. So
After he said it, he was all, probably shouldn't have even brought that up.
Well, yeah, you're
You
damn right.
see?
You shouldn't have.
Yeah, because we're going to meet old fucking cousin Daryl. Don't worry.
My goodness.
Yeah, that was just something else. I don't know. But that cracked me up. Who was it? Who said, was it Jerry that said they're going to bring the bank teller in this morning?
Oh no, I think it was Legs. Because you started having a cow. They better not put one more fucking bank employee in there. I swear to God, if we are not done with that, I'm done. I'm over it. I don't care anymore. Just don't go to jail. Don't care. You guys just live your weird life in South Carolina. Put a fence around the whole damn area.
Right. And you know what?
I cannot hear one more bank teller speak. I can't do it.
And then could you believe the way he was like, well, did you happen to know that, did it appear that they were going to stop giving him loans? Well, no, actually it didn't. But did you know, did anyone tell you, fucking Jim, that the president of the bank went ahead and got fired because of it? Okay.
Well, right. He's looking for $10 million. Did that bank have that kind of cash?
My God, you get a $400,000 overdraft. What the mother F are you talking about? Did it appear they were going to stop? Well, it appeared that they fucking were going to have to.
Right.
God, I couldn't believe when he asked him that.
Well, and it also appears and is factual that you can't just go to the bank, get a loan, and then they give you the money same day. Especially if it's $10 million. I mean, wow. Yeah, that was stupid. But that guy didn't need to be up there. There was no need for it. That's what putting people up there that don't need to be up there and fucking themselves in the process.
Right.
You know what? I got some more shit. I got some more shit I could throw upon this legitimate case I've got. Let's just go see if it works, guys. And then they just go down. Like, what are you talking? Stop. Just stop it.
Oh, I'm telling you.
Get Cousin Eddie in there and then be done.
Oh, but you know what? Dick can't wait. Tim Conway cannot wait.
He is so
to
excited
cross
about
him.
that. All hunched over. He is jazzed. He's been waiting for it. And you know what? They have been, honestly, because they've brought him up every chance they've got in the last couple days. They are. They're ready to go. They're going to ask about whatever those gangs are they were talking about today. They're going to ask all kinds of questions. I hope they're going to ask him how bad his aim is. Is he missing his dominant eye? Because you supposedly fired a gun at Alex's head and grazed him in an attempt to kill him. No
That's not the
fucking way, no.
sorriest ass son of a bitch and damn story you've ever heard of from the damn titty baby. Seriously.
And then the first thing he says to 911 is, I had a flat tire and I was changing my tire and somebody shot me. What? Why? Why is that the first thing you said to them, that you had a flat tire? Sir, that's not what 911 is for. Did you mean AAA? Oh, no, you were shot also? Oh, okay. How is flat tire the first fucking thing out of your mouth?
Well, that's what the behavior channel says about him too. That every single time he starts coming up with, conclusions. That's not the right word, but he's giving the what's the right word?
He's
Before he said
right out of the gate.
Before he tells you what happened, he tells you his
side of
he
it.
leads up to it first. Yeah, he tells you how it happened or who did it first, and then he tells you what actually. Okay, like you said, they should have been saying, you called 911, sir.
Right. This is not AAA. I can't help you with your flat. Oh, okay. I mean, seriously, if you got shot, would you even want to talk about what you were doing in that process? No. I've been shot. I need an ambulance now. Later on, we could talk about what I was doing. Maybe.
And I have run flat tires. So guess what? I don't mow my own lawn and I don't fucking change my own tires. Let's just talk about this. I spend $50,000 a week on drugs. You think I fucking change tires? No, I don't.
We don't take our dinner plates to the sink.
No, we leave food out on the stove every single night, and I don't know why we don't have fucking roaches. Whatever, maybe they do. I don't know.
But I got out on the road and I jacked my car up, and because I had a flat tire, and oh, by the way, I've been shot. The fuck?
Right. No, but he does that every time. It's almost like the same thing. No, whenever the 911 called to Woody, you know what he says? 421 Moselle Street. That's the first thing he says.
Right. Okay.
And then he starts in about the boat accident.
Right. What would you like me to do with any of that information, sir?
Well, I went to see my mom, and I come back and I couldn't find him, and yeah, he goes through all this before he tells you what the fuck happened to him. Same thing with this side of the road. Yep. That is a definite sign right there. They need to be picking up on all these things. Why didn't they bring in somebody who says something like that? I don't know. I mean, they've had all these bait people in there.
Yes, they've had a bunch of nonsense in there. That's what I'm saying. They're taking all their real evidence and just burying it under garbage till everyone falls asleep. And then they bring in something else interesting. And you're like, oh, cool. Now we're getting to the meat and potatoes. And then nope, we're not done yet. They drag out the shovels and bury that shit again. It's utter nonsense. One of Eddie's stories, he tried to wrestle the gun away from Alex and it went off. That's one of the stories. I saw that. Yeah, Eddie's got a lot of stories. Not the most credible guy. I don't want him in there for credibility. To be honest with you, I don't give a shit about the state's case anymore. It sucks. I want entertainment at this point. Just not gonna.
I want fireworks.
I was hoping that they would put together a good case and that Alex would go to prison and that all would be right with the world. However, if the last 3.5 weeks have taught me anything, that is not happening.
Mm-mm.
And so now at this point, I just want you to make me not fall asleep. That would be great.
Yeah, I want more fireworks.
Right. Wondering why do you even have to change your right? No, you don't. You don't.
No, because I have wasted all this time on this trial. I have wasted a lot of my brain power and my time for the last 2 years on this fucking trial, assholes. And I'm hemorrhaging subs for him to not go to jail. Oh, fuck no. Oh, fuck no.
Right. That's what I'm saying. It's very frustrating. So at this point, just at least give a little pizzazz. End it on pizzazz. Because I'm telling you, if today was any indication of the defense that these guys are going to put on next week, this guy ain't going to jail. There's no freaking way.
Mm-mm.
They've been able to puncture the shit out of the state's case way more than Alex Murdaugh's tire was. I mean.
And you know what makes me so mad? You know what? One of those idiots that was just standing around whacking his shit over there the first night, somebody follow him around and listen to the shit he was saying on the phone the whole time. That's the shit you do. You always have them somewhere. You leave them intentionally in an interrogation room. You look at Jodi Arias. She's doing handstands. She's singing. She's doing that. You do this shit intentionally. You leave them there intentionally.
That's what I'm saying. Somebody
You don't ask them in court, where were you? Oh, I went to the bathroom. Are you fucking shit? No. You leave them there intentionally so they can, a lot of times those people will talk to themselves.
Right. They should have put him that night in the back of one of those cars. Said, you know what, sir, we're going to go ahead and put you back here. You know, just make it comfortable right back here and let him make
everybody in your fucking contacts
from inside a recorded police vehicle. But no, they let him wander. There were points in time, if you listen to the body cam footage, where they're like, hey, where'd he go? I'm like, oh, he went over there somewhere out in the dark where and then by the time they even get over to the house, every damn person he's ever met is in that damn house, including both the attorneys sitting at that table.
Right.
Are you freaking kidding me? So it's like, from the get-go, you put them in that damn vehicle, or you put them in the car and take them downtown.
Listen to that phone call.
Because they're absolutely right. The number one person that they suspect is the first person that gets put in that circle they keep talking about is the one who called it in. That's the number one person you're going to
find them. Yep.
And you don't just let that person meander about aimlessly, not knowing where the hell they're at, talking to every single person on the planet, and having a damn party at their house. Like you said, did they learn nothing from the JonBenet Ramsey case? For God's sake. You keep your eyes on that person until you don't need to anymore. Until they're clear. And then the next people in the circle.
Every Tom, Dick, and motherfucking Harry got a 2 a.m. phone call that night. Everybody in that damn town got a phone call and ended up over at Moselle. First of all, fuck it. I'm going to start calling my house Boston.
Just thinking that.
Who does that?
I'm going to name my house too. Everyone else on my street is not allowed to call it that though. Only me. Because I'm not the only house here, but that's screw them. I get a house with a name. And I'm going to put Palace at the end of it. That's what I'm going to do. This is Street Palace. Everyone else can fuck off. But
oh my God, seriously.
You know what? Something they said too, that when
it's
they
the
asked
Boston
CB
Estates.
Right, Estates, exactly. When they had CB up there yesterday, I just remembered this right now. They're like, no, you only live, about a mile and a half down the road? It's like, yes. It's like, I saw you out there one day riding the lawnmower over there, didn't I? Yes. Okay, well, again, useless information. He's like, I got a question. Did you hear gunshots that night? What is that question? They were shot, Jim. Period. Whether or not CB heard it or not, that's irrelevant. What were you trying to prove there? I mean, what?
Oh, right. That's just my home. It's my house. It's where I live.
Because if you said no, then what were you going to say, Jim? So, well, ladies and gentlemen, do we even know if they were shot?
Well, that's what I was starting to say yesterday. The one thing that we prettier motherfucking sure is that they are not alive and that they were shot.
What were you
So why we're going around this mulberry bush, I don't know.
I don't care if somebody is lawnmower distance from me or not. If I'm dead on the floor with a bullet in my head, that's how I died. Heard it, didn't hear it, don't know. Doesn't matter. That's what happened. I don't even know what he was trying to question there.
And also, didn't we hear that they were shooting shit all the motherfucking time over there?
All day, every day. All night. Hunting hogs all night long. Hunting birds.
They had pistols, long guns, short guns. They had guns all over the place, everywhere. So what do you mean?
They were leaving them all over the damn property.
They weren't just target shooting. They just well, not really target, just shooting shit. That's all they were doing. So what was the big motherfucking deal? You know, you probably should have said, no, I heard them all day long because, you know, they were off bonding and shooting shit earlier before anyone died.
That whole place was set up for hunting.
That's
all
all they do. It's
all
called a
season.
hunting. Yeah, it's not just Moselle, it's hunting lodge.
Right. They had right. That's why I said mine's Palace, not the Moselle Lodge. They no, they had it set up for ducks. They had a whole little setup for those ducks so they could shoot them. They had, I don't know why they wanted hogs around, but they liked shooting them, so that's what they did. I mean,
Well,
so
they
yeah,
supposedly did it because they were a nuisance.
so did
But
you
they
ever?
liked doing it an awful lot. I'm pretty sure that those kids they weren't taking care of every nuisance in their life, just that.
They weren't taking care of every damn hog in the county, although it sounds like it. I just, yeah, but that to me was so funny. Like, what exactly are you questioning here, Jim? Because they were shot, whether CB
Oh my
heard it or
God.
not.
Did you love whenever they asked that one guy, well, don't they hunt them with, do you have to have a gun to hunt them?
He said, well, if you hunt them with dogs, you can't use a gun, right? He was like, yeah. I mean, unless you're man enough to get in there and grab the side of the leg yourself.
Right, yeah, I remember that part cracked me up.
I also don't know where Jim was going with that.
Right.
First of all, what? I'm sorry. What do you mean if you have dogs, you can't use a gun? That makes no sense. It's still a dangerous animal. It's not cockfighting, sir. You're hunting.
What do you mean you can't hunt them with a gun?
He's like, well, I was under the impression somebody told me you had to have a knife. Somebody told you that if I've got a dog with me, I have to go Viking style hand-to-hand combat with a wild hog. Nobody told you that, Jim. And if they did, they're full of shit. And you're the gullible son of a bitch.
That's exactly right. That's what happens because clearly that's going on all the time. Exactly
I
right.
live by an airport. I very rarely even notice I have airplanes flying by. If I lived near Moselle Hunting Lodge, there's probably not a whole lot that I would hear that would raise an eyebrow.
Yeah, my neighbor needs a DC unit big time.
Well, Top
Sounds
Hat,
like
according to Jim, you are if you have a dog. Because that dog is going to take care of that boar for you, no problem.
My God, can you imagine?
That's why I was like,
hilarious.
No, that's not a thing at all. Anywhere you have to use.
You got Mr. fucking made it through the 5th grade up there, and now he just fucking schooled your ass.
Right? It's like, I mean, if you're man enough, I guess. Oh my God, I was about to piss myself. That was hilarious. What? But again,
God, I love it.
Again, Jim, what were you questioning here? What was the point? Also, we've been hearing testimony for weeks now from Paul and all of his friends out there with this Blackout 300 with the scope on it, hunting hogs with their dogs.
Oh my God.
And you never thought to ask one of those guys about, how many wild boars have you wrestled down yourself and stabbed with a knife? What
you didn't ask old titty babies sitting next to you?
At nighttime. Jim thinks this is all happening and it's dark. So you can't see. It's just you, a dog, and a K-bar in the dark. That's what Jim thinks is allowed. I don't.
You and me and a dog named Boo.
Right. Fuck? Taking every boar in town down. So many dogs get mean, but that's what I'm saying. What kind of dog do you think they got out there? You think a handful of labs is enough? There's a reason they're a nuisance.
He may not know anything about wild hogs. I've never shot one, and but I am very well aware of them. I've seen them my whole life, and I wouldn't even fuck with one with a gun.
Well, and I'm telling you, these ones they're talking about in the South like that, our javelinas don't have shit on those things. I mean, they're
probably
big.
Not.
They're very
not
large.
Nice either.
They are a nuisance. That's a true thing. And they're not easy to take down, which is why a dog and a knife ain't enough. But Jim swears up and down he's not a gun guy and he's not a hunter. I don't know how the hell he grew up around there without having.
That's a lie. See, he's lying.
Well, yeah. He's a liar for Ryerson.
But they get by with it because they're doing it better.
Well, they're doing it better, and they don't have to prove any of their lies. They are under no burden to prove any of this. They can bring up whoever and whatever the hell they like and just walk away from it and just leave it there on the floor. Like these drug gangs, they can just bring that shit up and then never talk about it again.
Right. Exactly.
That's not the point. It's the point's for the jury to be like, well, I mean, I guess it could have been a drug gang. I mean, they're not wrong. Like,
right, and it could have been motherfucking Ronald McDonald. Who knows?
Pretty sure it wasn't him, but
could have been fucking cousin Eddie. It could have been old titty baby over here.
But as long as the jury has any questions, that's not guilty. So it doesn't matter.
Right. That's just it, Top Hat. That's just it. You know what? You know, I'm not a hunter. I mean, I've grown up around this stuff my whole life, but you know what? A deer and an elk, a lot of these things can be very dangerous, absolutely. But they're not actually even trying to be mean. It's whenever you come upon them and you know they really are not trying to find you, mess with you. Fucking hogs are trying to be mean.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's a real thing. That is a real thing.
That's
the rest of them you might get hurt just because you happen upon them, but those fucking hogs are mean.
And that's why I'm saying a chocolate lab and a knife, it's just not going to do it. So,
oh my God. A chocolate lab, a blonde lab, a black lab. Oh my God.
I know. That was whatever. I think that's a lot of questions that are real stupid, but they're doing a much better job of creating reasonable doubt. And the state is doing nothing to slap it down. They're doing nothing. The stuff that they want to, again, the things they want to focus on fixing feel so irrelevant. Like you bringing it back up is worse than if you just would have left it alone. Right. I wasn't questioning this orientation change, throw it out the window. I wasn't questioning that. That didn't need to be fixed.
Oh, good
But you
God.
brought it back up. And now they're like, oh yeah, that's right. That's right. I forgot about that. Was it wrapped? Was that raincoat wrapped around it? Is that why it didn't turn orientation?
Oh God. I feel like I just want to be so furious. I seriously, I part of me wants to not watch one more second of this crap. I'm so disappointed. I'm so irritated.
You want to get
That's exactly right. Right. Yep. Yeah, that's some shit right there. No, and I'm pretty sure I've heard of those. I know those stories. That's happened. Right,
Yeah.
because it's all gone. It's all gone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so
Yep.
we're dealing with a different beast out there. I hope somebody teaches Jim how to barehanded wrestle him and hunt him with a knife and a dog. Just kidding. That's a terrible, mean thing to say. But I
hope somebody teaches them how to go straight to hell. Because you know what?
No, you know what? At this point, I'm not even mad at them anymore. They piss me off sometimes, but I'm not even mad at them. I'm mad at the state because they have made this a case that was, I mean, it was basically a fucking hot air balloon, and that's it. So the defense has been able to just take this bitch to the ground so easily. I'm not even mad at them about it anymore.
Right. Oh yeah. Yep. You're right, Top Hats.
Tried the old Hannibal Lecter. What? Oh, tried with old. Oh, okay. The state was not prepared. They clearly were not, because they spent too much time on useless nonsense, and they lose all impact of anything they do have when they drag this shit
They've
out.
lost all credibility. They have lost all. Nobody even any focus. There's zero focus here. There's no theory. I can't get my head around any kind of theory. I thought we were getting there at one point, but
Well, every time we're getting somewhere, like I said, they just go suck the air out of the room. It's like every time you think we're getting somewhere, they're like, and now we're going to bring the bank teller in from Bank of America. You're like, seriously?
All right, now we're going to go ahead and tell you some more useless fucking lies.
Right. And then today, for our piece de resistance, we're going to bring in the lead sled investigator so he can tell you about all the lies he told to the grand jury today. And we're going to spend all fucking day with him. Yesterday, and they're trying to, well, yeah, Kimmy, not only that, but they also believe that his wounded arm and his other arm together in combination were able to put it way up over the top of his head
Mm-hmm.
and do it that way. Because that makes so much sense. But, you know, I guess reasonable doubt. I mean, again,
Go forward. Okay, I was just going to do that.
I think they still will because he's not on trial for those. And
Well, I think that nothing can actually ruin that. That happened. That straight fucking happened.
But I mean, with all the
But
information,
do they
out
want
there,
to?
Right. There was a lot of information about the murder trials out there already, and if they were able to find a jury that felt like they could be, you know, impartial on the murders, I think they're going to be able to find somebody with the financial crimes. But I do think it's ridiculous they spent an inordinate amount of time on it. I mean, they basically tried him for that in the middle.
I wanted them to handle that day, the motive.
Right.
And they went way too far with it.
And I don't want to get any farther into the weeds that we currently live in, but I was hoping we at least get to talk about the roadside shooting. But I also understand that at some point the state has to just stop it. Like
Right.
they've tried
And
an
you know
entire
what?
financial trial in the middle of a double homicide, and it's bizarre.
And they also tried yesterday to
got rid of the guts.
delay the trial for COVID. They tried to now I lost my track. There was something else that they were trying to do. They have really tried to drag this fucker out way too long. I don't believe, is there nothing else on the schedule at that court?
That's
Is
what I'm
there
saying.
anything else
So
coming up? Because
I
this
went
doesn't really
through-
happen.
So was it last week? Last week when I wasn't here all day, I was actually at a hearing, a real one, supporting some friends of ours.
I almost spilled my drink. Oh my God.
And that was supposed to be a one-day deal, right? And they didn't get done with everything in time because one of the attorneys was very similar to one of these guys, really drawing shit out. But anyway, the judge said in there at the end, like when they got close, he's like, "Hey guys, I'm not trying to take anything away. You guys, we can keep talking about this for as long as you guys want to. However, we got to look at the calendar because this courtroom's not available tomorrow. I have other things on the schedule. So you're all welcome to come back here again, but we're going to have to look, and it's going to be sometime in mid-April before they could get back in that courtroom to finish that hearing. Now, I understand it wasn't a double homicide. Okay, I get that. Okay, but they couldn't squeeze an hour in the next morning to finish up because that's about what they had left. How in the hell have they been able to just drag this out at minimum now 2 weeks longer than it should have been? I just
right.
Courts have calendars.
And I see no end. I see no end in sight. I actually don't.
Yeah, I think the prosecutor's a big liar who lies. I think he's winging it every single day at this point. He's like, "Oh man, none of this is working. Can we find someone else who hates Alex? Bring him up here. Can we find someone else to point him out, point out his voice in that dog tape, and tell us he's a piece of shit?"
See if we can get somebody else up here that recognizes that voice.
Right.
And then if we could get somebody else up here that knows fucking nothing about nothing, that would work.
Yeah. Is there anybody at SLED we haven't brought up? Raise your hand, guys. Now's your chance.
Right. Is there anybody at SLED that does not need to be fired? Yeah, well, I guess we're beating a dead horse at this point too. But I've been down for it because I've been ready to be just screaming mad.
Oh man.
Seriously.
Yeah, I probably better get going too. I know when
Yeah.
Kid got me. He was like, "Are you serious? You guys are still online?"
Oh my God. Yeah, we're talking 9.5 hours right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, my boy's going to show up any minute now. And so all hell's going to break loose with the dogs.
Yeah. So I'll let you go. I'll see you again tomorrow. See everybody tomorrow.
Okay. Are you going to do the outro or am I?
Yeah, I can do it. You've been doing a great job.
Okay.
I can do it for you.
I've been getting better, right?
Yeah, you're killing it.
Yeah, every once in a while I learn something, unlike the motherfuckers over there in that damn county. But yeah, I actually do learn something every once in a while. So, okay, I will see you guys in the morning. Try to relax. I'm going to try. And I love you and I appreciate you very, very much. Thank you.
You watch tomorrow. Yep.
Yeah. Come back to you, Woody.
Bye, guys.